Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, and tonight we have an interesting day because, of course, we do have the sort of rematch played out of our best-of-3 series between IG and EDG. Of course, one game has already been played, but due to technical issues, it had to be postponed. It's been about 3 weeks, and now we are going to have IG taking to the Rift against EDG one more time. That is going to be game number 1, but I am once again joined by Indiana Frosker and Black and Zach Rusty Pie. And look, we're sort of in the middle of this series, Frosker, but there are a lot of stories between these two teams.
Yeah, I like to consider EDG versus Invictus Gaming kind of a rivalry match. Now, historically, these teams have played each other 37 times, and Invictus Gaming has only won 7 times. 8 if you include their most recent victory. So that's about an 18% chance of actually winning this game. And the only time Invictus Gaming have beaten EDG in a series was the playoff failure of EDG in 2015 summer last year.
Which is pretty ludicrous, to be perfectly honest. That being said, I mean, IG, I actually thought, I mean, we were looking back, so this is an EDG that could have potentially been playing with Firelolly, but this was actually the first game that they had Clearlove on their roster. Is this possibly a problem right now for EDG? Could they be slipped up by IG?
There was a lot of technical issues that actually affected that particular game. So looking at it, yeah, it was Clearlove's first game back, but that wasn't really Clearlove's full power. We didn't see his full potential coming into it, and Rookie just went off. So it was very much a non-factor as to who the jungler was in that particular set. What I will say, though, coming into this one, though the probability of losing Frosker is quite low for EDG. IGR is set up, or they are game up rather, so probability might change a little bit in their favor.
Yeah, they've also got, you know, a couple of, you know, games to do this as well. So, like, they'll come into game number 1 realizing that, okay, well, look, we've got 2 games to figure this one out, so let's just try something new maybe. They've got all sorts of tactics, whereas EDG, they have to win 2 in a row or bust. Like, they're already right on the line. And do you think that pressure might affect them?
I frankly think it's just going to be a 2-game series then.
So it's just going to once again be the old best 3 situation where we're just going to have a
best
2-0.
of 2. Yeah, back to last split. That's what we're looking at. EDG definitely have shown they're in a lot higher potential, I guess, against these guys. Invictus Gaming are a one-player wonder, to say the least. Rookie is the best player on the team, and Invictus Gaming only win through him. So to come against EDG is difficult.
No,
yeah.
And that's completely right. What Rusty is setting up is kind of the identity of Invictus Gaming, and then you have to look across at EDG and how they win the game. So if IG are only winning through 1 player, what makes EDG so threatening is the fact that they can win through 3 players, and IG just don't have anything to match up.
They certainly don't, of course. Yesterday was a bit of a sign as well against Snake. But this is the standings. Group A on your screen right now. QG still well and truly ahead. But this is the group where things are a little bit exciting because, of course, Royal never give up, sitting there up the top. But EDG, 4-1. They're actually a loss behind the team. And with a victory here, they may actually get up to that first position. And by may, I mean they will if they manage to pick up that win against IG. It may possibly be an uphill battle based on the fact that they're down a game, but look, it may not be too bad here for EDG, who are looking on a tear. That's the matchup on your screen right now. As you can see, Rookie actually looking pretty happy in the picture. Not sure whether he will be once we get onto the Rift, but game number 2 for today is going to be OMG versus M3.
Icon is starting.
Yeah, and you can see he just looks so smug as well.
He
like,
should
yeah,
be.
I'm going to be able to dominate you, Raphael. Don't even worry about it. But this is the 3rd match of the night, and as you can see, Vici versus QG. This is going to be a very exciting matchup. Easy Hoon versus Doinby. There are so many fun matchups in that particular series. Dade versus Swift. I mean, sorry, Dandy versus Swift. Could be Dade versus... okay, no, it's not going to happen. I'm not bringing this one up because it's happened before, and you guys kind of pulverized me on that one. So Doinby probably going to be starting for QG.
No, we also saw him starting on the roster lineups right there.
Yeah.
But you were talking about this before, Atlas. Today is kind of the day of mid laners. We have Doinby, Easyhoon, Rookie, Pawn, Icon, all playing today. So fantastic mid laners are playing, but likewise also the junglers. Clearlove, Dandy, and Swift are also all playing today.
But to build on that even further, though the good junglers are indeed playing, they're also in mismatches, to say the least. So first match, you've got Clearlove. Yeah, great jungler. He's up against Kid. AD carry, not really
he was
jungler.
A decent AD
I'm
carry.
going to call it a mismatch, though. That's for sure.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Fair language.
Well, KDA rankings here on your screen right now. V still holding true to the top of that list. Looper there as well, as Jiang going to be pulling up 3rd position, which is interesting because, of course, OMG, haven't seen too many top KDAs. Koro in there as well. Clearlove still holding top position there in the jungle. His first few games were completely ridiculous. I think there was a 28 KDA in one of those games. I don't even want to talk about it. It's just too much. Swift and MLXG are going to be pulling up behind him, though. And Rabbit97, surprisingly, for Energy Pacemaker All, coming in at 5 KDA.
Well, to be fair for EPA, they've had a rotation door on their jungler, so he doesn't have as many games played to take that KDA down because he's sharing time with Crisis.
Very good point. But mid lane is going to still be Doinby there, despite the fact that he's been playing pretty recklessly there in the mid lane whenever he sees fit. Xiaohu coming in second, and GA of WE coming in third. And once again, 80 carries. 14.0 for Uzi and Peko on 13.7. QG, I mean, they love their KDA ranking so much that they want to put 2 at the top.
Well, I think the last game that we saw from Pico where Uzi played game 2, his game 1 was like 12-1 and 17 as Ezreal, so he well and truly put himself up there in the ratings.
Yeah, understanding that, things could get rough if we're going to, keep swapping. You've got to make sure that he has the best performance possible, and it could be very, very difficult when you have Uzi sitting on the bench. Man, if there's ever something to inspire you to play better, yeah, I think having Uzi on the bench is probably one way to do it. But let's bring it back to our matchup today. Our first matchup today is going to be EDG versus Invictus Gaming. You mentioned rivalries. There's a lot of history between these two teams. But I just want to look back at yesterday. I mean, is EDG going to be able to play this sort of lane swapping style that we've seen Snake manage to do? Because there was just nothing IG could do in that series. Snake just seemed to have their number on every turn.
Stylistically, I actually think this works really well for Invictus Gaming. EDG are a lane phase team. They have one of the latest tower averages of the first tower going down in the LPL, and it goes back to this idea of how they win and where they win, which is particularly in the bottom. But they want to extend those lanes, make sure that it gives Clearlove plenty of times to farm up his own jungle, and just repeatedly gank his lanes rather than grouping up and roaming around early.
That's a good point. You see Mako. He's looking really excited about something right now, as EDG just in general looking pretty happy with how things are going. Of course, they're the guys on your screen right now. And it is going to be Koro, Clearlove, Pawn, Deft, and Mako. Our MSI roster today for EDG is in the top lane. It is going to be Koro.
I want to quickly kind of cover really interesting stats for EDG, and again, kind of where they're weighting their power and where they're playing around their team. Koro actually has the lowest gold share of any top laner in the league, which seems very odd considering he's on one of the top teams in the league. Aside from that, Mako actually has the highest gold share of any support, and Deft has the highest kill participation on the team. He has an 80% kill participation as an AD carry. So right now, EDG are entirely about their bottom lane.
Yeah, and somehow Deft is getting all the way around the map. You mentioned that their first tower is very, very late. It means that they must be holding off on killing people until pretty late in the game as well.
They just hold their lanes because for a long time, EDG had the best jungler in the league, or Clearlove was the best performing jungler in the league. And so if they just continue lane phase, it just allows Clearlove to 1v1 the enemy jungler and just take advantages from there.
Well, it sounds like in this matchup, that could possibly still work out, Rusty.
Yeah, it absolutely could. I think that the fact that he's got such high kill participation means also because Clearlove's playing AD carry junglers, he does want to farm, get later in the game.
Yeah.
And if you're an AD carry jungler, you have a support like an Alistar that can guarantee a gank for you to put damage down. So it's just that much easier to gank that lane.
Yeah, that's a really good point. But on the other side of the rift, we are going to have Invictus Gaming. You can see Rookie, he's having a bit of a laugh there in the mid lane. Definitely something that he's going to have to be doing as Zatai looking more handsome than ever there in the top lane seat. And he having a smile on his face as well. Kitty's definitely not. The man is looking deathly at his screen right now. But this is the team they are going to be playing with. Of course, only 7 on the roster. It's weird. You only need 5 people to play League of Legends, but 7 seems like a small team here for China, as it's going to be Zatai, Kid, Rookie, Rain, and Kitties. So no time. We only got Rain this time around. It's very confusing. Zatai, though, is going to be in the top lane. This man has been playing some Kench, despite the fact that it hasn't quite worked out.
What's really interesting is that Trundle is also a big pickup for Zatai, and that's also a signature pickup for Koro. I was actually really waiting for Koro to jump on the Trundle train as that champion came back into the meta. So I actually expect that to be perhaps a contested pick, but I know that both of them will like to flex the Fiora Tom Kinch 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, that's a good point. Rookie, though, as well. He's well and truly on the Corki hype train. Does have a couple of Victor games there, too, but this is Rookie. I mean, he could play anything today.
Invictus Gaming need him to play Corki. They pretty much don't win unless he has it.
Well, they didn't even win when he had it yesterday, but it was some exceptional play out of Snake that really helped them out. Rain looking like a serviceable AD carry, to quote you, Froskerin, but Kitty's there as well, doing the very best that he can. But this guy's just had so many different partners there in the bottom lane. And I mean, I know one of them's still on the team in Kid, who's in the jungle now. But look, he's just having to readapt over and over again. We'll see whether it's going to be a problem for Kitty's, because his disengaged playstyle has been effective. It just hasn't looked so good recently.
And historically, that's actually something that Kitty's was really well known for, is his disengaged playstyle. He's one of the few Chinese supports to pick up Nami as well as Janna. And so as we kind of move more into this meta of Trundle being really big, Braum's coming back into play, Alistar, yes, they have engage portions to them, but it's a really kind of disengaged poke meta, especially if Rookie's going to continue to run that Corki in tandem with Ezreal. So I think it really suits Kitty's.
Yeah, that's a really good point. But we are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. Ryze and Alistar already banned away on the side of Invictus Gaming, and Gangplank Kalista are going to be taken away by Edward Gaming. Poppy as well is going to hit the bench, and we saw Poppy sneak through quite a few times yesterday. This time, Invictus Gaming are going to nip it in the bud. Make sure that that one isn't going to be picked away. Lulu is standing out like a sore thumb.
IG keep doing this where they ban Ryze from blue side.
Yeah.
They have banned Ryze 92% of the time. No one bans it against them. They're always the one to actually ban it. And the enemy team are banning mid laners from Invictus Gaming out of 4 of their top 5 most banned against them. So that's why they're usually banning the Ryze, to be fair.
Yeah.
It also shows that they don't want to play the Ryze themselves.
Really interesting, but it's going to give the Corki over to IG. A little bit of a no-brainer there, as exactly like you said, Froskerin, they don't win unless they have Rookie on Corki, and so far, part of their win condition has been addressed. Clearlove's already locked in Graves, though. We know exactly what this guy wants to do, and he's going back to his herbivore ways by the looks of things, at least for the early game.
That said, typically when Graves is picked up on red side, he ganks a lot more just because the pathing is slightly different, so watch for that level 3 gank from Clearlove instead of just going to more of that herbivore style.
We shall see. Braum was also picked up here for Mako in the bottom lane.
Works well with a ranged jungler as well. If you gank that lane at all, we did mention Clearlove may be inclined towards there.
A lot of CC coming out of from there anyway, and a lot of level 1 power.
And I know you're a fan of the Gragas coming back in, Rusty. And we saw Kid play that. Not too much success yesterday, but it was an attempt.
I think there's a lot of merit to the Gragas now, because Runic Echoes allows you to build one offensive item and then go tanky from there on out. If you were feeling adventurous and going an Echo-esque build, you could then go the Frozen Fist, the Iceborne Gauntlet after you finish Runic Echoes.
Yeah.
Get that CDR in there and the Sheen bonus as well as your Runic Echoes. Gragas W hurts a bit.
Damn right it does. No, I trust you as well, Rusty. Of course, you played a fair bit of Gragas in your time. Koro, looking at going back to an old pick there in the top lane. Let's have a look back at Invictus Gaming. It was the Trundle locked in. You mentioned this could be a contested pick, and back to the Gragas as you were talking about before for Kid. But do we expect that to go into the top lane there for Zatai?
I mean, we know that Kitties can play it. We've seen a lot more Trundle supports than we have in the top lane as far as the LPL is concerned, especially with that Tahm Kench. I actually feel that I feel like Zatai is going to go Fiora. He could go Trundle, but I feel like he's going to go Fiora.
Could even flex it and just straight up go Nautilus. Just try and out-tank for tank.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible. Depends on what the team composition requires, right? They've got an AD carry in the mid lane. Kid starts with reasonably offensive items before working into a tank, so if they want Zatai to rotate earlier, they will go for a tank. If they want him to split push and commit to smaller skirmishes, then they'll have him on something that can fight lane.
Well, he was hovering the Fiora for a moment there. At least Kitty was for him, as Rain considering a Lucian pickup.
Again, this is 6.1, so if he decides to go with the Fiora, the bug has been adjusted in that matchup.
That being said, we did see Tahm Kench still coming out on top of that particular
To be fair,
matchup.
that was a mismatch or skewed results based on the players on those champions.
That's a good point. Gimgoon was pretty strong on that champion.
Versus
17,
XY.
Yeah, no, it was versus 17, you know.
Oh, was 17?
And he's partially God. As
And
Pawn,
Super Saiyan.
yeah, exactly. Pawn considering his mid laner now as he's cycling through a few of his options. It was Lucian and the Fiora locked in here for IG, and actually it looks like a pretty decent team comp for these guys, especially getting Rookie on that Corki in the mid lane. But giving Zatai someone that he can fight on, something that is definitely good news.
Mako's obviously just having a laugh at Pawn.
Yeah. It is going to be the LeBlanc picked up, so Pawn going for a put your face in it style with that tricky mid lane mage, and we'll see whether Rookie can keep up. Of course, Gonna have a lot of burst damage out of the LeBlanc, but the consistent damage of this Corki might be a problem.
The beauty of it is what LeBlanc allows Pawn to do for EDG. So EDG used Pawn kind of as a like a guy streaking through the mid lane. He distracts all of the attention. He blows so many cooldowns. People will constantly focus him, and it just allows ClearLove and Mako to do whatever they want on the bottom side of the map. And then Pawn, 9 times out of 10, he'll even come out of 2v1s with a couple of kills in his back pocket and be ready for team fights.
Isn't that also just what Kid does anyway? He just watches mid lane and like
I really don't,
actually
I don't
just
want
the
these
security
mental
guard
images
that just
right
like
now.
sits on the edge with his arms crossed. It's like, I will protect Rookie if anyone comes nearby. Just places wards.
It's like, no ID, please, sir.
Pawn's playing towards that strength.
Almost
Of
certainly
his own
is.
team, rather, not to the strength of Kid.
Yes. Well, you'd hope not.
Yeah.
He's going to sneak in behind the security guard, but there are your matchups on your screen. Of course, you mentioned yesterday the power of the Braum Ezreal, and of course, Deft is a ridiculous Ezreal player, but look, we've spoken enough. Let's just get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the ref for Invictus Gaming versus EDG. Game number 2, as IG are now up a game this particular series. It's taken a few weeks for us to get back to it. We'll see whether EDG can pull back with that 2 games in a row, or whether IG are going to be able to just finish it off right here and now.
I really want to point out that I like how Pawn decided to go for the LeBlanc pick into the Corki. We've seen a couple of mid laners trying different options, taking control mages into this Corki and trying to figure out what works. I like that it's an assassin, so you still have kill pressure, but more importantly, that LeBlanc is one of the few champions that can push Corki in, or at least hold him in lane, and won't just get shoved in herself.
There's a very roundabout meta behind that as well. Corki's well and truly sticking to exhaust now as their combat option. Funnily enough, use the exhaust, stop the burst out of a LeBlanc and just out-trade her. Can actually keep you in that lane. Still very execution heavy for Pawn.
It's the fact that Pawn doesn't have to be too committal with his spell rotation as well. With that distortion, he can put himself in harm's way, and then if he gets exhausted, he presses that W again and he's all the way back out of trouble.
Yes,
see how he's going to be able to play it.
Depending on the Keystone Mastery that Rookie has, trades are as simple as just pressing one button in the Gatling gun, and it's always going to proc Thunderlords with a single auto attack. Especially once you have Sheen and Trinity Force, you'll be getting potential crits with the Sheen.
Well, we'll see how this one does play out. It is going to be the AD carries and supports taking themselves jungle camp.
But
standard lanes is going to ensue.
Exactly, true to style, the standard lanes for Invictus Gaming. They never lane swap. We know that EDG are a lane-heavy team. Not that they can't lane swap, but they will always prefer standard lanes to elongate the lane phase to allow ClearLove to 1v1 the enemy jungler.
Or just farm forever, as might be the case here for his Graves. But already, IG going aggressive here on the bottom side. Rain's going to get stunned. Heal already down as Def takes a fair bit of damage. Nice piercing light going to come out from the Lucian. As Rookie and Pawn, surprise, surprise, still fighting one another, but Pawn coming out ahead.
That's just so aggressive. Rookie, yeah, definitely lost this trade. Does have an extra potion to boot if he would like to utilize that advantage. So these early trades can start to bounce back in his favor. Needs to be careful, though, given Pawn's Ignite. It's actual kill pressure.
Yeah, well, he needs to eat through that corrupting potion as quickly as possible.
What really needs to happen for Invictus Gaming if they want to have success today where they didn't yesterday, it really starts with Kid. We know that Rookie's going to be performing really well. Corki is his go-to champion right now. But Kid on this Gragas, he would continually blow flashes yesterday, but not have any follow-up for the actual kills and the actual transition into advantages. So here we go. This is what I was talking about. Graves level 3 on red side likes to do these invades, likes to look for the ganks, whereas Graves on blue side is more farm heavy, but more so ClearLove wants to 1v1.
Yeah, well, Kid able to body slam his way out of trouble. As ClearLove says, oh, dang it. Almost there. Nothing for him to gather, though. Is in the top lane. Bit of farming going on. Koro holding his own up there just fine with his corrupting potion. You can see EDG after that trade on the bottom side, still pushing out with relative control.
Because it gives innate pressure to the bottom lane. Knowing that Kid is on the opposite side of the map, there's nothing that Rain and Kitties can do to play aggressive should Clear Love still be around.
And I know he is as well. I definitely saw him walk into these double golems.
Kitty's actually going to come over and see whether he can take that Krog. Not
Jump
sure
it.
whether he's going to be able to, as there's a smite available from Clear Love. Gets a filthy pillar.
The angry pillar.
Yeah.
Distaste.
Kid was possibly looking for a gank on the mid lane, is actually now going to invade and look top. Koro is overextended.
Yeah, Zatai throws out the riposte though. Koro hungry for something, but ward is going to be good. Kid not going to quite find the Tahm Kench. Gonna be able to eat some grey health.
Stir the pot.
Yeah, stir that pot.
But we saw this with Gimgoon, just his confidence on a champion like Tahm Kench due to the Grasp of the Undying and his ability to now have sustained an elongated lane on his kit, as well as the 2 health bars with his gray health. Be completely fine to continue to eat pressure like this in 2v1 in the top lane. So now it's about what will Clear Love do as Kid keeps looking for a reach around.
Well,
sick. No, he's
yeah,
fine.
there's the exhaust here as Rookie's gone aggressive on a pawn, uses the flash, gets himself underneath the turret. The Gatling gun went for a long time. His teleport's going to be used back to the top lane for Koro. He's just going to plod his way over and hit some creeps.
That's actually what Tahm Kench does. He just plods.
Plods, yeah.
Everywhere. Waddles as well. I guess
I was
could
going to
be
say, I think it's like a swaddle.
Yeah.
A swaddle. A ploddle?
No, a swagger waddle.
Axolotl?
No.
Damn it.
Mudkip, please.
It kind of looks like one. It's EDG. Still farming things up here on the bottom side of the map. IG doing okay in the matchup though. You can see Rain more than happy down here. But Def just trying to scale this one through.
Initial first backs have gone out for the mid laners. We do have Rookie looking for the sustainability in his Trinity Force, going for that Phage first, but more importantly that he has the Ruby Crystal to survive LeBlanc's burst damage. Meanwhile, Pawn setting up for CDR, quickly pushes the wave and is trying to cheat in another back.
Yeah.
He
and
grabs one here.
I think most importantly, because the exhaust isn't available for Rookie, has to go the health crystal builder. He ran the risk of being burst out.
Probably would have otherwise liked the Sheen, right?
Yeah.
Well, not going to get it just yet. Needs another 1,000 gold before he can grab that particular component. We'll see whether he grabs that before finishing off the Phage. As Zatai has a huge minion wave and a 17 CS advantage here towards the top side. Fiora doing well so far, but we all know Zatai's ability to 1v1. This guy's always been very strong in that department. We'll see how EDG play around it, whether Koro is going to be able to affect the map more as he's known to do.
It's actually more curious to me, as we see Rookie and Pawn trading a bit in the mid lane, is that Kid is spending so much of his time up on that top lane. Obviously, with Zatai push forward like that, he's just shadowing underneath him to protect him from Clear Love. But typically, Kid spends his time around that mid lane, in particular, warding for Rookie and making sure that he stays safe into the mid game.
You can see now, Zatai teleported back to the top lane. Now has a Tiamat as well as that Ruby Crystal going towards that Titanic Hydra, or at least that's the build path that he's going to utilize to get towards his Ravenous Hydra, depending on what he wants to do towards the later stages of the game. Zatai now moving down through his jungle, wanting to make sure the Kid's okay.
Yeah, Clear Love poked his head in there, laid down some triangle vision, so we'll see if they look to contest that. Right now, Rookie has control of the mid lane in terms of the wave pressure.
Well, that's 2 lanes entirely that they have control of also. Lucian naturally going to be able to out-pressure an Ezreal, and Trundle holds his own against a Braum, especially when you have Grasp of the Undying. And you can actually munch them. It's a good part of integration with the rest of your kit.
Yeah, being able to munch, definitely a good thing.
Or to utilize the munch to get Grasp of the Undying
Yeah,
to sustain.
I don't know, I just like that you
And
called it a
outtrade.
munch. I just wanted to use it myself. Blue buff going to be handed over to Rookie though, as Pawn hasn't quite got his just yet.
Is it called
Okay.
Chomp?
I think it's Chomp.
Chomp?
Yeah, chomp.
What if there was a skin where Jinx threw out 3 Trundles? No, just Chompers.
Just going rom, 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 rom. Oh man, that'd be amazing.
Here comes Clear Love.
Yeah, looking for a gank here onto Rookie. He wants none of it. Just flashes immediately after the Valkyrie. Gets himself well and truly out of trouble. Vaughn doesn't have his flash up just yet, so flashless mid laners on both sides. And Phosphorus coming to help Clear Love out as he takes down this Raptor camp.
That was frankly irresponsible of Rookie. He's got both sides of his river warded. Again, Kid places more wards than pretty much any other jungler. Not any jungler, but he places a lot of wards as a jungler. And Rookie had the information that Clear Love was around, forced to burn his flash. We'll see if Clear Love can execute on it and punish him for that later. But right now, it's just about punishing Kid as he steals his red buff.
Yeah, red buff going to go. EDG, you can see pushing out the bottom lane here as well as Deft. Still ahead in CS by a little bit. Cullen going to come out. Rain just really wants to clear out this minion wave, but Mako says, nope, I got Unbreakable. You ain't going to do that. Eats the entire culling.
I like the fact that Braum is being rotated very early, knowing that you're going to pick an Ezreal. Oh, hold on, though.
Yeah, Kid looking for it again. Kara gets smacked against the wall by that explosive cast. There's the grand challenge finally, as the Grey Health is going to have to be popped. Kara just going to use that and casually wander away.
So back onto the Braum point, obviously Lucian and Braum are going to work better together just because of Lucian's ability to proc the concussive blows. As
You
I
are
say
in
that.
trouble.
Yeah, Kara, I'm not sure why he wandered back towards the minion wave, but Zatai says, no, pushes him back out. Clearlove just decides that because the jungle is towards the top side, he's going to take Dragon.
But I like the idea that even if you don't get the Lucian Braum combo by rotating Braum early, it's still a fairly decent counter against Lucian due to how he negates his damage.
Yeah, it's a good point. Sort of like fantastic with Lucian for the Light Slinger and against him for the culling.
And we've seen a lot more spikes in Braum players than we have Alistar. Obviously, Alistar has been one of the most picked and banned champions in the LPL, but over the past 2 weeks, Braum has really started to spike up.
Yeah, well, it's always been sort of more, right? It's like, what's the rule? If
With
you can't
Alistar
play
bans,
Alistar,
though.
you have to play
Yep.
Braum.
Well, typically Trundle.
There's also the Poppy option if you're looking for a tank. Depends what your goals are.
Kid now in the top lane, though.
Yeah, Kitty's here as well. Has to use the flash. It's a fantastic pillar, though, as Koro well and truly slowed down. Has to use the Grey Health, but I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough. All of it's gone, and that is going to be First Blood going down to Zatai in the top lane.
And true to form, despite the fact that Cacao is not on the roster, Invictus Gaming find First Blood on the top side of their map. It's typically either always their jungler or their top lane. In this case, it goes to Zatai.
It's also the fact that Kitties was up there to throw the pillar one more time. They knew what lane they were pressuring and how they were going to attack it, so they work around their recalls in the bottom lane that were intentionally delayed by EDG. And they still managed to get Kitties to the top lane, and Rain is fine. Zoned, but fine.
Yeah, that is a massive first back from Deft, though. He's only 775 away from picking up that Iceborne Gauntlet, as Rookie takes a huge chunk. Able to dish a fair bit back, though. Spawn takes a bit of his health bar.
I just think it's so dangerous to play this style of standard lanes against Invictus Gaming unless you can get pressure on Rookie and try to put him behind. But because the mid lane has been fairly isolated for the majority of it, I don't know. I don't want to say IG are going to win because they got First Blood, but this is definitely exactly where they want to be in comfort level.
Yeah, it feels a little bit better. The thing is, right, is that if you can lane swap, why don't you just lane swap? As there's a fight in the mid lane. Clearlove dealing with Rookie right now, just going to smack him up. I mean, Pawn barely even needed to be there as Kid, just couldn't find an entry.
As I was talking about the fact that you really need to put Rookie behind if you're going to take standard lanes. Because again, IG have no idea how to deal with lane swaps or how to lane swap. So it just makes sense that you would lane swap against them. But that's what I wanted to see. If you're going to take the standard lanes, you have to put Rookie behind.
Yeah, it's like if you can lane swap, why not? Because it just seems to be a clear way that IG cannot play this game.
They're
So,
also
I mean-
waiting around item spikes, to be fair.
Oh, yeah,
Clearlove
most
completed
definitely.
the jungle item. Mid laner had the Morello. So
Just-
they're burst onto a non-completed item Rookie, and even when it is, it's an offensive item. Pretty easy to execute. Clearlove didn't even ult.
Whoa, how did that one thread? That was ridiculous. Deft is pretty good at Ezreal, says Max, with pretty new information right there.
Well spotted.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Nailed it.
Yeah, real good.
How does he do it?
I'm basically an analyst. Kid, though, going to be taking down this pink ward that's been very cheeky in the enemy jungle for quite some time on the side of EDG. You can see the lead is 300 gold, basically nothing. All in farm at the moment, largely to do with Clearlove's massive lead as far as jungle camps. True Shot Barrage heads through, and Kitty's
Kid, though.
chunked up.
Here he
Yeah,
comes.
Gragas is
Looking
in.
for it, explosive cask. He's going to be there. There's a flash body slam. Deft gets completely smacked away from his team. He just wants Rain, though. Is going to fall down in the end as Rain did have the heal on hand. That is going to be Kid affecting the bottom lane effectively.
Excellent gank. Clearlove really doesn't have
It's a
any other
weird
options
line.
across the map. So IG, again, we talked about how Kid was unable to make his ganks count yesterday. This time around, completely different form.
Yeah, most definitely. And Clear Love now going to be able to secure a blue buff for his mid laner in response to that gank. Spawn almost didn't make it over that wall, but he's going to.
There's also something else we didn't note in this game about the utility behind a Braum, is that it denies Gragas Cask. It denies the ultimate completely. If you are blocking it. Unfortunately, Mako was aiming the wrong way in that 2-on-2, and they got knocked apart from one another. And that's why Deft went down.
Slight miss smite there from Clear Love. He's going to give Kid the Gromp. As Spawn says, well, I'd like to try, but Kitty's once again hanging around here. It's a 3 versus 2 in favor of IG as Rookie's trying to throw some rockets in. Nice scrying orb, going to at least give a bead onto Pawn.
Very dangerous situation. Obviously, you don't want to go for that 2v3, but again, IG with the lead in this game, just slightly, but it's just frustrating because EDG, we say that they're the stronger team simply because they are more versatile of a team. They can beat you in different ways, and I feel like they're just playing into Invictus Gaming's strength.
Yeah, that's exactly what my point was before. It's like, if you can lane swap, you may as well just do it against IG. I mean, why give them an opportunity to win? As Deft playing very aggressively. Now Arcane shifting towards Rain with the teleport help. Clear Love coming through from the side as Mako turns up as well. Rain gets destroyed. Kitties as well. One more auto attack's going to stun him up. The exhaust is there. And Clear Love going to gift the kill over to Deft. Good guy, Clear Love.
And there we go. We do manage to hurt Koro, and kind of the long run with this is his tower will fall, but he'll be fine as soon as that wave pushes to him. But all of the advantage is given to EDG's bot lane.
Well, Clear Love going to be able to pick up a red buff as well as the turrets are traded. Rookie having to run away from Pawn, respecting this LeBlanc here in the mid lane.
It's also an impressively executed dive, even from raw mechanics. So the teleport was on the last minion. Look at Clear Love as well. Uses the ultimate and keeps himself in line with Kitties in this funny way where he's able to continue to hit him with the Braum passive. It's such a small detail. Look at how large of a difference it can make when you hit the Braum stuff.
Oh, True Shot Barrage. Looking for Kid, but Rookie over to the side. Not going to be in trouble, but EDG look to have turned on teamfight mode. Now moving around the map now. Bottom turret falling down first. Def now looking at trying to pressure down this mid lane. Iceborne Gauntlet was completed, and it seems like that was the go button here for EDG.
Well, likewise, this also makes sense in terms of how these teams work. Invictus Gaming, if you look across their kill participation, it sits around, Rookie has the highest with 67%. No one's going to have over 70%, and most of them will have about 50%, so it's a very skirmish-oriented team, whereas EDG historically, even without, or even before Deft and Pawn, would consistently have over 70% kill participation for every single member. They are a 5v5 team.
Definitely like it. As you can see, still now hanging around towards that mid lane. Pawn makes his way towards the bottom side just to clear up some minions. There's Rookie and Kid. I mean, it's the bodyguard once again. You're exactly right, Rusty. It's precisely how this seems to work.
And we saw this yesterday, and perhaps the day before. This isn't relatively new to the LPL, but this idea of moving your AD carry and your support into the mid lane and not splitting farm with your mid laners, you send them to the bottom lane. But Pawn is actually going to poke his head into this dragon pit.
Yeah, he's headed over this wall as well.
Just waiting for someone to walk down, preferably an AD carry. There's Lucian.
Kid's also the next best option.
Oh my god, yeah, Kid is dead. Subjugate's there, the Ignite's ticking down, but thank goodness he had the ultimate. And there's going to be all the buttons of Kitties having to be used, though.
It's impressive.
Yeah, I don't know how he survived.
Subjugate and Lucian's heal. Two things add up. LeBlanc's burst, I did say, was preferred to be on Kid, opposed to Kitties. You have to remember that is a Runic Echoes Gragas, so if you're going to burst someone, I would wager the one that has no resistances or health.
But EDG utilize that extra pressure the Pawn was able to give them by grabbing Harold here. Bottom lane turret is going to fall down in favor of IG. Task that they had put in a little bit of effort to earlier on. And now Rookie heading back to base. We'll see what he decides to pick up. Rapid Fire Cannon looks to be the second item choice here for the Corki.
I mean, frankly, EDG just lost two objectives. They lost the Dragon, they lost the bottom tier tower. Yes, they traded it for Herald, but unless they utilize that in some way, rather than just assisting Koro with it.
Yeah.
Again, it's about this idea of playing optimally. And it feels like every elite team in the LPL is trying to play the right way, but just not quite getting it entirely together.
I do really like what Clearlove's been doing, though. He's been making sure that this enemy jungle is as bare as possible. So
Certainly
Kid can't
reflected in
find
the
too
CS,
much.
64 to 99. We do expect that, however. Graves is very good at farming, but you are correct. Counter jungling a lot.
To be fair, Gragas very good at counter jungling, at taking farms, especially once he upgrades his jungle item. That wave clear is unbelievable.
Yeah. That's what Runic Echoes definitely did do for the champion. Oh. RG's now just protecting their mid lane outer turret. Outer turret still standing there towards the top side, though, as Zatai has headed back to base. Titanic Hydra almost with the Black Cleaver now picked up. It hasn't transformed it back to the Ravenous on the side of Zatai. Wants to keep the extra health.
I just love the mind games that Pawn is playing in the bottom here with Rain and Kitties. Here comes the team.
Yeah, everyone heading over here. Fantastic Winter's Bite as Kitty's going to be blocked off with that slow wall, but can't actually find the stun as the culling was there blocking off EDG.
And again, EDG just trying to press momentum, but kind of in the wrong areas. It's obvious that Pawn really wants to pick as people are cheating their way through Invictus Gaming's jungle, but unable to make it count. And each of these failures pretty much means that EDG have to reset their side of the map.
Well, Deft playing very safe here in the mid lane as Kid and Rookie just hanging out. Kid just saying, yes, I will be here forever. As Zatai putting pressure onto Koro, who's just doesn't really care. Gonna eat himself a Krug.
It's funny, just imagine Zatai's mindset right there. I'm just going to steal that Krug. It'll be fine.
No.
Koro's like, nah. I'm going to last hit with it.
Well, Mako takes a big chunk there from Rookie, who's starting to do some damage with that Trinity Force as well as the Sheen. Sorry, not the Sheen, the Zeal. As Deft tried to get over the top of the Rocket with his Arcane Shift. Still wins the trade, though.
They have no idea where to pressure. Obviously, pushing into a blue buffed up Corki is going to be rather difficult, although Rookie is being chipped down by a lot of Deft's poke.
Oh
Almost
my
got
god,
it.
so close every time.
Pawn is trying to make assassinations on the bottom, but can't quite make it. I just feel like EDG are kind of fumbling and scrambling.
Good
Here goes
flash.
Kid.
Massive double body slam there as Deft gets exhausted and destroyed by Rain. IG now with a massive team fight on their hands as Clearlove has to flash out of the way. Double kill as Mako falls down as well. The new AD carry starting to make some waves.
And again, EDG, they have no idea where they need to be on the map right now, and Invictus Gaming get a fantastic flank. Kid is playing phenomenally today.
That was such a good flash body slam from Kid. Honestly, I don't think he was even aiming for all of those members at the same time. It just happened to be the perfect engage.
Yeah, Koro took an interesting Abyssal Voyage there as Pawn's going to get eaten by the Tahm Kench. Clearlove having to move out of the way. The outer turret is going to fall down. IG's members are fairly low. They may overstay this one as Koro is very tanky. But IG are going to disengage in time as the rest of EDG respawn.
I was going to say they just need to go back and reset their map, but we are going to see a replay. There's that flash body slam.
Unbelievable.
That damage on the cast to Def alone is massive. He hasn't gotten off a single auto attack before he's pretty much done.
Yep. Runic Echoes Gragas is a dangerous thing to behold, especially with Fiora being this far ahead.
There's Kid on your screen right now. I've never seen him look so happy.
I know, right? He didn't even look that happy.
He's having a great game. So from here, Invictus Gaming need to reset their map, and they want to start moving their triangle vision over into the bottom side, or EDG's blue buff. Dragon will be spawning in 44 seconds, and they've already shown a priority for that. So I expect that that's going to be the next big contested objective for them. Meanwhile, EDG are still floundering. They have no idea where they need to be or what they need to pressure. They kind of are defaulting to this mid lane, but trying to shove into Corki. They need Rookie dead before anything happens there. Or tank it.
Yeah, Koro's just decided to tank this one up. True Shot Barrage is going to help clear out the minion wave as
Fair enough.
Kitties is there. So they do have at least now a minion wave, but they get a bit of health off it.
But they lost so much health on Koro. He doesn't have his teleport. He's going to have to back. If Invictus Gaming want to take the dragon now, it's actually a free objective.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, not as important at this stage, as well as EDG managing to pick up their first already. So not too worried about that dragon right now, you have to think.
But it's still the concern that EDG don't understand what needs to be happening for them right now.
Yeah.
And for an elite team in the LPL, that's a concern for the region.
Well, it's just the idea of the safety fallback. Like, if we do anything wrong, we've always got late game anyway. If they just don't do anything, they've always got the late game as is. So instead of being proactive, they can just sit back and let it happen. In saying that, you're giving Rookie a free avenue towards level 16.
Yeah.
And that's a level 16 Corki power spike with 2 items, which is just going to be unbelievable.
Yeah, he's going to deliver a package all over his jungle. As EDG now moving around the map, finding themselves a top lane outer turret. IG here a little bit late, as they are going to be able to secure this one. So EDG making a positive move, evening out that gold just a little bit more as well. Only 600 is going to be the difference, as Pawn has started off this red buff, blue buff. Kid really wants to try and make something happen here. Kitty's trying to start things up there with the pillar. Clearlove having to quick draw away. Kid looking for something but can't find the barrel. And IG disengage.
Saving grace is the fact that Kid didn't have his flash right there.
Yeah, absolutely. The engage was looking quite threatening. The second that Kitties throws down a pillar, they have to use spells to disengage immediately, which sets what is a dead man's plate, Boots of Swiftness, Gragas up to just walk at them until they're in range. And you can kind of bait out the Braum Unbreakable. Just make him put up a big door and try and protect his team. The second it's gone, just flash in.
I think EDG are going to start defaulting to sending Pawn to one of their side lanes. We see him in the mid lane here now, and just trying to distract Invictus Gaming, and then either try to win fights off of collapsing on skirmishes or taking objectives while Pawn distracts multiple people. Typically, that's kind of like their panic button.
He's got a lot of movement speed as well, so Pawn can move around this map very, very quickly. Boots of Swiftness and a Luden's Echo. Now looks to be building towards either the Rabbidan's Death Cap, or of course the Void Staff for his third item. Void Staff would make a little bit of sense to me, especially with that block of the Iron Solari completed by Kitties.
Instead, we're going to try to ram it back up the mid lane.
Yep. Standard stuff. Let's get ARAM happening.
If IG are the ones attempting to push the middle lane, they won't get very far. They do have a lot of poke. They can potentially siege, make picks, but they're looking more so to get vision by pushing them in. Make sure they have awareness of where EDG are, then set up around the Baron, around maybe the Dragon when it comes back up, and then just look to make picks with the Gragas engage.
Nope, you're absolutely right. It's the top side of the map that's important to them right now. But moving in there, placing vision together, and then getting a pick. Like you said, Kids Gragas has the flash back up, so huge kill pressure for Invictus Gaming right now. They're in control of the game if they want to be proactive.
Well, Stark's Gauge is done now for Clearlove, so this Graves is going to be a little bit tankier. QSS actually for Koro there in the top lane, which is an interesting purchase. As Kitties might be in a little bit of trouble. The explosive cast used on just Mako. This might be the go button here for EDG as collateral damage comes down. Kitties in a bunch of trouble. Zatai now just trying to hold people off as Pawn's in trouble.
Whoa.
Flashes over the top. The auto attack's good though from Rookie, and he's going to lock down the kill on the mid lane. Koro now has to use his grey health as Clearlove's trying to kite this one out. Flashes and dashes, but can't get far enough from Zatai. Puts his back into the wall, but it's not going to be enough. Zatai locks down that kill, and Kid now struggling, but Rookie's massive. So much health, and that's the ace for IG.
And Rookie just destroyed EDG right there. We'll see if Invictus Gaming are going to collapse back on the Baron. Looks to be so, but they're also going to pick up that mid-tier tower, and we'll see if Zatai can push for more on Fiora with the wave behind him.
Could even look towards bottom if he really wanted to. There's so many options here for Invictus Gaming. Winning a fight at the perfect moment as well. That was without Kid having to engage. In fact, it was a disengage to start it all up.
Yeah, IG locked down the Baron, grabbed themselves an inner turret in the mid lane. EDG most definitely on the ropes now, but let's see it again.
Mako in particular does block Gragas' ultimate with his Unbreakable. We mentioned one of the strengths of that champion. It's not going to save Pawn, though, who aggressively positions. Cops the cheeky auto attack from Rookie on the Rufflecopter. And really from there, once they don't have Pawn, Zatai makes his way in and can keep one of them busy. The rest are left running in disarray, essentially. And between Invictus Gaming, they've just got too many carries for EDG to deal with.
I feel like the biggest issue this game is that no one shut down Rookie, that EDG and Invictus Gaming, they'll play similar styles and that they like to extend the lane phase. But Clearlove didn't make enough of an impact by shutting down Kid and then transferring that into mid lane pressure. They just gave Rookie, allowed him to scale up, and now he's reaping the benefits of this Corki. And everyone knows to take this Corki away from him. They thought they had a counter with Pawn taking the LeBlanc, and Rookie just put him in the bin.
It's better off being Zed, Pawn.
Yeah, damn right.
to an extent.
I mean, I don't think it was really a matter of like the laning phase going badly for Pawn. It's just the fact that Rookie, once he gets out of it, is so incredibly powerful. Well, Pawn was actually looking for something there, but doesn't find the Mimic Distortion damage that he really wanted. They now need to just try and clear out these mini waves. EDG playing as hard as they possibly can.
Koro's winning this.
Yeah, he's going to eat himself a Fiora as Zatai might be in a bit of trouble. There's the ultimate, though.
QSS.
Yeah, QSS is going to be used. Zatai, now with the Sterix Gauge, he's going to utilize that to help things out, but it doesn't affect the top lane as the Culling is just going to get eaten by Clearlove. Sterix goes off for him too, but that is going to be the inhibitor down as Koro able to defend the bottom lane.
Only defending one of the lanes, though. Koro showing he can still handle Zatai, but only to an extent. As the rest of IG with that Baron buff. Honestly, there's no answer, because without Koro there, there's only Mako to tank, and that's only when he has the door up.
Yep.
I was going to say, it doesn't necessarily matter that Koro can handle Zatai, because no one can handle Rookie.
Yeah.
Not to mention Kid, who's playing out of his mind at the moment. Able to get things engaged as he sees fit. IG grab themselves their third dragon of the game and look to their next option as far as where to fight. EDG have pulled out pretty miraculous team fights in the past, but it's looking very dire at the moment as Koro's trying to juke around. There's the pillar. Zatai looking for some revenge on the Frog, but Cavalry is going to arrive and IG are going to disengage.
And you know, no one expected this form of Invictus Gaming to show up. Everyone sees that Kakao leads the team and pretty much writes off IG, but with a Hail Mary pass to Kid's career, takes the jungle. It's been shaky, to be fair, but has definitely shown improvement in the beginning of the 2016 season.
I mean, I'm talking about this as a reference from yesterday and how in disarray they looked against Snake. This is a very different IG that we're seeing right now.
But they looked in a disarray against Snake because Snake lane swapped against them. Again, Invictus Gaming, they don't lane swap, ever. And EDG, they don't really do it either, but they can, and they didn't. And it's kind of like stylistically, both of these teams do similar things, but how they accomplish them is different. But you needed to shut down Rookie, and you didn't.
Yep. The rock, paper, scissors didn't quite work out as far as the team matchups this time around for EDG, but it's a definite good sign for Invictus Gaming.
It's like, okay, it's like playing rock, paper, scissors, but you know your opponent's always going to go rock.
Yeah.
And you still pick rock instead of going paper. Like, there is a clear, defined way to beat
Hey, at least they didn't pick scissors, man.
Well, essentially they have right now.
Well, they picked rock, except IG seems to have
It's like
had
trying
a
to
bigger
meet
rock.
a rock with a bigger rock. Yeah, it's not going to work if Invictus Gaming can utilize their rock more efficiently.
Well, Snake only needed a really little bit of paper as well, and that seemed to have worked out for them in their series. So EDG may need to go back to the drawing board on how they're strategically working out these matchups. And it's what you said, Froskerin. I mean, when these sort of top-tier teams aren't able to work out how to find victories against these teams that are so clear in their win conditions, it is a bit of a worry.
Especially in a best-of-3 series. I think this would be different if it was a best-of-1, but obviously with IG being a game up, if they win this game, which it looks very likely, it's done for EDG. This will be the second series that they've lost to them ever, but you would expect some sort of adaptation. That's the point of changing the league to this format.
Yeah, also the second series that they've lost in the LPL this year. This Pawn is just trying to defend Zatai as he split pushes on the Nexus. As IG are splitting here towards the mid lane as well.
And it's just important because EDG, they do not lose to Invictus Gaming. Losing here is pretty big for these two teams' histories.
Yeah, they're looking for it. There's the ultimate out of Mako, but it doesn't find anything at all. The turret falls down. Kid looking for the ult, but actually going to get people to safety is Deft. In trouble, has to flash Arcane Shift and use the heal, but Pawn is going to get the shutdown as he's trying to run away now as well. Zatai picks up a turret. That's a Nexus turret. As he's now tanking things up. Rookie on a killing spree though as Mako falls down. Koro massive in the backline, but they're just focusing the Nexus. Clearlove now trying to do some work as Pawn grabs some health back, but this Nexus is falling down and there's nothing EDG can do about it. IG with the split pushing top laner despite a team fight. Okay, that's one way of doing it.
Invictus Gaming take down EDG, and they prove that it isn't a fluke for how well they're doing in the LPL. So many people wrote them off with the departure of Kakao, and they come back strong.
IG just looking fantastic in that series, and look, we can hand it all to the fact that it was standard lanes, all this sort of stuff, but Zatai looked so much better today, as well as the fact that Kid on this Gragas. I mean, yesterday it looked like all right, I'll pick up Gragas. We'll see how it works. And then he goes, oh, yeah, that was actually pretty good. Let's practice it tonight. We'll come back and we'll just dominate with it the next day. And it certainly happened. Man, Kid looked fantastic with those flash body slams, getting everything going on, despite getting counter-jungled forever. Yeah. Really well played.
That's fantastically played from Invictus Gaming. And you're right, Kid, though he got counter-jungled, he still performed when it came down to it. And that was just hard engaging from Kid in particular. That was all he needed to do in this team. Rookie was always going to do damage. Rain just facilitates the rest of the team by doing his job. Nothing more, nothing less. Kid has always been what is required for this team to do well. It was always Kakao when he was playing in the jungle role anyway. But it's so impressive to see him actually step up right now.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily him stepping up. Because, you talk up Kid, all this sort of stuff, but it's the fact that their solo laners are so good at following up good engages that you only need to get him like that little bit further, and everything's fantastic for
up.
IG. Yeah, he is stepping up, but what I'm trying to say is like it's not he's not now like a super top tier jungler, all this sort of stuff. I don't want to be misconstrued.
Yeah. This is how it works.
Okay,
tell
us.
Kid wards Rookie's lane. That's pretty much all he does. He buys so many more wards than pretty much all of the other junglers in the LPL, and you'll constantly just look at Rookie's lane. It's always warded. That's all he does. He just wards Rookie's lane, and he camps the lane. Doesn't gank for it, he just hangs around it. So it's not Kid being an amazing jungler in his 1v1 capacity with, his mechanics. Obviously, we had some great engagements there. It's just warding, and it's just like Rusty was saying, understanding what his identity and what his responsibility is in the team.
Yeah, and his flash engage in the mid lane as well to start that first team fight that really got IG rolling was what looked beautiful here for Invictus Gaming. But what does this mean for EDG? The fact that they've dropped their sort of second series against IG ever, but also the fact that this is a team that was looking like they were definitely on the rise. It looked like they struggled a little bit against LGD earlier on. Is this possibly some shaky territory, or am I reading too far into it?
I don't think it's that big of a deal. Honestly, I just think that they didn't come into this game with enough preparation, enough strategy and implement it effectively against Invictus Gaming. EDG, from actually losing this, they're not first. And that's a big deal to EDG. They always want to win every single game that they possibly can. But they're still close enough to first to be in contention. What they need to do is come back to the drawing board and say, why did we not prepare perfectly for this? We know Rookie's the one carry on this team. We didn't play around that. We played around what was their weakness, not their strength. Their weakness being Kid, their strength being Rookie.
Yeah. And it might be a little bit of lack of respect, something like that, but we'll see whether EDG can turn things around for Oscar. And do you have anything to add? Do you think that this is an interesting looking EDG, maybe with some trouble? No?
I think Rusty pretty much hit the nail on the head. I mean, you look at the draft phase, and if you're going to poke any holes there, it's the fact that Rookie got his hands on Corki. Obviously, Rapid Star, relatively new to taking over EDG's draft, and I think that they thought that they had the counter and the LeBlanc pickup, but unfortunately, Pawn and Clearlove weren't able to communicate effectively to shut that down.
Yeah, it's a tie playing out the top lane matchup fantastically well as well. I mean, you have to shout out that sort of brilliant dive in the bottom lane that EDG were able to execute. And look, Kid has managed to pick up the MVP.
That's his
2-0-8.
MVP from the jungle.
That's 100% kill participation with 0 deaths. I mean, can't get much better than that.
We live in a world where Kid got MVP from the jungle twice.
Yeah. And 100% kill participation and didn't die. Like, and it's like he got an MVP, but it wasn't like the MVPs yesterday where, they left a little bit to be desired. We are going to have a look at some of these highlights, though, and it starts off with that fantastic engage from Kid, and there's another one. So glad we got to see it in slow-mo as well.
And again, the big problem is EDG shouldn't have been there. They were so confused on identifying what the correct and the easiest objective was to take and continue to try to shove into the blue buff up Rookie Corki, and Kid was just able to get a beautiful flank there.
It just feels like time and again, though Kid is the catalyst of all of his success, people don't actually they underestimate how much damage Rookie does. Because like this right now, Pawn's trying to get out, still gets the last hit, picks up the kill, and every single time that we've seen Rookie take down, if it was Deft or if it was Pawn, it was with that last auto attack because they didn't expect to die, but they do.
It just makes sense that Corki is the perfect champion for Rookie. You're doing mixed damage, you're doing AoE damage, you've got the poke there, he's very mobile. With the package, he can actually impact other lanes. We didn't see it that game, but Rookie has done it in the past. It's pretty much the all-in-one package of making sure that this guy can 1v9.
Yeah, well, he's doing his very best impression of the 1v9 because, of course, that was ridiculous. So well played. I mean, the start of the game looked a little bit worrying. The fact that Pawn was able to navigate the laning phase very nicely, got some positive trades very early on there as well. I mean, the LeBlanc was looking great, but then, I mean, he has one proactive play where he waits in a brush for Kitties, and then Kitties doesn't die by about 3 health, and then he basically doesn't do anything like that for the rest of the game. It just looked like Pawn just couldn't find his power spike, couldn't find his relevant time on the map or something on this LeBlanc.
That was the one moment, I will say, where it all went wrong for EDG. It was a lot of time spent sitting in that bush.
Yeah.
It was a cheese strategy. Don't do that if you're not confident you're going to kill someone. He was looking for rain exclusively. He found Kitties, which was the next best attempt, but had to flash out to safety and didn't even kill his opponent. From that, has to recall, and Invictus Gaming get a turret. They get so much more from it that EDG actually start to get snowballed out of the game from one decision from Pawn.
Yeah, it seems to be from then there was nothing else that could really happen there for the team. And I mean, the weird part about this is the fact that they were already down a game. So EDG may have had a negative mentality moving into this game to start off with, but Invictus Gaming did fantastically well to bounce back from what was a difficult series yesterday against Snake, where I'd written them off for this series just because Snake just looked to be meticulous in the way they picked them apart.
You just have to look at EDG's bans. Okay, so you know that Invictus Gaming are going to be on blue side, so they're going to priority pick the Corki, but they banned Gangplank, Callista, and Lulu. You have a rotating door on 80 carries between Time and Rain. Are you actually afraid of either of those guys picking up the Callista versus Rookie getting his hands on Corki?
Yeah, and I mean, that's theoretically a ban on Rain or Time anyway, because you're still banning an AD carry. You just may as well ban the Corki. He's ridiculously strong. I don't understand either, to be perfectly honest. I mean, EDG seemed to have some sort of a plan when it came to it. I mean, the LeBlanc pick was, I guess, there, did okay in the laning phase, but just didn't quite work. Do you think that it's the Graves pickup not having enough impact?
So just quickly, there's reasons for and against banning Callista. Most importantly, you don't ban Callista away from the AD carry. For the most part, it is from the support. But there's also the idea that Time and Rain don't do anything. Sure, that could be statistically a relevant thing to say as well. But if they get Callista, are they much more statistically relevant? They get more kill participation. They actually can throw in their support and stay alive much more naturally just because of the Champions kit? Or are they just better on it, put them on something they're less comfortable on, and actually focus Rookie? There are strategies that you can do with this pick and ban around banning Callista, knowing that they're going to have Corki, but they didn't do anything once they had that plan. They didn't actually make something to get rid of Rookie.
Yeah, it's almost like maybe we don't really want to blame Rapid Star here in the sort of the pick and ban phase. Maybe what we want to be looking at is how they executed and what they did about it.
I think it's very clear that Rapid Star was attempting some sort of plan here by taking the LeBlanc, but like Rusty was saying, it just wasn't executed well enough.
Yeah, it just didn't quite work out there. And I mean, I know that Clearlove was able to get into that lane. He killed Rookie once. They managed to get at least something down onto the guy, but I mean, EDG otherwise... Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is a team that we normally look at, and they're playing around the map. Every single move that they make seems to be deliberate. Clearlove was still looking like that with his invade strategies, things like that, but that mid-game was very, very strange, just because this is EDG looking like they didn't know what to do, and that's not what they ever look like, really.
Yeah, I think it comes back to the mind of the players one more time. The concept of focusing Kid. If I was to play against Invictus Gaming, I would look at their jungler and say, he was an AD carry. He's not going to be a good jungler. I am a good jungler. I am Clearlove. I am going to kill him repeatedly until I am fed. What he should be doing is saying, Rookie's their best player. I should kill Rookie because Kid's not going to do anything because he's a bad jungler. It's just that simple, but the mindset was not there.
Yeah, and look, Clearlove as well, I can understand, probably wants to be picking away the Graves from Kid, which is why he made that decision so early on. But I feel like they also picked themselves into a playstyle that they may not have necessarily wanted. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is going to be OMG taking on M3 for our second best of 3 of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Froskerin and Rusty as we hop into our second series of the day. It is going to be M3 taking on OMG, two teams that have both looked good but haven't quite taken victories as of yet.
So this is actually the two fifth-place teams facing each other from Group A and Group B. OMG are fifth and Masters 3 are fifth. But the thing about OMG is that they've actually only lost to kind of the top three teams in the entire league. They've lost to QG, EDG, and RNG. So I actually think that OMG are... I think they can inflate their standings quite a bit.
Yeah, and I know, Rusty, you're pretty excited about Icon there in the mid lane. This guy is looking like an absolute beast and filling the shoes of Cool, who was, you know, a bit of a Icon himself, but now Icon stepping onto the roster and looking fantastic.
Filling shoes, I feel like playing different champions altogether, though, mostly. He's
Well,
the
yeah.
assassin god right now, Icon. He's actually just taking names on everybody that he plays against, at least solo killing them in lane once. Win or lose the game, he has actually stepped up and been a really big factor in this team for OMG right now. Just letting the rest of the Rift do as they would like. Mid laners in the LPL all being star players as well kind of affects the fact if Icon's killing them, that's one of the star players written off the list for OMG to play against, and it makes it easier for them across the map.
Yeah, my comparison actually to Cool is the fact that he managed to get a solo kill on Pawn at level 1 as Ari. And I'm like, it's like Cool, but like better. Like, what is going on? It's just ridiculous.
So what's incredible about OMG's story is that this is one of the oldest dynasties in the LPL. They are a pillar of the LPL, and they've completely revamped their roster due to the retired legacies of people like GoGoing, Loveling, now Cool taking a bench, and they're actually doing it successfully. They have a philosophy that they will not use any foreign talent. They're the only all-Chinese team left in the LPL, and you would think that short-term that would hurt them, because obviously you're playing against the likes of Marn, Pawn, Deft, but they're starting to rise up. But a little bit of adjustment tonight. It's actually going to be Xiang in the top lane. It was Dark yesterday, and the support is 5, and it was Luo yesterday.
Yeah, and Xiang, of course, the king of playing Nautilus whenever he possibly can there in the top lane. He's been looking pretty good there, and we'll see how he goes up against YOLO.
And think about how many lanes Xiang has played in his history with OMG.
Yeah.
He's played mid, support, and now the top lane. But Chwin, this guy, formerly of LGD, has really stepped up on OMG. He has the highest kill participation on the team at 76%, and he's looking great.
Certainly is. Icon there, the man that we were talking about before. And you mentioned assassins there, Rusty. LeBlanc, Ari, Zed. I mean, yeah, looking like assassins. Yep.
The only ones he doesn't play is Lulu. The only non-assassin, I should say. That's more to fit the team comp. Still can assassinate people. Depends how you play it.
Can still play as an assassin. Help picks is a weirdly named spell, but there's 5 in SMLZ there in the bottom lanes, just holding true, seeing what they can get accomplished. And how do you feel about this bottom lane of OMG?
I mean, SMLZ is a farm-heavy 80 carry. His big champion that he's really well known for is his Caitlyn. Hasn't pulled it out in 2016 yet, but the same identity is there. I'm going to sit back, I'm going to farm. He has the highest discrepancy at 10 minutes than any 80 carry in the league. He also gets the most gold of any 80 carry in the league, which is massive because we're in a league with Uzi, Pekko, Deft, and SMLZ gets more gold than any of them.
Well, we'll see how he's going to go.
Team.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to move over to M3 now, of course, SMLZ's former team, as he's now going to be against them on the roster. You can see here's the team profile for today. It is going to be YOLO, of course, in the top lane. I believe Scenery going to be playing for them in the jungle, as you can see right there. Raphael, and then PentaQ and Savoki there in the bottom lane. And I actually have a feeling that this is a little bit different because, of course, the bottom lane of M3, that's where my eyes immediately dart on this team.
PentaQ and SMLZ could not be more different of players. PentaQ is the quintessential, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to fight you 80 carry. And again, SMLZ is all about the farm. But the big guy to talk about on this roster is Scenery. He played phenomenally yesterday, and he certainly knows a lot about the members on OMG since he used to play with a lot of them. Yeah,
it's a very good point. Raphael, of course, formerly of Energy Pacemaker, the man that brought Victor into the LPL. We'll see how he's going to go up against Icon. This is a matchup that you were interested in, Rusty.
Definitely is. I feel like it's a mismatch, but I'm still very interested in how it's going to go. Let's see if Raphael can hold his own as we move through the bottom lane now.
Yeah, Savoki as well. This is the guy that I'm looking at because I don't look at the bottom lane for PentaQ. I don't care what he does. I just look at Savoki. This guy is just ridiculous. Wants to engage at all times. We saw his Poppy was fantastic from the bottom lane. Sort of one of the players that still wants to play the Poppy down there in the bottom lane. Not sure whether he will now that we've moved to patch 6.1. But I'd be excited, and we'll see exactly what he is going to bring onto the Rift, because I feel like it is sort of about scenery and Savoki and what they can do to help their damage dealers on this team.
I know, completely agree, and there's definitely a mismatch in terms of support between Savoki and Five. Lua, I think, is a bit closer. He was definitely a playmaker yesterday for the team on Thresh, but Savoki should be able to run over the spot lane single-handedly.
Yeah, and you mentioned the fact that it was sort of Dark and Luo playing for OMG. OMG looked a little bit lost towards the end of game number 2 that OMG were playing, but yet I know there's an aside, but it's a very different roster that they have now. You change up the support play, you change the top laner. Is this still going to be the same new and improved looking OMG?
I hope so. Again, 5th place team, but I definitely think that they deserve a little bit higher. OMG yesterday gave QG the best run for their money that we've seen a team give QG. Now in game 2, they got absolutely smashed, just decimated, but there's so much potential on this roster, and I just want to continue to see it thrive. Again, the organization has made it very clear. They understand what their philosophy is, develop the Chinese talent, and they're doing that phenomenally with picks like Icon.
Yeah, well, Icon, if there's going to be an example, that guy is definitely who you want to look at. You are having a look at the squad one more time, as we are going to hop into Champion Select very, very soon. And look, we'll see what OMG are going to bring, whether it is going to be a different looking team now that they've switched up top and bottom sides. But Corki, they've realized, right? They had a look at the last series, like, hang on, Corki pretty strong right now. Let's ban that one away straight away. Followed up by the Kalista. Rise is going to be banned away from M3 as Champion Select is well and truly underway.
Oh. The Corki ban, I very much appreciate it being banned for once, but the Kalista's going to go with it, and that's reasonably, I'm going to say reasonably shared between both of these AD carriers. I still just think Kalista is an overwhelmingly strong champion, as is the Alistar when you put them together. Usually both banned now.
Yeah. It's almost like we saw it dominated sort of on the Rift earlier on because there were just too many things that you needed to ban away. But now Master 3 have actually managed to sneak in a LeBlanc ban onto Icon. So he's going to have to switch up that assassin repertoire this time around. And Nidalee going to hit the bench next, so Scenery not going to be on his most comfortable champion. Of course, we have to point out that Scenery was playing Nidalee before it was cool.
It's been cool for a few years, man.
No, I know, but before it was, recently re-cool.
Yeah, no, he has been playing it for quite some time.
Yeah.
Of course, can easily default back to the Gragas that he knows and loves.
Ooh, the
Wow.
Gangplank was let through.
Gangplank was let through and they banned 2 of Icon's champions.
But
And
do they
just
pick it?
Yeah, do they just pick Gangplank?
If Icon plays it, it's almost insulting to him. Banning the LeBlanc and Zed, and he just picks the better champion of the 3 anyway.
Ah, Zac, that makes sense. No, it's going to be Alistar here, so Scenery going to straight away lock in the Graves. Gangplank actually not looked at all, as it is the consideration on the Lulu there. YOLO thinking about that for the top lane.
Again, we are in 6.1. But pretty curious. We've seen Gangplank pretty much perma-banned in the LPL.
Yeah.
I think they have to go for the Lulu here as well.
I think
They
Alistar is still 100% pick or ban, but I think Gangplank is second on like 96.
Yep.
Something like that. But it is going to be Tahm Kench picked up here from M3. YOLO's probably going to take that one to the top lane. Someone should let them know that they can swap these champions around so they didn't have to pick their own, but it is what they're going to do.
Joke's on you. Savoki will play it.
Actually, probably
He's
could.
played Blitzcrank, so
Yeah.
I'm sure he can play Tahm Kench.
Oh, he's played Tahm Kench. But I just feel like Masters 3 gave up really high priority champions
Yeah,
to
well,
lock in
Poppy's
Tahm
there as
Kench and
well.
Graves. Not that those champions aren't great, but, Poppy, Gangplank, they lost the Alistar.
Well, they can give up the Poppy, they can give up the Ezreal. They could easily go back towards a Lucian Lulu or a Tristana Lulu composition as well. So they have a strong roster themselves. They did give them away. They're also revealing what OMG have before they make their final pick. Just pick both. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Pick Kog'Maw. Beautiful. Pentakill, though, looking to go back to a comfort champion in that Lucian. As Raphael now trying to make up his mind. see what Master 3 are going to do, but I just find it so strange. The Gangplank just hasn't been considered at all.
I don't care about Gangplank right now. I really wanted that Vladimir.
This is the obvious lock-in.
Yeah.
They can veer from this. They could maybe pick their remaining lane that isn't the AD carry and then look for a Kog'Maw last rotation, but that's the bigger risk. Tahm Kench's pretty good at keeping him alive, though, we'll say.
It's going to be Lulu Braum.
Looking at the players there as the camera did pan up, though, I mean, everyone was looking pretty happy on this side of the draft. Looks like things may be going well for them. As OMG now to try and round out their roster. We'll see what they do decide to lock away here.
Just curious what Icon is going to take into the mid lane into that Lulu. Again, a big assassin player, so obviously Lulu is going to be a pretty hard counter to what he wants to do naturally.
Ari Lee Sin last rotation. Lock it in, Eddie. Yeah, nah.
Well, that's going to be a victor for Icon, so that's a control mage, yeah.
What are you doing?
Please play Lisa.
He had one job.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, Schwen.
Okay. Schwen, obviously, formerly known as TBQ and LGE, you guys may have seen him fail at Worlds. He had Lee Sin permabanned against him. No surprise, it's also permabanned against him in the LPL. Anytime he can get his hands on it, typically he will play it. What's unique
Plot twist
is that he farms twice as many champions on Lee Sin than he does on someone like Rek'Sai. So Lee Sin is above and beyond his most comfortable champion. He almost can't jungle anything else.
Well, that was slightly evident, as I believe it was, Lee Sin Rek'Sai bans all of Worlds, and he was like, oh, I can't do anything now. Yes, please.
Please.
Please. Oh my god, yes, do it. Would that be a No, it wouldn't. It'd be him on the Tahm Kench, wouldn't it?
I told you Saboki's taking Tahm Kench.
It's always the Braum.
I thought for sure it was going to be Braum, but looks like we got a Rammus in the top.
Yeah, YOLO going to pick up the Rammus. Of course, YOLO did start off in the LPL as a jungler, so Rammus fits into his repertoire quite nicely.
I believe we've seen this in LMS, LCK. Has it shown up in NA and EU yet?
Not yet.
It was played already in the LPL. This is the second time it's been played. Typically, though, you see this picked into kind of the triple AD carry comps that have become really popular. This time around, just against the Ezreal, so it doesn't actually mean as much from that aspect.
Necessarily. We have seen it picked into double AP compositions.
Oh, yeah.
And just AP in general, because you build armor, you kill the AP. No one else can stop them. No one can peel them away.
What I love is the amount of damage that Rammus does to turrets is actually fairly misleading with his ultimate, and that's also a big boon to him right now, is just his ability to actually threaten structures in a structure-focused meta.
Yeah, damn right. Plus, having him in the top lane means that you can just split push with him, and you can take away the structures that way as well. We'll see how it does go against the Poppy, though. Definitely a high priority pick there for Xiang on the top side of the map, and we'll see how Icon goes playing a little bit more of a control-based champion. It would have been hard to play an assassin into Lulu anyway, but I'm interested to see how this one is going to go. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's just hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for OMG versus M3, game number 1 in our second series of the day. Still plenty of League of Legends to come as we have Vici taking on QG right after this. But still, a best-of-3 series for this one to go.
This is a very different composition from what OMG
missed.
have been successful on. Again, Icon is primarily an assassin player. I'm curious to see how well he's going to do on the control mage, and I'm curious to see if OMG are going to find the same success that they found against QG against Masters 3.
Well, Savoki now just wanders in, gets the ward down, despite the pulverize that did come out from 5.
It's becoming too standard that supports a warding like that. Just 5-man the bush now.
Yeah.
You actually get a free kill.
I love that Rammus skin.
Oh, the Ninja Turtle.
The loudest ninja ever. Shen's even more ninja-like than that, Rammus.
Yeah. Come on, man.
He does burnouts, man.
I feel
it's
like
so
that's
loud.
a low blow, just because Shen is a terrible ninja.
Rammus is an armadillo that spins loudly. Like, it's not even, it's just a fact.
I guess they both do have taunts. I mean, there's only a few champions in the game with a taunt. Funny that two potential ninjas have one. There's some questions raised here as he's going to be double jungle for the moment here as Xiang's going to help out taking the Gromp here for Xuan. And he's going to be Gromp taken for the bottom lane on the side of M3 and the Krugs now for OMG as well. So experience going to be equalized here for our bottom lanes. They make their way into the lane. Oh, a couple of creeps missed now for OMG, but they grab the experience, and that's the important part.
Ooh, level 2 early for Masters 3, though.
Yeah, nicely done. Shoved out that way very, very quickly. Piercing Light doing some work for PentaQ.
Again, over 50% of First Bloods, and Masters 3 actually have the earliest First Blood in the LPL, happens down in this bottom lane. PentaQ doesn't really care about farming creeps, he cares about killing people.
Yeah, Savoki, man.
Well, that's very evidence from the Thunderlords as well, to be fair. Lots of earlier trades. It's much more efficient than a further battle.
Yeah, Thunderlord's actually picked up for scenery as well, which is interesting.
Yeah, that is super interesting, actually. Doesn't go for a Strength of the Ages, doesn't go for a fervor.
Strength of the Ages is just so good on junglers. Because you get that guaranteed extra health, but just wants to have extra damage in these ganks. We'll see whether he's going to be able to utilize it as this game goes on. I'm excited, though. It might mean that, you know, this is going to be a Graves out of the jungle a little bit earlier.
Well, he will be jungling across from Chwin on his only statistically relevant champion.
Oh, fantastic. True,
Here we go, though.
Yeah, they're looking for it now as Raphael sped himself up. Xuan is going to get his way in there with the safeguard, but not going to be able to find it. Gets the flash, though, from Raphael.
Didn't even have to throw the Q.
Yeah, straight up, didn't need it.
Yeah, headbutt pulverized there as PentaQ. He's going to get some damage back. Thunderlords goes off as 5 taking a whole bunch of damage. SMLZ has to run away as Savoki. He's happy to eat this cow. That's beef for breakfast.
The minion wave is way too large.
Yeah, gigantic. Heal comes down. You've got scenery down here. Wants to get that Thunderlords proc if you can. There it is. First blood goes down. SMLZ almost answering back as there is a teleport from Xiang. Will have to use the flash to try and close distance, but decides not to. His teleport is cancelled from Raphael there in the mid lane.
Beautiful response from YOLO by canceling his teleport so he gets to continue to sit up there and eat the CS, but has it as a security blanket to make sure that Xiong cannot follow. But like you said, such a delayed teleport. And they looked so much better with Dark yesterday. I have to question OMG continuing to rotate their roster around instead of just building synergy.
There are a lot of things you have to take into consideration in this early laning phase when you're trying to teleport. Because you're generally close to the person you're laning against. They can without a doubt stop you if they're a Rammus.
Especially if they have Powerball and Taunt.
Yeah, Xiang would have had to move pretty far back. Try and avoid that, but Xuan's going to make his way in. PentaQ might be in trouble as, my goodness, SMLZ goes down so incredibly low. Has to play more disengaged duty on the side of the Lee Sin. Now forced to flash out of the way. As YOLO, of course, made his way down with his teleport.
It's Raphael's teleport in the first one.
Yep.
Exactly right. It was the Lulu that teleported in the first place. YOLO doesn't actually use his until required, and they force some summoners out. So had no reason to stay top after he hard pushed into the turret. Found an opportunity to use it and shows that M3 might be more comfortable with their teleport usage.
Yeah, and so far they're actually ahead by a little bit more than what would be the money from that first blood. Nicely played so far as getting that farm is concerned from M3. You can see PentaQ and Savoki just playing so aggressive. It's like you said, Prosker, and just wanting to fight at every turn. PentaQ so much so that he's used up almost all of his mana.
You're not freezing that 5. Dare to dream, young cow.
Yep. Without getting licked.
Have built up quite a CS discrepancy between the two 80 carries, 28 to 46. Again, that's very unlike SMLZ. So good job on scenery to apply pressure down there.
Well, teleport going to be used by Icon here to get himself back into the lane. Grabs himself all of the farm underneath the turret as well. You're a joy to watch, Icon. Utter joy. Because that is the most important thing, making sure you get A, every cannon creep, and B, every creep under tower.
Hit your red dots.
Damn right.
Name of the game, League of Legends. Not to kill the Nexus, just make sure you last hit all of the minions.
Yeah, last hit all the minions.
Still behind by 4, so, you know, to each their own, Atlas.
Yeah, no, but that was a joy to watch, that particular moment. When he's off camera, it doesn't matter. Miss as many as you want. Just make sure that when it counts, you're landing your creeps.
So we're blaming the cameraman now?
No. It's up to Icon. He has to know when he's on camera.
He's actually one of the few players that I'm actually okay with hyping up.
Absolutely.
I feel like Icon has really, I mean, filling cool shoes is pretty big, but hold on, top lane.
Yeah, Tremors has gone down here as YOLO putting a lot of pressure onto Jiang.
There's just no way he could catch him, though, after that moment.
One of the lowest cooldown ultimates, though, Rammus's.
Yeah.
And does a surprising amount of damage. No one expects it. It hits you more than once. And the fact that it hits turrets, there's just so much utility to YOLO's kit. Makes trading reasonably easy, especially with the taunt. Jiang always pushing with his Q. Just get him under the turret, taunt him up, push him out.
Feels somewhat out of date, doesn't it? Like the fact that the Tremors actually hits turrets. It's like one of those champions I feel like we haven't looked at in a little bit of time. Something slipped under the radar.
Well, Scenery's about to look at him.
Yeah, Jiang actually just going to channel the ultimate here. Is going to be able to knock the Graves away and says,
cool.
go gank your jungle, bro.
I want it to be over here anyway.
Yep. Damn it, Krug's on
That
here.
is a super aggressive build, though, from Scenery. Straight towards the Boots of Swiftness. Didn't even get the extra experience from a finished jungle item. Which means his jungling is slow, and that Xuan potentially can find him. But hard to kill someone that moves that fast.
Yeah, well, he's just going to move straight in.
See.
Misses the Q. And Scenery just says, all right, and I was just passing through anyway. Don't worry about it.
Didn't miss the Q, Boots of Swiftness. Made him walk fast enough that it's not easy to hit.
Ha! That's what it was. Well, Glittleance is not going to find Icon, who doesn't have any boots at all. So can we call that a miss? I don't know.
Where is he going to go?
We're trying to look at the good things.
Just being a jerk. SMLZ and 5, though, are going to be able to take some Krugs. There's definite lane dominance in advantage of M3.
Nicely done.
Oh, managed to tag some creeps as well as the Krugs. Beautiful stuff.
Still, again, big CS discrepancy. PentaQ actually getting the favor of this lane, but we talked about how Savoki was actually going to be the catalyst there for victory between these two. Again, curious why they're starting 5 when Lua had such an incredible performance yesterday.
Yeah. M3 look to be just flat out losing every lane as far as farm is concerned, but we'll see whether they can turn things around when they move towards skirmishes and things like that, because it's when this team, sorry, not OMG, M3. Seems like that might be when they will be able to go a little bit better.
Getting wrecked.
Hang on, it is only the
Is that
top
your
lane.
professional opinion?
SMLZ, in my professional opinion, is getting wrecked.
Yeah.
Here's a refillable potion. That honestly sums it up perfectly. He knows that he's getting wrecked to the point that he's got free potions.
It's like, I'm going to be going back to base so much.
Because after like 2 recalls, it becomes an efficient item.
Well, Scenery is just making his presence known here in the mid lane.
Twin is finally responding to the bot lane, but Scenery is there, and if it comes down to a 3v3, Lucian, Tom, and Graves are definitely going to win that.
Oh, yeah.
They also know that he's nearby because he cleared that wave mid. So Xuan actually can't walk into it and will be spotted going anywhere near it.
And there's so much deep vision as well, thanks to that tracker's knife, sorry, that did go down. Xuan checked that brush with the Q, but Scenery is just going to answer back with the end of the line. Very aptly named ability now as well as the kick comes in. Raphael flashes the knock-up, though, for basically no reason. It just looked cool.
That was a reflex. Oh, there's a teleport somewhere.
Yeah, teleport's going to come in. Jiang is going to be able to get the knock-up. Jiang locks down the kill as well, as they might be able to get another. Icon makes his way down as YOLO definitely in no man's land. Xuan not going to find the Q, but not going to die either, which is probably an important part as Chaos Storm is raining down. YOLO just going to kill him. I don't know what you were doing, Xuan. You were basically safe, as the Abyssal Voyage is going to get Savoki and PentaQ to safety.
Did he eat him over the Dragon Wall, which is why they had the Abyssal Voyage at all?
I was watching YOLO chase Twin in the background.
Yeah, I think he may have just jumped over. Whether it was a relentless pursuit or just hopping in the maw of the Kench, I don't know.
Oh, another teleport coming down.
Yeah,
Gank onto Icon.
Yeah, there's the spooky ghost as well. Gravity field goes down. He's standing in it. He gets turned into a critter, though, as YOLO's just tanking this turret to no end. Tremors is going to lock up the kill. And Wild Growth just makes it too easy.
And frankly, Masters 3 are just beating OMG around the map at every single turn. Chwin does have an assist to his name, but is slow on these rotations, and frankly, his jungle is warded, so it's not all on him. It's the fact that his bot lane is losing so hard.
Yeah, it's just this, like, I got actually confused before because YOLO, he's real far behind as far as the CS is concerned. But right now, it doesn't even matter. He picked up 2 kills in his last 2 teleports.
Well, he's frankly even on gold with those 2 kills to his
Yeah,
name.
exactly.
It's about like 26 CS.
So sporadic and unpredictable with their performances as well, OMG.
Yep.
You just never know what to expect from them, and honestly, Icon is the only consistent member.
Well, he's also one of the only ones that's consistently on the roster, Rusty. As we were talking about the fact that they have switched it up one more time.
Hey, Schwen's consistent.
Hey, that's true.
He looked good yesterday.
Well, it's still early days, of course. 12 minutes into this game. 1-3 is the scoreline. Just over 1,000 gold is going to be the lead here for M3. As Spooky Ghosts down again. As Raphael is able to just continue putting the pressure down. You can see Icon not quite having all of the control in this lane as YOLO is struggling against Xiang just a little bit here on the top side of the map. Exactly the same build path.
Well, very much like what happens to LGD because they've been having issues with their jungler. OMG are just slowly losing each of their individual lanes because they're effectively playing a man down anytime a gank comes through. Chwin is losing out on farm. Obviously, he's farming across from a Graves, but Scenery is making a point to continually invade him and put him down.
Yeah, it's working as well as Sonic Wave is going to finish off the last little Sentinel. Scenery decides to shoot the Rift Herald as he heads over the wall, which is quite cute. This turret is not long for this world on the bottom side of the map, though, as you can see M3 pressuring OMG out completely, and this goes back to exactly what you were talking about, Rusty. OMG are, look, struggling on the bottom side of the map.
Such a massive mid-game power point here for M3 as well. They're about to hit their big items. Even cost-efficient items are being purchased. Refillable potion in the middle lane is an example to make sure you don't get too many potions and then straight into the Frost Queen's claim. You can fight sooner, you can work around your team sooner, and if they were to group up at all, absolutely they can look to win 5v5s right now.
But big deal has happened for SMLZ as he's picked up his Iceborne Gauntlet, so going to be able to add at least a whole bunch of utility to the next couple of fights if they do break out on a large scale.
Here comes the rotation from Masters 3, so they are going to send PentaQ and Savaki into the top lane. YOLO is hiding himself in a brush through Fog of War, so I think they're trying to get a gank on this Poppy, but as Xiang backs up, YOLO's going to go ahead and hit the recall.
Yeah. Smoky now searching for his way to remove vision. Icon chunks him out, but Grey Health is just going to be gobbled up, and he will be just fine.
YOLO just doesn't know what he wants. He recalled about 6 times.
He wanted that Poppy.
Yeah.
I think he knew what he wanted, he just didn't know how to get it.
Jiang wants PentaQ.
Here comes his Kench.
Yep, Savaki is here. Xiang not going to be able to find any wall bashes as Thunderlords goes off, and the Poppy has to be a little bit careful, but 5 is here just to help him out. Should
Honestly,
be
brilliant by 5. The fact that he's here on time, very much aware that they're going to swap lanes. They seem to be content with having the Poppy around.
Wow, lots of damage there from Raphael as the Help Pix is doing some work, along with the Thunderlords, really helping out. And Schwen is going to see a bunch of wards as PentaQ and Savoki are going to back away, so Lee Sin slinks out, and Scenery, sorry, is just going to be able to pick himself up a dragon uncontested.
Masters 3 are playing this very cleanly. I like the fact that obviously they're warding their strong side, knowing that that's the only place that Chwin can really respond, because he's just got the Ezreal versus the Rammus in the bot lane. And they're looking to just use their mid-game power spike and start sieging up these towers. OMG fumbling a bit with their execution. They've now tried to match SMLZ against PentaQ.
It's never really a match, though, until there's 2 items completed for SMLZ. So,
and I feel like if these lanes extend, then it just means that PentaQ and Savaki are going to whittle this top tower down as well.
Absolutely.
Well, Raphael, he's grabbed himself a Sheen as well as those Boots of Swiftness, so a lot of trading power now as well for the Lulu as he can start getting some damage onto these turrets, and Scenery, he's going to get tagged by the Q. That's a massive Chaos Storm. Utilizes the ultimate as Icon. He's going to be able to pick that one up after the kick. Savoki, though, wants to try and turn this one around. Schwen taking so much damage. Nice headbutt to get him out of there by 5 as Now Xiang makes his way into the fight. Teleport comes down. YOLO wants to find his way in, but it gets cancelled because Xiang was waiting with a spin and hammer.
Really beautiful play from OMG right there to understand that Scenery is going to consistently invade me. He's going to ward his strong side underneath his bot lane. So set up a trap and execute it.
Yeah, well, it happened here as Smoky's going to get smashed against the wall. There's more flashes going off as OMG locked down another kill, evening that statistic up, and now they're only down by about 2,000 gold.
OMG continuing to be a reactive team versus a proactive team. Again, they only have a single veteran on the roster in Chwin. SMLZ might be considered a veteran, but I'm not going to give it to him yet.
Yeah, Jiang almost as well. I mean, he's been a sub for a very long time.
He's battle hardened.
Yeah. Damn right. Icon and Raphael still fighting here underneath this turret. Nice death ray. He's going to even that one out here for Icon. He might have to go back again.
And it was really just a 1-2 punch of Scenery being a little bit overzealous and costing Masters 3 a larger lead. Now they need to reset their map.
Icon actually trading quite nicely here. Schwen's going to make his way in. Scenery wants it. Oh, there's the Abyssal Voyage. Savoki wants to be able to pick this one up. Gravity Field goes down. Savoki not going to be able to find his way in. Nicely placed with that CC. And Icon is playing with fire, but he's not dead yet.
Trying to do all he can, especially because he doesn't have a lot of support for the amount of times Masters 3 have just freely walked into his lane.
Yeah.
Scenery's just playing the map as well, honestly. He's just getting every objective that he can, controlling Xuen where possible. Even if it backfires once, still finds a net advantage, at least for the entirety of M3. Looking solid at this point in the game, and honestly, they're about to get a lot more solid once they complete their mid-tier items. Which being as well for Lulu, that's an accelerated item.
Most definitely, and split pushing Lulu could potentially be a thing.
Good news is that SMLZ for OMG has certainly closed that CS discrepancy. It was once at 30 CS, it's now at about 10. Has his Iceborne Gauntlet completed.
OMG are looking for the late game.
Yep.
Like, based off their items already. That's a Rylo's Crystal Scepter about to be completed for Icon. Straight into the defensive stats as well for Xuen. And the Iceborne Gauntlet SMLZ. Like, in terms of all of these members being carries, having defensive items, says that they want to get offensive ones after they stop dying. So they're trying to cut their losses early.
Well, Xuen is going to land the kick there. Nice wild growth of Savoki's just going to eat up the Lulu. With a couple of cooldowns, they are going to get to safety. OMG still want it, though. Xiang's going to find his way in. Skippy, though. Lulu's just going to run away.
And Ezreal.
Yep, True Shot Barrage is was a bit of a lie, wasn't it, really? Didn't quite do too much. Is
But
now OMG 4 members stronger to press up this mid lane.
It's still relatively difficult to siege into a Graves as well as a Lulu right there. YOLO's looking for the flank, but OMG need to know that, or excuse me, have to know that something is up as they rightfully disengage.
Yeah, Xuen trying to land some, Icon trying to land some death rays here in the mid lane, but can't quite get too much down. Xiang wants the Rift Scuttler, and Xuen's found his way in. Scenery is tagged by the Q.
I feel
distracted by Pinkwood.
Onus is still on Masters 3 at this point in the game to make a proactive play.
There are lots of pings. Chaos Storm goes down. Not entirely sure what that was for. Icon just trying to deter this team from engaging as PentaQ just putting his face in it. He ain't worried at all as SMLZ might be able to pick himself up a red buff.
I mean, Onus is on them to extend the lead that they've got, but they still have the Graves jungle. They definitely outscale. The team fighting late game, having a Lulu Lucian comp and having an unkillable Rammus will be too much for OMG to deal with, you would have to wager. They're just not using the advantages that they have.
And they completely leave the mid lane to siege
Smoky's
at that blue
dead.
buff, lose
Wow.
Savoki and the mid-tier tower.
He's so dead. There's teleport in from the backside here from YOLO, but Scenery is in a whole lot of trouble. SMLZ blows the heal. They get the slow proc as the Q lands and Xuen finds his way in. SMLZ even able to get that kill, but YOLO just couldn't find anything after teleporting in on the backside.
And again, another really questionable flank from Masters 3. Like, their decision-making is just not on point, and they're bleeding objectives from it. OMG are continuing to just be a reactive-based team and winning.
And this is also, you know, OMG of old. I mean, they're in the mid lane. This is their natural habitat. This is where they like to kill
OMG
turrets.
of old like to tower dive.
Yeah, well, they theoretically tower dove Savoki. Just unfortunately, the turret went down a little bit before the Kench.
I feel like
it. Identity's still there.
OMG at this point are just, I don't know, like a bear trap.
Oh, yeah.
But you have to physically step into it. Like once you do, you'll lose your leg.
Yeah.
But the bear trap isn't chasing you.
Yeah, the bear trap is in the middle of a really big field with a sign on it saying, "Don't step in me." That sort of bear trap. They're looking to camouflage it, and that's going to be the evolution of OMG.
And I think that's actually why they did so well against QG. Is because QG are also a very reactive team. Now we've seen a bit more of a transition of QG being more proactive, but the fact that they like to run headfirst into you, I think just really speaks to OMG's strengths of the team right now.
You're not getting that off.
Yeah,
I don't know
Icon,
what
that
he was
was a
thinking.
really stupid teleport. Scenery, though, he may actually be in trouble. Abyssal Voyage is going to get Savoki into this fight as Schwen
Got
already
the
down to
flag.
half health. 5 wants to get the headbutt to get rid of this guy, but the kick comes through from Schwen for some brilliant disengage. And now they're looking for it, actually. Icon with a massive death ray in the backline does still have the gravity field of True Shot Barrage across 3 people. Massive knock-up comes down as well as Jiang right in the backline. Savoki knocked back. The grey health is there. Icon picks up Pentakill. A lot of the damage now dead as Schwen. He has actually done a whole lot of his work, so isn't all that necessary. Is now Icon just grabbing the pick of the litter. Scenery as well running away as YOLO is just being dealt with by SMLZ and 5.
I think he's dealing with them.
Yeah, okay, and then Raphael still through the backside as Icon's being ran around just a little bit here. Triple kill comes in from Icon. Raphael going to fall down. It is going to be Xiang that picks up the kill, but OMG just looks like they know how to team fight better.
And their team fighting was beautiful. Think about how that team fight started. Rammus, YOLO trying to get to the back line. It was a beautiful disengage or displacement from 5, and you actually saw Icon flash over the other side of the wall. They did so well in making sure that they got their line of scrimmage in front of them and then pushing forward in the team fight from there. Icon is playing these fights phenomenally.
Yeah, really, really well, and massive shout out to Schwen there as well. That kick across 4 people.
This was set up, though, by 5.
Yeah.
To be fair, the fact that he hits the Pulverize at the same time as YOLO getting a flash was really well predicted. The re-engage, you have to remember, Rylai's on Icon is completed, so he's keeping them all slowed, letting the rest of the team catch up, and they're just poking them down, putting down damage. Icon, again, we mentioned the Rylai's means he's got some damage, but it's not an overwhelming amount, nor does SMLZ, so these are extended fights, but they're picking the right targets the entire time.
Yeah, Icon as well, just like skirted the side of that fight and just kills Pentakill with a death ray.
His primary mistake was the chasing for far too long on his single target right there.
Yeah, well, Raphael, they probably thought that he'd made his way out or something, but somehow he just manages to come in for the cleanup.
And suddenly this mid laner that we've been hyping up is 4-1-2.
Yeah, after falling behind in the laning phase, it was difficult against Raphael, who was playing quite well on this Lulu to try and keep him down. After those couple of fights, Victor is looking pretty big.
I remember the question was, how efficient will Icon be on these control mages versus his assassin play?
Victor is a very weird middle ground between Control Mage and Assassin, though, to be fair.
Stands in bushes, waits for you to walk by,
Yeah.
drops everything.
Yep.
Assassins are known for blowing people up. Victor blows people up.
On an AoE scale.
Yeah.
And then continues to do so every 3 seconds from then on, sort of with death rays and Qs.
I've missed you, Victor.
What are you talking about? You saw him yesterday.
Go, Schwan.
Yeah, is going to make his way out. Icon split pushing. Another thing that Victor does quite well.
Has teleport.
Yeah, he's perfected his Hex core as well, as he's got 20% CDR from his items thus far. So that Fiendish Codex has been completed. We'll see whether he grabs the Morellonomicon fairly soon or whether it's going to be a Frost Queen's claim, something like that. Make sure that he can equalize the slow capabilities of Raphael.
Now,
Not
question
sure.
is where OMG need to set up. They do have the second tier mid tower down, which means that the most important objective for them is either going to be that Baron or the top second tower. So they need to move into Graves' red buff, start setting down their triangle vision, either look for a pick and transition that into Baron, or slowly attempt sieging on that tower. They could look for the split push or the 4-1 with the bottom wave, but Icon's the only one with teleport up right now. Xiang's still waiting about a couple seconds on that.
Well, there's an Abyssal Voyage here as well. Xiang's going to charge the ultimate, gets rid of the 2 people that came in on the Abyssal Voyage, and says, bye. Nicely played. Xiang's on this Poppy is playing really well.
That's great. Honestly, that is just Tahm Kench ultimate is so predictable that Poppy's always going to have a natural way to get out safely, so they are able to utilize that. And Icon as well. I'm going to say up until, let's look at 40 minutes perhaps, SMLZ is irrelevant. He's genuinely irrelevant. That is an armadillo with a Thornmail that is going to be standing in the front lines. So not going to be able to do anything besides crowd control and AoE. Even has a death stance.
Yeah, I was going to question the death stance, and I like it because you're picking up the boots of swiftness for the extra mobility. Therefore, you need the extra 10% CDR. May as well grab your lifesteal in the form of a death stance, because who needs a Mercurial Scimitar against... Oh, wait, hang on.
It's just the 15% reduced damage as well. The fact that without lifesteal, you still get bonus health back every time you hit your Q, because 15% of your damage, physical damage, is converted to health for you.
Yeah, I like it.
Well, they're definitely prioritizing his farm by giving him the open lane down there, keeping Victor in the mid lane, so should Masters 3 try to turn on an objective like Baron, they'd be very dissuaded not to.
To be fair, I think he should have got a QSS build anyway and went Mercurial.
Yeah.
It's kind of a Rammus that has a taunt.
Exactly. That's sort of what I said.
Yeah.
The sarcasm was a little bit...
I think Death Stance is good.
I like it.
There's just better times for it, perhaps.
I don't know.
Just avoid the Rammus.
We'll see whether he does just build a Mercurial Scimitar anyway. Just forgoes the Blade of the Ruined King this time. There's YOLO. Looking for Jiang, but he's just more than happy to just smack down with the old Rammus.
YOLO has no teleport, so he needs to keep tabs on Jiang. Hence their endless battle.
Yep, continuing just to fight forever. Well, they grabbed that one for free there as OMG pick up their second dragon of the game. Scenery, he's just continuing to farm things out. 148 to 110 CS. 38 in the lead now for the Graves.
I don't think OMG are playing the correct part of the map right now, or at least the most optimal part of the map. I'm trying to figure out if maybe they're cautious simply because they're playing against kind of 3 globals, 2 teleports, as well as the Tahm Kench ultimate, and perhaps setting up for picks, they might be cautious that Tahm Kench could show up with partner in tow and ruin that. But...
Oh, nice Q. Gonna land from SMLZ here as they're starting a siege towards the bottom side of the map. M3 are positioned accordingly though, and this game very, very close. 28 minutes in. It is only about 3,000 gold, the lead for OMG. It's just these team fights that seem to be making the difference.
But the thing is by OMG applying pressure into the lane versus the jungle. So again, if you're trying to siege bottom tier tower versus trying to siege top or Baron, you're looking for a pick in that instance because you want the Baron buff. So you're setting up in the jungle. By setting up in the lane, they're just consistently looking across at Masters 3 and they're just going to run over there and freely wave clear. I just think that they need to be playing in this top side and manipulating vision and playing with Fog 4 rather than just running it up and trying to siege that tower.
Well, at the moment, the split push answer was actually Raphael. He's headed down with a teleport. So Icon actually going to find Schwen here. Nice Mikhail's to save him there from 5 as SMLZ, he'd made his way around as well. Jiang splitting with his teleport.
OMG can look to fight now. To be fair, they do have the QSS available to them on the Ezreal, so they can start to poke around these team fights more aggressively if they were to look for them.
Taunt down onto Jiang. We'll see how much he cares. Looks like pretty not much. As the tank battle is well and truly on. M3 now moving pretty quickly towards this top side as Pentakill just throws down the culling. Deathray comes in and he gets slowed down as well as Schwen. He has to run away. He's got the kick still available. Actually not going to be able to get too much done. Fantastic pulverized there exactly from 5. As Icon comes around the side as well. Pentakill stuck in the Tahm Kench's belly, but does manage to dash around, but there's just so much consistent damage. Graves is going to lock down Icon. Savoki going to fall, though, as SMLZ with some damage across the backside. Scenery now in trouble as there are skill shots flying left, right, and center. They may be able to offer a little bit back, but massive teleport opportunity here is just going to get cancelled.
That was a Poppy.
Yeah.
Icon and 5 are doing so much work in these team fights.
They absolutely are. And honestly, no Rammus, no clue.
Well, Scenery is going to die here as well as Schwen is able to pick that one up. Dies to the turret, unfortunately, but they pick up both of the kills. and OMG will be able to grab the turret as YOLO and Xiang are just going to endlessly battle just forever.
But this is what I was talking about. OMG needed to be fighting in the jungle. It makes sense not only that you're moving around the objective that you're fighting for, which is the vision, but it just synergizes so much better with Icon's output of damage and the fact that he's AoE.
Yeah, of course. Xuen did use his kick to start this fight off, and Icon took a lot of damage from the Lucian culling and Scenery's focus, which means Xuen's living because they're trying to kill him, but he stays alive for so long hitting these repeated Qs that it takes the Grave ultimate to get him down. And really, that whole fight, I said it earlier, no Rammus, no way to win.
Yeah, there was also the fact that Icon made sure that Raphael had to use every single button that he had on himself in order to survive his gigantic burst that he managed to put down. Now with 4 items and some boots in the Void Staff that he just managed to complete on top of the Morellonomicon and the perfect Hex Core plus Rylai's. So he grabs a, my god, he gets a Rabadon's Death Cap now and that's all she wrote. I mean, it's just so much damage.
Doesn't have it yet though.
He doesn't, that's true. Still looks to be doing a pretty ridiculous amount of damage. As YOLO is looking to try and get something started. They are with an Alistair, so Headbutt is going to come in. YOLO still wants to find the taunt, flashes forward, grabs Icon as he's going to get locked down. Cullen comes through. There's collateral damage to secure the kill. There's 5 with the ultimate running. Now underneath his turret, they secure 1, but can they get any more?
Frankly, if I'm 5, I'm pretty irritated with that interaction.
Yeah.
No, he flashed it.
I flashed, but the... Oh, okay,
Flashed
I see.
the headbutt.
He flashed the headbutt. Went through him, so they swapped positions and manages to get the taunt. Just really well executed from YOLO. Now
Oh, wait, no. He didn't, because he flashed then afterwards to get onto
Yeah,
Icon.
he flashed to
Yeah.
I just don't
Victor.
understand.
That's weird. That was a very weird interaction.
Sometimes it's weird when Alistair is super close when he goes to headbutt his targets versus being at max range, but still then you're typically normally in the AoE that you can land the pulverized following. I would just be frustrated if I was Icon in 5 that happened.
Well, Icon about to respawn, has teleport. As OMG are doing a great job clearing out these minion waves, preventing their mid turret from falling down.
Here's the note though, Atlas. You mentioned the death cap for Icon being the option. That'll also mean he doesn't have an Abyssal or a Zonia's. Keep
that's
himself
true.
alive against the Graves. Burst the crap out of him.
But here we go. Baron has been started out from OMG. Masters 3 know what's happening, looking for the flank.
Yeah, YOLO just wants to get on top of Icon if he can, but he's just getting destroyed. So much damage as Xuen's going to be the one that locks down the kill. Xuen still soaking a lot of damage, especially from that culling, as OMG just going to peel away.
And Scenery is nowhere near this fight. He spent that entirely on the back part of the Baron. I just feel like it's a disconnect between what YOLO's doing, what the rest of Masters 3 are wanting to engage on, and Scenery just being AFK behind Baron Pit.
Yeah, that was silly. Don't be AFK behind Baron Pit.
Well, he's obviously looking to, quick draw or dash over,
Yeah.
and then look for the flank, but...
To be fair, that was entirely Xiang. Knocks out 2 members. They can easily then focus the Rammus. It was just smart team play from ONG as a reactive countermeasure, which is something they seem to always be capable of doing in this game. Is capitalizing on M3. Maybe it's miscommunication. Maybe they're just executing mechanically better here, OMG. But they are making the most of this.
Well, you can see Dragon is going to go down here in favor of OMG as Xuen's just going to secure that one himself. Heads back to base here as well. He's got a bunch of items. Rabadon's Death Cap completed as well as that Locket of the Iron Solari. So, nice. 2-man Pulverize when they were sharing pixels there from 5. Icon going to be able to lock himself down a blue buff, so massive amounts of CDR. He's got a cute little book in his back pocket. Let's see what he decides to build out of it.
You would assume Zonia's.
Yeah, or of course Rabadon's Death Cap.
If you go for the Amp Tome, when you're going for a Rabadon's Death Cap, you're making a big mistake.
It's really silly, but maybe he just wanted that 400 gold worth of AP.
I hope he sells it for a large rod then.
Yeah, certainly hope so. There's double teleports coming through here as OMG want to find something. Teleport gets cancelled here from YOLO, as that might mean that they just go straight onto the Baron. No more teleport available. As M3 are moving down the mid lane. PentaQ getting sped up. Icon can't quite find the damage on the super fast Lucian.
Comes back to what we mentioned. M3, they didn't play the mid game as effectively as they could have when they had item advantages, but what they do have is a Lulu Lucian composition, even a Lulu Graves to say the least. So their team fighting late game, always going to be there. They just need to get to that stage and not be any further behind than they are now.
Yeah.
They've now got better positioning on the Baron, so you can see YOLO trying to clear out the vision.
Whilst tanking the Baron for quite some time, but he doesn't mind about it too much, being the tanky Rammus. Now with a whole bunch of items as well. Just wanted to finish up his next, I guess, giant spelt choice.
He's going for the flank right now.
Yeah, they're looking for something here as Savoki right in the front line is
Ooh, wow.
charge up of the ultimate. YOLO gets knocked into the sky and he can't really do too much as Schwen. He's gone incredibly low. Wild Growth comes down, but it is YOLO that is going to fall. Savoki holds onto that great health for so long and does a great job staying alive, but does have to remove himself. Double kill comes in for Icon now as Scenery has to run away. 5 for the god tier dive underneath this turret. Somehow surviving at the same time as he's just tanking the turret forever. Triple kill comes in. Scenery might be the next one to fall. Death Ray not going to find the kill, so no Quadra to come in as the Poppy is going to take down that kill.
And that is twice that Xiang has denied the Quadra from Icon right there. That was best case scenario for Masters 3. You had Chuan look for a tower dive as YOLO is coming from a flank. He gets right into the middle of them, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to put it on PentaQ. He's only able to hit the tanks in front of him, and he's zoned off. He's not able to burst or blow up anyone.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, OMG, just, I honestly don't know where they found this victory from, because the game is, of course, over. The Nexus is going to die here. And M3, they played out the laning phase so nicely. It felt like OMG were on the back foot, and then every single team fight just went in their favor.
It was pretty much as soon as Icon started getting involved in these 5v5s that OMG started to spiral ahead.
Yeah. Say what you will about PentaQ, I still fundamentally disagree with Savoki playing Tahm Kench. Because how is PentaQ meant to get to this backline when he's got a frog that kind of just watches him?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting the Tahm Kench to really be in the support position. I know that you knew that Savoki was going to be playing that one. Highlights now on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, as we can see Schwen just wandering back into a Rammus and dying. That's good fun.
Then phrase it this way. Masters 3
Oh, he did grab him over the wall. That's adorable.
Didn't have any answers to deal with this really this really tanky front line. They just couldn't get through it to get to that back line and follow up on YOLO's CC.
Yeah, and to be fair, YOLO hit some fantastic engages. The last team fight where OMG won was YOLO getting like a 4-man knock-up with a Lulu ult on him. Just no way to get past what is a ridiculously big Poppy and an Alistar with the ultimate there. They couldn't extend the fights past 7 seconds, so Alistar was always going to be a tank and a problem.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Icon was just able to get more long-range damage down from safe portions of the map as well. We saw that when Icon fell down first up, it was OMG looking in disarray. They just tried to kite back, made sure that they weren't going to be in too much trouble. As soon as Icon's still alive in these fights, OMG look like they're ready to do battle. It's just ridiculous. So the difference between these teams, and it just shows that OMG understands that, I mean, if we don't have Icon, if we don't have our main damage source across an entire team, then we just don't fight. It's easy as that.
Yeah, it really is. It's just like M3, they did nothing in that game. It really frustrated me. I was watching them play. They get ahead. They had a really good early game. They do nothing with that early game, bank on late game team fighting, and they don't execute effectively. It just frustrated me to watch, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, and is it them just not utilizing the fact that Savoki and PentaQ got so far ahead early on, but then just couldn't translate that at all?
I think it was more so that neither of these teams really understood where they needed to be on the map, and OMG were just mechanically superior in their 5v5, like the execution that Rusty is talking about.
Well, look, that is going to do it for game number 1. But ladies and gentlemen, there is still possibly another couple of games to go in M3 versus OMG. We are going to go to a short break, but when we get back, game number 2 coming right at you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. The MVP is going to go to SMLZ, as you see on your screen. That guy got put in an absolute hole at the start of the game. Not entirely sure why he got MVP, but he went 4-1-11, so his scoreline looked good. How about that, guys?
Who is voting?
I don't know, but they've got one right, I think.
That's not
Flat
not
out.
not an MVP.
Yeah, I'm going to say just bad choice.
Puts down.
Yeah.
I refuse. Doesn't count.
All right, so
Taking it out.
Rusty, who actually gets the MVP?
Icon.
Icon.
Absolutely.
Icon. We are definitely on the Icon hype train. Like, this is like, we are set to go. Like, poop, Icon hype train, let's do it. I'm definitely on it because, man, he's just shown that he's got another string in his bow. This guy can play assassins. We definitely established that. His Ari looks great, LeBlanc looks great, Zed looks great, wants to go in, kill single target, get the heck out. But now, the consistent damage of this Victor, he stood up to the laning phase of the oppressive Lulu. I mean, we saw Raphael had like a very lane phase style build. Still, gets those late game fights, consistent damage, super awesome. This OMG mid laner, prodigy. I don't know,
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah, look, he's really good. He's just a really good mid laner. I'm just very happy to see him actually performing. As a new player to come in and to be this good is just overwhelming almost to watch unfold.
Yeah.
OMG, we always said the fundamental problem they're going to have is not bringing in this natural talent and bringing in new talent from the Chinese scene in particular and trying to build them up to be great. So it's a very extended period of time that it takes to make them good. Somehow they've just found Icon who just comes straight in and destroys everybody. So really is playing to the strengths of OMG. And I just want to quickly say Jiang as well has actually been really good in that particular game. He set them up for team fights where they probably couldn't have won.
Yeah, and like him getting ganked there as well in the top lane, so cute using the ultimate, getting rid of the two people that were just like wanting to come in and gank. There was an Abyssal Voyage there to the top lane, and then he said, nope. Just smacked his R button down. Two people gone. But we are into Champion Select for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Masters 3 going to be on our blue side this time around as OMG going to have 2 extra picks second time around. Corki once again going to be banned as Kalista and Lee Sin going to hit the bench as Masters 3 remove both of those. See what OMG decide to take away next. Of course, we saw Gangplank slip entirely through the draft, I believe, last time around.
Yep.
So we'll see whether that happens once again. Only 95.2 now, as after that game, Rise is going to actually pick up the top spot. Underneath Alistair, of course, 100% pick ban rate.
We don't even count him as top spot anymore. He's just contested.
Yeah, he's just always there. It's like permanent.
There's Alistar and then everyone else.
Yeah, damn right. Poppy is going to be the last ban here for Masters 3, though. And it means that either Rise or Gangplank or Alistair or Lulu.
So they'll ban Rise.
Yeah, I think Rise might have to be banned here as...
Which means Alistar will be first picked by M3.
Yep.
You would think.
Or they just throw the gambit, you know? Ban Aatrox. And then just let it all through.
No.
Why? Do you reckon they'll probably want to pick Aatrox?
No.
Okay, well, Rise is going to be banned away. Exactly how you said. Alistair looking to be first picked. And it's all boring. I just really wanted that Aatrox ban. Unfortunate stuff.
No.
It's moments like that you want Insect to be the top laner for Masters 3, just randomly pick Rengar.
We could actually get an Aatrox, man, if that was the case. Jesus. Well, YOLO.
More important is the
Probably
second
will lock this in.
rotation from OMG and if they're going to pick up Lulu. Still going with that Graves. So fun fact about Tron is obviously Lee Sin is his primary jungler. When it's banned, he's been showing a favoritism for Graves. He typically plays AD carry as his second position in solo queue, so he's either practicing Lee Sin or he's playing an AD carry anyway. So I feel like Graves really helped him out as the meta shifted.
Sort of fits in, and I like the Lulu being picked up here by OMG. We know that Xiang more than happy to play the champion, so a definite flex pick there for OMG. As Scenery now forced to go into a different champion. Looks like he might be picking up from where Kid may have left off with the Gragas Hover, but we'll see what they do decide to actually lock in here on the side of M3. Might need to make some drastic changes in their draft in order to find a victory here, because it just looked like OMG were all over them when it came to that teamfight phase, despite how well M3 did in the lane phase. And Alistair is most definitely a good start. We'll see what they do to complement it.
I'm going for the Ezreal this early just shows what PentaQ wants to do in the team. And that is just, you know, casually get to the late game. I really feel like that makes for a very difficult mid game against OMG, who can react very well.
Yeah,
We
well.
just last second swapped Quinn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
is this like is the spirit of Spirit now back in the LPL? That might be a Quinn jungle there for scenery. Potentially over to YOLO there in the top lane as well. And, you know, Raphael could play it. So Quinn actually currently able to be played in basically 4 different positions as Icon.
I can feel Rusty
Considering what else he
tensing
wants
up.
to play.
Lock it in.
Oh, no, that's a letdown. Well, it is going to be possibly the wife steal bottom lane here for OMG. So they are saving Icon's pick until last. I think the likelihood of an assassin pick is definitely higher, though, now.
You couldn't see
Now that
it,
he's on red side.
but Rusty actually sat full upright.
Yeah,
and
I
just
was like, what?
tensed.
It was a full clench. Yeah,
It's going to be
ready.
Lulu mid, you would have to assume anyway, though, to be fair.
Nah, Xiang will be playing that. I mean, that's his champion.
Okay.
That's how I feel.
As
it's,
Just his
WECA.
champion.
yeah, no, it's just he's picked it. You know.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, I just believe in the fact that Icon's not going to be playing Lulu because the idea just bores the heck out of me.
Okay.
And Xiang, of course, being formerly a mid sub and support player, definitely knows the ins and outs of the champion. Can put it to great use
I
there on
think
the
it
top side.
feels that Cool gets benched again. So the thing is Cool injured himself in 2014. He had an eye injury, and so while he was on the bench, Young played mid for OMG. And now that Cool has been benched again, Xiang doesn't get to play mid. I mean, I definitely think that Icon is the superior mid laner, but
He's probably frustrated.
he put his time in.
Well, it is looking like it's not going to be the Quinn jungle as Rek'Sai is going to be locked in. So Quinn for the top lane there in the hands of YOLO, as it is going to be Victor picked up for Raphael. The man that put it in vogue in the first place here in the LPL is going to be once again on the champion. See how he does go in OMG now with their opportunity to counterpick.
I remember that
Damn it, you're right, Rusty.
when they just started randomly winning games
Yeah.
because of the Victor.
Damn right,
And it was pretty
Raphael the
much
god.
every time in the Tri-Brush, Chaos
Mm-hmm.
Storm.
I mean,
Our
I'm
Lord
not
and
against
Savior.
Thank you for the
Icon.
throwback, Alice.
I feel like they should just put Jiang on the Lulu. If they pick a top laner, I want it to have some form of crowd control to complement 5. They run a very weird team composition if they don't. Team fighting is very delicate and hard to execute.
Yeah, they are going to lock it in though, so it is going to be Jiang on the Tom Kench there in the top lane, having to deal now with YOLO's Quinn up there. Lots of damage coming out from Master 3 though, lots of like sort of non-committal poke to come out at the same time. There's lots of long-range abilities to just be thrown from this team. And then the massive amount of knockups from that Rek'Sai and the Alistar. I do like what they've put together. OMG's side, however, with the Lulu, able to make anyone into a tank. I like Lulu plus Graves just in general, so they've got a fair bit of damage there. But we'll see whether Jiang is going to be able to deal with this Quinn in the top lane.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really a big fan, like Rusty said, of taking Tom Finch here. And I also feel if Icon is your primary carry, why put him in a support role when Xiang is shown comfort and proficiency on that Lulu in the top lane?
Yeah, however, looking down the lineups, you can see SMLZ in 5 now with the Thresh Lucian into the Alistar Ezreal. Sort of a switch around from what happened last game. We'll see whether they're going to be able to have as much pressure on M3 as M3 had on them. But our coaches are going to shake hands. Let's get on to the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2 between OMG and M3. M3 now on our blue side, with YOLO on the Quinn heading up towards that top side.
Standard 5-point. We haven't seen, actually OMG lane swap about 50% of the time. Masters 3 not so much, but we've seen, I think, standard lanes all night so far.
We have. It's because Snake's not playing. the only team to
Or
really want a
QG.
lane swap. Yeah.
QG
They're
lane
next.
swaps 9 out of 11 games.
Really?
Yep.
Man,
They
wouldn't
lane
have
swap a
known.
lot.
They're really good in
I feel like
standard
they get
lanes
lane
too.
swapped on a lot.
Yeah, the stat is played into a lane swap. It's not necessarily activated or initiated, the lane swap.
Well, how do you actually know whether they initiated it?
Well, I watch the games, and if I see a
If the AD carry and support
discrepancy.
are not in the bottom lane, generally they've swapped.
Yeah, but I mean, what if it's just like the double fake out? You know?
They've still swapped, right?
Yeah, that's true. Okay, good point. M3 though, looks like they are actually considering a bit of a lane swap here as Savoki
we
and
talk
Penskew
about
towards
it.
the top side. Yeah, so that would be M3 initiating the lane swap.
But how do we know that they're not?
You see, I don't know, Rusty. I don't know. I'm glad that you brought that up because it surprises me as YOLO is going to head towards this bottom side.
Well, it makes sense for Masters 3. I don't know why anytime in Ezreal. Like, you should always lane swap your Ezreal. That guy does not do well in lanes. We saw that last
cute.
game.
It's also a Quinn into a Tahm Kench, which I feel like would have favored the Quinn. But they opted to getting a better matchup for the AD carry this time around, opposed to the better matchup for the top laners. Quinn has a better chance of farming in a lane swap also, opposed to Tahm Kench, if they want him to lane, which is always a risk.
Yep.
Just another option.
You can see Xiang now heading over with Xuan just to try and get as much farm as he possibly can. 5 now just trying to make his presence known here in the jungle, but a little bit late towards that red buff.
Trying to figure out where. Is he... Do you see him?
No. Noticed that all the camps were missing though, so I think someone was here. But he just didn't quite see him.
I hope that's how he sounds, honestly. Like that. That'd be the best voice for a player to have.
There's something on the wing. I don't think there's anything that actually has wings here.
But it looks like we're going to have a 3VO on both sides, possibly a 4VO if the junglers decide to join them. But typically it's just the top laner, this iteration of this particular lane swap. Curious who they're going to give the experience to. 9 times out of 10, it is that solo top laner to make sure they don't fall too far behind.
You can see a bit of extra turret damage now available.
Scenery's come mid.
Yeah, looking for it. Gets the knock-up actually onto Icon here. Lots of burst damage. Forces the flash, but it's not going to be enough. As First Blood goes down, Scenery grabs the kill. And the slight change-up to the lane swap strategy working out really nicely here for M3 in the early game.
And Icon just not really respecting his strong side of the map, posturing incorrectly on the lane, and is punished for it.
I mean, honestly, even Xuan was nearby, but again, that lack of respect you mentioned. Mid laners are always assuming they're left alone on these islands, and Icon, knowing that Xuan was nearby, probably felt overconfident. But he pays for that.
And M3 continuing to push here towards the top side as well, as this tower going down to about half health. Xiang is just going to try his very best, gets the reset on the wave as well. He's now going to hold that one up. So the Tahm Kench at least going to be able to grab some farm here towards the bottom side of the map, but you can see that inner turret taking a lot of fire. See what M3 decide to do next, whether they just rotate this goon squad around and destroy the rest of this one, because right now, I mean, Xiang has at least got the wave in a nice position.
Yeah, and that's kind of the biggest difference is that OMG traded Masters 3 traded advantage on the wave for trying to chip away at that second tier inner tower.
Teleport is going to come in, so YOLO now going to be here.
Wow.
Shove this wave into turret.
Obviously, they feel a bit more safe overextending with Ezreal and Alistar in the top lane versus trying to send Quinn up there and giving her now this 1v1 against Tahm Kench that Rusty was talking about.
Oh, looks pretty happy about it as well, as he manages to hit the blind. Ooh, Death
Good
Sentence
hook.
going to land on a Raphael. Takes
Oh,
the
no.
land at the same time, but he just flashes the other way. Oh my goodness! Is it going to be enough? As 5 flashes forward, but can't quite get there. Man, Raphael so close to falling down, but does escape with his life.
Cute little trap setup. That is the primary wave clear. That said, taking up all of that tower and with Scenery in position, they're not able to transition that into any sort of damage on the tower, but Xuan will walk into his jungle and take some tasty raptors.
But he took the lantern from Xuan. Icon was there. Xuan was not. Like, he can't get over these walls. He's a Graves. That's a lot of burst that went missing, and Raphael manages to live because of that. Sure, he gets lane pressure, but 300 extra gold would have been nice in the back pocket.
Damn right
It
it
goes
would've.
awry.
He does have about a kill's worth of CS ahead, though, of Raphael. So things probably not going too badly here for Icon so far in the mid lane as he picks up a Fiendish Codex on his next back. You're right, though. Raphael able to pick up a bunch more as he's got the Ghost and Flash now on cooldown. Scenery moving up towards that top side of the map.
They
Also,
have to
yeah.
expect this.
Absolutely.
Oh, there's the Flash pulverized, though, as SMLZ going to get smashed back, and 5 knew exactly where he was going, throws out the Lantern, and man, this guy's playing well.
Yeah, he is. Game 1, Alistair, fantastic disengage every single time on YOLO, and a beautiful prediction on the Lantern, but Scenery looking for the reach around.
Yeah, wants to find even more. Gets flayed back, but there's the Flash knockup. Of course, no tower here as OMG forced to run as far away as possible. Nice piercing light to get some extra damage down as SMLZ, with the help of the teleport, trying to continue in here. The heal goes down. 5 might actually be in trouble, but they may be able to get something back. Still wanting more as SMLZ's darting around. Schwen makes his way in, dashes all the way forward. Heals has to be used on the side of M3, and up comes Icon. Can he get here in time? As there's the damage onto Savoki, he headbutts in, but there's the dash, and SMLZ picks up the kill. Now Icon finds his way in. PentaQ now in trouble, as there's the dash around, but Schwen, it doesn't work like that, man, but that's going to be the double kill. The piercing light's going to pick up the Ezreal.
And in the end, OMG come out on top, feeding their gold and kills onto that SMLZ.
Skirmishes, man. Skirmishes and team fights. OMG.
Reactionary play.
Yeah, they
it
look
was
so good.
communication above all else. Though 5 actually killed himself for the teams to get a kill. I was wondering what the hell he was doing, but it's because Schwen was nearby and Icon was rotating that he even looked to flay Savoki, bait them to go back in, and even Scenery using a tunnel to get the next knock-up. They had no way to escape afterwards.
5 looks so much more confident in lane than he did last year. Again, this is the same guy, amazing, now renamed to 5. Laned with Uzi last year, laned with SMLZ this year, and looks like a completely different player.
Yeah.
It says a lot about a support that can make his team look great. More than one that makes himself look great. It's kind of the job of a support, you would assume, but
Yeah. I actually think that's a really good way of describing it.
Have you met Dada 7?
when you watch Mad Life play, you think
don't
of
want
Mad
to.
Life, you don't think of his AD carry as well.
Respect the Dada. He went to Worlds.
Just don't even. It's enough out of you now, Frostgrunners. Schwen trying to pay a visit into the enemy jungle. Hasn't quite been counter jungle in Clearlove style this time around, but M3 hasn't really been letting him. 500 gold now the lead for OMG after that previous skirmish. And what was a game that was looking a whole lot better for M3. That early gank onto Icon, doing good things. Xiang now paying a visit here to the jungle. And Schwen going to make his way in as well. Just tanks up a turret shot and then heads on out. Interesting maneuver. Death Ray not going to find Icon. He's skipping around this one quite nicely here in the mid lane.
M3 have got a very weird strategy to put in place here.
Oh, the fake
I'm
out.
going to get you. They have a ward deeper than where...
Oh, he blocks it.
The
Denies
pink
the
is
cannon
too.
creep. Beautiful stuff. Sorry, continue.
They have a ward deeper than where the pink is in the tri-bush, so they had some knowledge. M3, they just have to respect the bait regardless. Because if someone's there, they will die. Not having many summoners themselves, particularly on Savoki.
Trying to get YOLO involved, however, sitting off in the flanks, but he was spotted out by that ward.
Yep. As our observer so kindly pointed out.
Bait the pink ward.
Oh, ho, ho. They don't fall for it, though, as another ward does go down. Placed here by 5 as he's going to move back towards his turret now. They understand that they have the long lane to deal with. And Schwen's all the way on the bottom side of the map, so just gathering as much farm as he possibly can. Scenery's going to make his way in. Icon going to speed himself up, gets out of the way of the knock-up. There's the wild growth. So they do get a cooldown, but it's not the flash. It's not the long ones that they really want.
Icon's mechanics are just so
He's
impressive.
really good. Have we mentioned that? I think we've mentioned that.
I'm just very... I haven't been this excited about a mid laner since pretty much Wayless came out of his rookie split, but Icon is performing much better than Wayless did in his rookie split.
Yeah, I think for me, the last time I felt as excited was when GA first started playing for WE. Yeah.
Thought you were going to say MSI.
No, IEM.
That was when he did something, to be fair.
Yeah.
Siege continuing in the top lane for Masters 3 right here. Icon is looking at the rotation, but they are going to be able to chip away at this tower from all of the damage that they did in the previous lane swap.
Yeah, true. A lot of wave clear, though, as OMG do clear it up. PentaQ now moving back down. Icon not able to move forward here. He's defending this turret.
He could very easily get pushed off of this, but I think Masters 3 are a little bit cautious knowing that the majority of OMG are behind them.
Icon actually, dangerous play. Gets a Glitter Lance over the team and understands that everyone is there transitioning towards the mid lane.
Did that play the Jaws theme song?
Yeah, that was a bit of a Jaws theme song there for a second. I liked it. It's confused. Is that what happens when you use the
I don't play Rek'Sai.
the pool party Rek'Sai?
Eureka with the pool party, it makes the shark alarm.
That is amazing.
The shark hops on a jet ski when you ult for no reason as well. Yeah.
That's important to know.
Can we just take a second to appreciate how good Jiang is playing this laning phase right now as well? Against a Quinn, 26 CS ahead and growing, because he didn't go for Balmy Cinder. He went for Boots of Swiftness and now working towards components of items, but what that means is he can actually freeze and he isn't going to naturally push.
Yeah, just holds onto it. And as well, it seems like YOLO has been feeling the pressure to make a play around this map, whereas Jiang's just been like, I'm going to chill down here and do nothing.
Such a big CS difference, and there's no excuse right now for YOLO. He was in the long lane and had no choice but to lose farm. Didn't take any risks, but really, we've seen Xuen the entire time.
Well, Jiang's now going to make a proactive play as he teleports in here. Descent's not going to find YOLO. Can they get any more as Xuen? He is going to lock down the kill with the collateral damage, and YOLO is going to fall. OMG now with a 4-stack here towards the top side, grab an easy outer turret.
Beautiful play from OMG right there. Masters 3 now on the back foot as this gold lead is about to open up even farther. Meanwhile, mid lane.
Yeah, Xuen actually just moving around Raphael. There's the wild growth. He has to flash out of the way. And man, dominance asserted from this Lulu in the mid lane.
It's now a question of where OMG are going to go next. Looks like they're going to continue to siege onto this top tier tower, or never mind, Icon's backing.
This lead has just grown out of proportions for no real reason. Look at the CS discrepancies on every single role.
5 once again offers a lantern. They transition pretty easily into Harold. 13 minutes in this game, and yeah, you're right, 3,000 gold, and you look at 3,000, you think, oh, that's not very much, but this is 13 minutes. I mean, that actually means a fair bit more. The scenery can't quite find the smite. The tunnel comes down, that's good, but Xuen's just going to quick draw over the wall. YOLO's here trying to get some more damage back, and they can't follow up on the Rek'Sai kill. But OMG now just understand, we're strong, let's fight.
And I like how Icon timed his back right there. Fortunately for Xiang, he did lose a lot of health right there. Likewise, he's been sitting on a pretty sizable amount of gold, but using the Empowered Recall, making sure that Lulu's backs have timed with the fact that this Baron buff is up and running. Except they're not going to use it mid lane, which is where I wanted them to do. OMG, so close, yet so far.
Only a Herald, to be fair. Victor still has the wave clear.
Yep.
Did I call it a Baron buff?
Yeah.
Herald buff.
It looks the same.
Oh, man, Harold.
PentaQ's just going to get eaten. Xiang wants to see what he can do against this Ezreal. Gets flashed on, licked to death, and PentaQ gets 1v1 by the Tahm Kench.
Consistently, OMG are picking up these passive advantages by taking the kills or getting the reactionary plays, as we are going to see the replay.
But it's so not, like...
But think about it this way. If this was QG, if you find these kills, it's because they're contesting for an objective.
Yeah.
And they just kill someone, and then they take the objective.
Honestly, the look on his face was, why is PentaQ here? I don't understand. Like, he's just giving me money. Stop it.
But OMG aren't gaining any sort of structural advantage off of this. Obviously, it'll come to a head in time because they'll just use their gold value and just kind of roll over the top of Masters 3, but...
That goes two ways, though, because, again, like, there is zero reasons for PentaQ to be in that spot. You're giving them free money. Yeah. Like, there's no objective that they're working towards. It's PentaQ going, what's over in this tri-bush? Oh, look, a Tahm Kench, I'm dead. Like, it's actually nothing.
We've got information, guys. Tahm Kench is in the bottom lane.
He's
been in the bottom lane all game. Oh, really? Oh, crap. All right. Well, at least we still know that, guys. Cool.
The point stands, yes,
Yep.
QG would fight for objectives, but like in a situation like that, no one needs to fight for anything if you're gifted the kill.
Yeah. And as well, I mean, OMG probably feeling pretty good about their team fights towards the later stages of the game. Probably happy just to keep this game in laning phase because it's working out so nicely for them. Icon as well, continuing to have a lead here in the mid lane. Frost Queen's claim completed. So they're going for an aggressive move here in the mid lane. Frost Queen's claim, as we mentioned, going down as Icon positioned very aggressively. Gravity field there, but they're going to avoid it. And Xiang's just going to eat the Victor. See you later. Schwing going to pick up the kill there as he's also tanking the turret, but they are going to deal with it now. And OMG just moving up the mid lane.
But there we go. This is what I wanted from OMG.
Whoa. Is it just when he's underwater? Underground water. Oh, so cute. True Shot Barrage to try and clear out this wave, but it's not going to clear it too well. YOLO's here. They've got a fair bit of damage. Massive knockups onto Xiang, but he's so tanky. Just takes himself a Lantern 5 there as well. Does have the box to put down. And OMG haven't lost anyone. They're just trying to stack up as much wave clear as possible and get this turret down. M3 successfully disengaged, though.
SMLZ was just hitting the tower as his team decided to dive. Interesting.
This is one of those games where the lead at 16 minutes is so large that they're disrespecting their opponents.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that dive was absolutely not necessary, but it was also not really a risk of dying. So they just do it. It's what you do when you're this far ahead.
SMLZ as well, he's 50 CS ahead. So it's the same as the matchup the previous game. SMLZ seems to be going even further though. He's approximately 1,800 gold in the lead. So that's a lot of the gold lead now just in the AD carries as M3 do manage to get a nice double knock up here as the Wild Growth comes down onto Icon 5 here as well, but the teleport's coming in. Xiang just going to be a big frog in the back of this fight as Scenery in a bunch of trouble. See whether M3 can regroup and try and get some damage down. Of course, Raphael's going to get slowed down. Xiang trying to get something done. Pentakill in a whole host of trouble. SMLZ going to lock down the cow, and now they're going to be able to push forward. A bit split on both fronts, but it doesn't seem to matter. They've just got so much damage. Shutdown comes in onto the Rek'Sai, and OMG, they're just all over M3.
But there's no reason for this. Masters 3 are frankly just floundering right now. They know that they're behind, and so why are you face-checking into OMG's side of the jungle and then just extending a fight like that with so many global presence on OMG's side?
Yeah, absolutely not necessary, but also a risk that they were willing to take at this point in the game, recognizing they're behind.
Yeah, they just need to get a pick somewhere, right?
Yeah, sometimes all that's left is to fight. And that's what they did try to do there. Of course, OMG now extending their lead further. Objectives starting to fall. Spells a lot of bad things as Scenery thinks he's on OMG.
Yeah, well, he's just going to die here as Icon's going to pick up that kill. Nice double knock up at his OMG. Still with some very low health bars. Savoki tanking up a lot of the members of OMG with the ultimate, but it is going to be SMLZ that locks down the kill. YOLO's going to die. Double kill now for the Lucian as he eventually does fall down. Pentakill grabs that one. Now the hero Ezreal trying to do the best that he can as he does pick up a double, but the rest of M3 just going to continue dying.
They doubled their kill value, Frosker, and you calm down over there, right?
Yeah,
They're putting in work now.
It'll never happen again, though.
If they double it next fight.
Because OMG have now spent all of that gold that they just acquired pushing down through that base.
Yeah.
Wait, did SMLZ just finish off a rapid fire cannon and grab a BF sword?
Spent all of that gold that they had just acquired.
Yeah, okay, good point. But that's a lot more gold than I was expecting, Proskurin.
The only reason they got kills in that fight from M3 was that they hadn't spent. To be fair, they overstayed their welcome.
It was Masters 3 recognizing that they were finally stronger.
Or at least closer to even, yeah.
Yeah. Well, still very, very dangerous stage of the game as OMG. 10,000 gold in the lead before 20 minutes. In fact, at about 17 minutes, I believe they're about 10,000 ahead. So OMG sort of just pulling this lead after what was a decent attempt at making the early game moving in the right direction, at least for M3, by getting that extra gank onto Icon.
But look at the difference in caliber between these two teams. And this is Group A versus Group B, both the 5th place team. But OMG, again, they've only lost to the top 3 teams in the league, QG, EDG, and RNG. Do they look like the 5th place team?
No. Well, they look like a team higher than M3 right now, and you mentioned them both being at the same point in their respective groups. Shows the power of the group that OMG has made their way out of.
I think it's just really unfortunate that OMG are seated in a group with a surprisingly performing Invictus Gaming. But hold on.
Yeah, well,
Nice
there's a massive
engage.
knock up there from Savoki. This could be the best option that M3 have. Wild Growth already come out, as there's the culling to come in as well. PentaQ has managed to pick up a kill, but he's going to sacrifice himself for it as OMG, they've traded 1 for 1 so far, and they may not be able to engage like that again on the side of M3.
Yeah. Just mechanically, I think OMG are just superior at this point.
They're just too far ahead in gold, let's be honest. 11k at 21 minutes. They can just walk their way through this base. If Icon is sitting mid lane, that sums it up perfectly because the rest of the side, they can push top, they can poke their heads around.
Well, Shred's going to get engaged on and gets eaten by Xiang, which is exactly what he needs to do. Icon trying to do the best that he can around the side here, but they do successfully defend. What was that cheeky little super creep doing hanging out at that turret? That was weird.
Pulled over by the mid lane. It's Icon drawing pressure.
I liked it.
But again, frankly, OMG are seated where they are simply because they have the harder group of the two. EDG, RNG, a surprisingly performing Invictus Gaming, particularly Rookie, and Vici Gaming, all in their group. If they were in Group A,
Have you seen the video
that's easily a third place team.
of the sloth that gets picked up and then it says, "I believe I can fly," like as he gets carried across the road? That is what YOLO is right now in this Quinn. He gets picked up and just like acts like the sloth, just extends his arms.
Yeah.
He's flying around, but he's still a sloth. It's not actually doing anything.
Yeah, his bird jetpack ain't really working.
I think he just likes to play really fast champions.
You know what goes fast? Rammus probably would have been better.
Yeah.
He tried that, it didn't work out.
He's going to get slowed down here as well.
Or
Throws a
Lulu.
bit more towards the enemy team, but OMG just trying to shove as many lanes as they possibly can, drawing pressure towards the bottom side. Might spell a Baron. There's 5 and Schwen hanging around the area.
They need SMLZ, but he's too busy farming creeps, pushing the way forward.
Standard SMLZ.
Well, it was good that he pushed the way forward, but yeah, guy farms a lot.
Yep, True Shot Barrage is going to scout the Baron. They do see that there are members waiting around. And Jiang's just going to split push on the bottom side of the map. So Tom Kench, pretty massive now, building what looks like a Nashor's tooth as his third item.
That's so good. Get him, Xiang.
Well, he
That's
managed
so
to get a
good.
solo kill, so he's like, yeah, I'm building damage,
That
boys.
is so disrespectful.
Is it as disrespectful as a Guardian Angel and a QSS on Thresh?
It's up there. It's not far off.
Nice. I
In
just
the
wanted
draw
to,
comparisons.
I wanted to put it in my sort of
Gauge
the
it,
ladder
yeah.
in my head. Yeah.
Here we go, though. Masters 3 trying to face check this Dark Baron. Scenery is pretty much their only hope of getting a steal.
Yeah, they are going to pull out of the way. M3 have actually split up the OMG teamfight, but Jiang's going to make his way in. Raphael going to get eaten and delivered to the OMG squad. Is it going to be enough as he throws down the AoE, but he's going to die for it. Schwen picks up a kill as SMLZ's grabbed one at the same time. Pentague gets turned into a little critter as 5's down here. And SMLZ actually locks down that kill. Pentague does manage to pick up 5, but Scenery now just running around. He stops in the middle of the lane because he knows that he's dead. That's the ace coming in, and that is going to be the game for OMG. The team that just look, frankly, like they outclass M3 on almost every level, apart
And
from maybe the very early game.
You talked about how Masters 3 kind of separate OMG in the beginning of that team fight until Xiong came in with his Tom Kench ultimate. But it was actually Masters 3 on the back half getting really split up. Victor and Ezreal not together. Ezreal, Raphael did so much damage across OMG, and there were so many low health bars, but PentaQ was fighting up on the top.
No one to peel. That's the problem. Raphael just gets ran at by Xiang on this Tom Kench until he gets eaten. It's honestly just that simple. YOLO's not going to be able to do a single thing in this game. If a Quinn's behind, if an Ezreal's behind, they're non-factors. So 5 goes in, Xiang goes in. They pick
Yeah.
up Raphael really easily.
Well,
Look at
everyone was
those two
trying to
hitting
kill
him.
Icon.
Scenery and PentaQ, just,
Oh, God.
they
Back
do not
massages.
look nearly as cohesive in their target identification as OMG.
We got attack speed as well. Now she's 2 Tom Kench. Putting in work.
Icon got the attention of 3 people that fight and just ran away.
I thought for sure we're going to come back and the game would be over.
Well, 2 inhibitors are down. It's looking pretty close. Pentague is going to check.
He had to finish his banner
Baron
of command
one more
first.
time.
Oh, got
Yeah.
it.
Thank God we got that on Tom Kench.
Oh,
Jeez.
yeah. What the heck? Is that a... I don't even remember what that dang item's called. Ardent Sensor that Icon's managed to pick up here on the Lulu as well. So...
Oh, can you all just chill out?
Yeah, that's good. Good. We look at the Banner of Command and we think this is a silly item. I'm pretty sure it's been built across the world on like every top laner.
Yeah, but
now that it's all about...
specifically built it because the game was over in his eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
Along with the Stinger.
Oh no, that's to build the very standard Nashor's Tooth. Just because, you know, you like the attack speed, the extra magic damage on hit. You know, I could probably see why that would work.
Explain it to me, Atlas.
And you know, cooldown reduction.
You know what?
That's
Explain
good.
the Ardent Sensor.
Yeah.
The Ardent Sensor, so
Why
that it
is that
makes
there?
SMLZ gigantic whenever he puts a shield on him. That makes sense. That's legit.
Gives him attack speed.
Yeah. Heaps
On
of
a
it,
Every
Lucian.
time you shield him, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Super attack speedy Lucian guy.
Can't wait to go into solo queue and see that one.
Really, can't you?
So excited.
Doesn't sound like a great idea, because it may not work, but look, we'll see. Icon,
Now he
doing
just
still
has
pretty
to
well.
shield him, right? Like every time.
Yeah, well, he attacks pretty fast now. Did you know Ardent Sensor gives attack speed? You know, even without that Ardent Sensor, I think he's still ahead in gold by about 3k. So it's basically irrelevant. As
Banner
that
of
smite
Command.
does so little damage to that siege minion. That's a raid boss in unto itself. It's like, do you want to do Baron or do you want to take down this siege minion? I'd rather do Baron, as there's the culling. PentaQ takes a lot of damage from that one. Look at how huge this Lucian is as he's spinning around, gets eaten by the Tahm Kench, and I'm pretty sure this game is over. Pretty ridiculous stuff from OMG as they're playing with their food. YOLO is going to fall down. The Nexus is going to be the next cab off the rank. And OMG, they definitely don't look like a 5th place team. You're exactly right, Frosker. And this team definitely looking a whole lot better than that. We'll see whether they can continue to pick up victories and solidify a higher position in the rankings, especially in their group.
Well, what's concerning is that top 4 go into playoffs. It's going to be the top 8 teams. And so I assumed that OMG would start to rise to the standings as soon as we saw some cross-play. Group
Yeah.
A playing against Group B. But unfortunately, if they can't make it connect in their own group, it's unfortunate that they're in this group. Group A, I think they'd be a 3rd place team. I think they're better than Snake.
Think they're better than Snake?
Yep.
Well, they're better than
Dangerous
Snake now
stuff.
anyway, right? Like,
Yep.
realistically, they've really come into form at the moment. So if they can continue this form, Game 2 we don't even really count past 10 minutes. It was just game over and they played with confidence. But Game 1 was a really big showing from these guys. I feel like OMG, they can take it to the best teams in their group right now.
Yeah, damn right. And I guess, like, actually, if we look back to where OMG have fallen down in their previous games, of course, EDG, it was very, very early map rotation that was able to get them into that series, get ahead, and then stay ahead with Pawn moving around the map, getting towards that bottom lane and really punishing OMG. But OMG in a position where they can sort of just navigate the very early game and then just control the rest of the play, they look really, really strong.
I don't think using the word control is necessarily appropriate for OMG. OMG are winning through reactive team fighting. For whatever reason, this in-development rotation, in terms of like player rotation team, is just really good at 5v5ing, which shouldn't be that unfamiliar in the LPL, the Chinese region in particular.
Yeah.
But the thing is the elite teams in the LPL, there's no really standout macro-oriented team. So stylistically, there's not kind of the paper to their rock.
Is this sort of just what happens when you have so many teams that have so many Korean players on the roster? The fact that communication
That
isn't
they don't
necessarily
know how to macro play?
Well, no. It's not necessarily that. It's just the communication that you have. You saw the fact that OMG able to navigate team fights so incredibly well. They all speak the same language. They're all able to communicate very instantly with one another with no barriers at all.
I don't think that's really worth a consideration.
Bit of a reach, maybe?
QG are the team fighting team.
Yep.
They have Koreans on their roster. EDG have always been very good at team fighting. They've got Koreans on their roster. I think it's not about how you communicate in terms of languages. It's how you actually communicate in terms of team fighting. Effective, clear communication in a team fight. Think of high shot calling as a perfect example. If teams can be like that, then they can team fight better. OMG just seem to have a very clear-cut strategy when they're in team fights. Could be from the coaching staff, even if it's a rotating roster, that they're told this is how you team fight. Language helps, certainly, but I feel like even the mixed language teams speak in English and it's easy.
Yeah, well, That's a good point. I actually do quite like how OMG have been able to sort of clean up what are messy situations, but MVP is going to come in. Jiang playing a fantastic Tahm Kench. You have to remember that solo kill onto PentaQ. And 3-0-12. This guy was a pretty big frog, and we questioned that pick for the top lane. Was the final lock-in here for OMG, but did pretty fantastic things in that game.
Again, frankly, I think it's just a situation where the rosters across every position were skewed and who was just a superior player.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it
Things
started
look
at
quite
level
nice.
1, though. Honestly, they played the map better. The second that they played the map, OMG, they found a lead, and it was from that deficit that Masters 3 had no way to get back in, and OMG just snowballed the game from there. So the champion pick aside, they got far enough ahead from playing the map that it became irrelevant what their champion pick was. He was just a frontline member.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you mentioned the fact that they won that that early game as well, because M3, they managed to take down the tower much earlier on there in the top lane. They pushed all the way through, got a lot of extra damage onto the inner turret, but I think it had a lot to do with the fact that Jiang was able to hold on to that bot wave, reset it, get it pushed back into him, like you said, not building any sort of AoE items like the Balmy Cinder in order to push the wave out, and he just held onto it and got a massive lead, and YOLO couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Just
Comes
shows the
back,
power.
though, they wanted to lane swap because they had an Ezreal, but they also had a Quinn that wants the standard lane to get farm. And that's where they really ran the risk, because if you lane swap against a Tahm Kench, he's always going to be relevant. He is a Tahm Kench. He's a tank. He can eat your allies. He's going to soak up damage as an effective second health bar. Quinn needs farm. If Quinn doesn't get farm, gets behind, there's a whole host of problems for the M3 roster.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Xuen here for a little bit as well, because this guy, not on the Lee Sin, not where he's super comfortable, but played the Graves very differently to how we saw Clearlove playing the champion earlier on. And what is the difference? And he was doing a lot of damage there in the late game, but do you think this was on Xuen being a good Graves player as well?
I mean, I'm not going to go one way or the other on Xuen. I think he played the game well, but I definitely think the standouts were still Xiong and Icon in particular. He's definitely performing better on this OMG squad than he did last year for LG, particularly his Worlds performance, so there has been improvement individually, but I just think it's the other talent on the roster.
Yeah.
All right.
Even
Everyone else just good.
engages in the top lane. Icon was rotating up somehow at like a level 5 mid lane. Lulu makes no sense laning against the Victor. So 2 lane control mages. He still gets a chance to get out. Mid-game team fights, 3 members hitting him. He just walks away. I feel like Xuen looks the best when his team is winning. It was the same with LGD.
Damn right
He
it was.
looked like he was having great games. To be fair, it was because the rest of the team were winning. Imp's always ahead in lane. Perfect example. He looks like he's a really good player. He shines the brightest when his team is shining brighter than him.
Yeah, well, it seems to be how it tends to work. But Icon as well, looking fantastic in that mid lane. Plays the opposite of the matchup that he played earlier on. Sort of one of the first times that we've seen him on the Lulu as well. You know, not necessarily playing that sort of assassin flavor mid laner, because I believe he played it a little bit earlier on, but don't quote me on that. But still, looking brilliant on the champion. So we'll see whether he's going to continue to evolve, to adapt. I wonder what else he's going to play. He might just go full Doinby and start playing tanks in the mid lane as well. Just have everything, like all of the opportunities up his sleeve.
I'm actually more curious on what the finalized roster is going to be for OMG, because again, they've been rotating between Dark and Xiong in the top lane, and they've been rotating between their supports 5 and Luo. And 5, formerly known as Amazing, played great this game, but Luo played amazing yesterday. So are they going to continue to rotate
because I saw half of his Bard play, and it was garbage. I swear, he just looked like he had no idea what he was doing.
They were against QG.
Yes, still, it just did not look great. Please explain the Luo's looking good thing.
He played Thresh in the first game, I believe, and he was incredible. He was hitting so many great hooks. He was opening a lot of priority. The game was super close in QG versus OMG Game 1. That said, again, these are both reactionary team fighting teams, so it was very explosive to watch. But a big part of that was Luo on Thresh.
All right, fantastic. Well, hopefully, you know, he's going to be able to clean up the old Bard play, because I have to admit, I did step in towards like halfway through. Apparently, the beginning of that Bard series, he was playing quite well.
Yeah.
But look, I came in at the wrong time, and it just did not look like a strong performance from the guy. But you're right. I mean, a consistent roster is going to be really, really important. And we were worried at the beginning of this series, especially, that OMG wasn't looking like the same team. M3 were playing out the early game in game number 1 very, very nicely, and we'll see how it does sort of shake down, whether it is going to be sort of Xiong standing up in the mid lane, in the top lane, or whether, you know, they're going to switch the supports, or what's going to happen here.
Statistically, I want to kind of break down these teams, because what's really interesting is that Masters 3 actually have faster timers than OMG on pretty much every single thing. They get a first blood earlier, first tower earlier, first dragon earlier, everything, but they don't have a faster average game time. So to me, that suggests that Masters League, they understand how to play the early game to get rolling, which is what we saw happen. But OMG, it's indicative that nothing happens for them until they group up in their 5v5 and that they're identifying themselves as a team fighting team.
Yeah, well, we'll see exactly how they are going to work out. And if we have a look at M3, I mean, where are sort of their points of power? Where is M3 going to be able to get themselves back into a position here in the LPL? Because we have spoken about OMG a lot. Of course, they did win this very convincingly. Are there any things that M3 can leverage in order to get themselves ahead here in the LPL?
They need Scenery to literally be Condi. Like, they have no other choice. Scenery has to take every single kill, gank heavy, and constantly, and just get him to have money. Savoki is the only other person I look at on this team, so he's going to be a big carry for them. I just feel like they actually need Scenery to be massive.
And that's always so sad when it's like, we want all of our money on our support. That is going to be a difficult situation. But, ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more best of 3 series. It is going to be Xiaogu taking on Vici Gaming. It'll be right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Alice Anderson, joined by Indiana Frosker in black and Zach Rusty Pie. And we're here for our final matchup of the night. It is going to be QG taking on Vici Gaming. The big matchup, and as Rusty may have pretty adequately let us know on Twitter, the sort of Dandy versus QG matchup. Can Dandy carry them through? What do you think?
Okay, that was a bit of a joke. Let's be perfectly fair. I think there are many other members on Vici that are good. Easy Hoon is another one that comes to mind. Yes, they are all quite good team members. I do think that Dandy's a big deal, though.
Yeah, most definitely. Do you agree, Froskerin?
What?
Do you agree?
Hello.
Oh,
Hi, welcome. Welcome to the LPL.
I made it. So we've got hype matchups, Dandy versus Swift, also in the mid lane, Easy Hoon versus Doinby. Top lane, Long versus V. I actually think that they have very similar styles. Vici are sitting 3-3 right now, whereas QG still undefeated, sitting on the very top. And I frankly think that this is a bit unweighted, particularly in the bottom lane. So we'll see if, how do you say it? Uzi's, you have a nickname for him. Xiaoguzi?
Xiaoguzi, yeah.
Oh, it's Julian.
No, that's me.
Yeah.
Is it you?
It's someone. It's definitely not me. I have no idea
They're all
what's going
Australian. I actually can't tell them apart.
on. We are all the same, yeah.
Damn it.
Okay, but we don't know if Xiaoguzi is going to play, and that's really where it's not weighted very well for Vici. It's the fact that it's Endless and Caveman in that bottom lane versus either Xiaoguzi and Pekko with more.
Which, to be fair, 280 carries with the highest KDAs in the entire league are both Pico and Uzi, so it doesn't matter which one it is. I think it is weighted
One of them
for
is
QG.
clearly better, though, because Uzi has 0.6 higher KDA.
I thought it was 0.3.
One of the two, you know, 0.3,
He's also
0.6,
only played
still
2
ahead.
games.
I just really like the fact that they are like neck and neck on that particular one. But Vici, you can see not too many members of this team, only one sitting in the back there. It is going to be Vasily, but this is the standard roster that you're going to see. Long Dandy, Easy Hoon, Endless, and Caveman. We are going to see how they're going to do against what is the toughest competition in the LPL at the moment, at least on paper for now. There's Long there in the top lane. Yeah, I know. I really need to be more committal, don't I?
Yeah, just go for it.
Because Chagu just really do look like the best in the LPL.
Well,
and Dandy, this guy's been playing a heck of a lot of Graves, but a lot is going to be on his shoulders against Swift today.
Big issue for Vici is always going to be where is their primary carry. It typically has been Dandy. Easy Hoon definitely stepping up, though. I love when Easy Hoon is playing picks like Lissandra. Not that he can't play Azir, not that he can't play Corki. He's phenomenal at it, but he's just not as impactful around the map as his team needs him to be, and it's because of his bot lane, really. Endless and Caveman, they're kind of janitorial duty, but they don't step up. They're not the Uzis, they're not the Names, they're not the Wei Xiaos. They need someone to funnel into the gold and say, this is it, this is the guy that we're propping up. Where on the other side, QG, they very clearly understand who the guy they're propping up is.
They've even shown, though, if they have a Ryze as an example in the top lane, V can still hyper carry, so they've got more options, whereas I feel like Vici Lung is a good player. He can still carry if you get him on something like even Na to an extent. Easy Hoon can carry, but so can Dandy, and I feel like they're limited between the top side opposed to QG, which can flex every single position.
Yeah, QG just seems to have carries in almost every single role. We are going to have a look at that roster now. You can see them sitting at their computers ready to get
Pekko
into this game. We do see Pekko, so it is not going to be Uzi starting off. But look, fingers crossed for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We might be able to see ourselves that man in the AD carry position. And look, this side, no matter which AD carry they play, I mean, I was being a bit stupid talking about like Uzi versus Pekko because both of these players have been exceptional in their respective roles and how they play for QG. And the fantastic thing is the fact that Uzi has sort of just melded into this team. And I like the fact that you utilize the Xiaoguzi situation here because he looks different on this side than he has ever before. But it is going to be V there in the top lane. This guy has looked monstrous. Of course, you mentioned the Ryze, has recently played it. And there is Swift as well. I mean, and this is 6.1. I mean, he's already been bringing out the Nidalee. Like,
he was bringing out bans before 6.1.
Exactly. That's the scary part.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, I guess, though, to step up and perform. He's against Dandy, so
yeah, true.
Does have to show up.
Well, yeah, I think that'll be a start. Doinby there in the mid lane. He's going to be looked at up against Easy Hoon. And Pekko as well. This guy, just massive performances on the Ezreal.
They're pretty much
able to play anything, though, really.
Completely opposite players in terms of their identities. Like, Doinby is entirely about how he assists his team and how he shadows and particularly follows around Swift, whereas Easyhoon, I love when he gets around on the map on Lissandra, but he tends to just kind of sit in his lane and just consistently win it and then show up in the 5v5, 55-minute team fights. So Doinby gets active much earlier.
Yeah, and actually when Vici looked strong in their previous series this week, it was with Easyhoon moving around the map a whole lot earlier. He made it up to that top lane, using that claw fantastically on the Lissandra to really affect that gank and make sure that Vici were moving in a positive direction. And we'll see whether they are going to be able to transition from that style of gameplay where they're really getting into it earlier up here against QG. It's a tough ask for this team, but they've got a lot of power in their players. I mean, this is still a star-studded roster on the side of Vici, and we'll see whether they are going to be able to stand up to the ultimate test here against QG.
Yeah, well, it absolutely is going to be the ultimate test. And
yeah,
I'm just imagining now Easyhoon on like Snake. I just feel like he's just most suited to that roster. The 55-minute team fight, the lane swap to hide him and protect him in the middle lane.
Excellent.
Yeah, I
man,
honestly think he's now just most suited to Snake.
We could have a chat to someone, see whether we could
also
sort something out, pull some strings.
I want to talk about this. So Easyhoon looked phenomenal on Lissandra, like you said, being able to get around with his claw. The issue is trying to roam from Doinby's lane. Rusty, you bring this up all the time, that Doinby loves to burn through all of his mana pretty much 100% of the time to keep his enemy laner locked down in their lane because they're low health.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like it's just the strategy to let Swift be much more freely moving, knowing that mid, which is generally the quickest to rotate lane, is unable to do so just because they're too busy butting heads against each other.
Well, we are a champion select, ladies and gentlemen. Already, bans coming through thick and fast. LeBlanc, Nidalee, and Braum going to be taken away on the side of Vici. Banking a little bit on the Alistar first pick by the looks of things, that the Lulu and Corki are going to be taken away on the side of QG. Ryze, Gangplank, Alistar. So many picks now still available, and it is going to be the Ryze banned away, so QG leaving up the Alistar, leaving up the Gangplank. It is going to be Ali first picked here. We'll see what QG respond with.
Yeah, wow, and the Braum being taken as well means that that's actually Moore's two most comfortable champions not going to be available to him.
Almost the two champions that he's like played.
Well, yeah, like exclusively
ever.
almost. Yeah. So you might want to default back to something like the Janna even and just go full back to just Peel and just have an Ezreal Janna lane.
No, I completely agree. I do love this second rotation from the QG here, taking the Lissandra away from Easyhoon. Again, he plays phenomenally on the Azir, he plays phenomenally on the Corki, but the Lissandra is where he actually puts Vici on his back and is able to roll over the map.
Can hard engage as well, and has actually hard carried them many times on this Lissandra. They should take it.
Doinby looks, yep.
Yeah, the man is well and truly happy about whatever's going on right now.
That was more than just a yes.
Yeah, Swift, smile on his face, and we'll see whether they are going to lock in the Graves here. It does mean that Gangplank is going to slip through once again. Relatively ignored here on 6.1 for the most part.
See if Coach Ohm decides to pick that one up.
Yeah. Old Dandy hovering at Jax. See whether that is what's going to actually happen. As Easyhoon now with a few options as well. Kalista has found her way all the way through the draft. This has been something that has been banned away in every other game that we've seen so far today, and a lot of yesterday as well. Just generally, 6.1 seems to be the Kalista patch. As Poppy also snuck through, so some massive pickups here for Vici.
Yeah, wow. Like,
that's stupid.
They have Alistar, Poppy, Kalista. They can pick like anything they want now to finish the team composition.
I wouldn't be
up
surprised
and be
to see those first three champions as a ban list.
Well, yeah, no, look, it's pretty standard at the moment, I think, as a ban list. QG in response, like what they pick right now, honestly, I feel like they're just going to revert towards comfort to some extent. They kind of have to.
Q Nautilus LeBlanc.
Yeah, exactly. Nautilus top lane.
Yeah. Well, it can't
maybe
be
not LeBlanc.
Yeah, so
I was thinking
probably
Ezreal as the AD carry, and then maybe Janna.
Well, Janna is the hover here. Don't want to be thinking about that one for more. There's Caitlyn. My God, that is going back into the history books if they were to lock that one in. See what Peko does decide to go with here. But Vici, man, if there's ever sort of the first three champions that can get you into a path to success, it is the ones that they have so far. Ezreal, once again, going to be reverted back to his Moore. Going to hop on the Thresh.
I actually would have preferred the Janna. but obviously Thresh is going to give much more playmaking potential. And if there's something that you can say about the QG Reapers, it's that every single one of these players is a playmaker.
Also offers a lot more CC for a lane that Swift can then potentially gank on this Graves, which isn't going to offer a lot himself.
I mean, it's not even denying the Thresh from Vici either. He just wants to pick it himself, has an extra utility to get people in. Think of the Graves getting a Lantern to come into fights as well.
Yeah.
There is utility there.
Wow, EasyHoon thinking about a Twisted Fate. That would be cool. And that would definitely be an earlier focus.
That's
we did
EasyHoon.
see it perma-banned away from him the other day when Vici were playing.
Yeah.
It's a good option. In fact, it's a
Yeah.
really good option.
Now that team comp looks utterly terrifying on the side of Vici Gaming. Twisted Fate locked in now with the Rek'Sai as well for Dandy. Not only a comfort pick, but just a fantastic champion in general. They have got about 500 billion knockups on that team. That's a slight exaggeration. QG now with one final pick.
They have a really well-rounded composition. You've got plenty of siege,
They
pick
just-
potential,
yeah.
disengage, so much control, global presence with the semi-global reach of Rek'Sai's ultimate as well
Really?
as Destiny. You said they're going to go back to comfort picks.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely comfort, but you want a champion that can't be dove in the top lane right now. You're against the Twisted Fate Rek'Sai, who will just willingly dive you, and then there's an Alistar to boot if it's in the bottom lane. It's Poppy as well.
It's not easy to dive Alessandra, is it?
It's probably easier than a Nautilus.
No, that's true. But it is going to be the
Okay.
Victor locked in. So V, they are going to be playing this double AP comp. We'll see whether Xiaogu are going to be able to make this one work. But right now, Vici, as far as the draft is concerned, I mean, wow. I mean, you say well-rounded. I'm saying well-rounded based on the fact that they all look ridiculously strong champions. Look like ridiculously strong champions.
It just
Somehow
comes back
managing to work.
that QG, I mean, they gave up a lot in that second rotation by taking the Graves as opposed to prioritizing Poppy, but they prioritized Swift getting that dueling style jungle.
Yeah, and denying the Lissandra from EasyHoon as well by picking that one up in their first rotation. See whether that's going to come back to bite them, though, because he's now on the Twisted Fate that, like you said, was banned away previously. And Endless has picked up the coveted Kalista there in the bottom lane, so a lot of power there, especially after first backs have come in. And Pekko's grabbed himself the tier and the makings of what is most probably that Iceborne Gauntlet.
And there's been a lot of criticism on Endless and his ability to step up and be a carry. He can do that on Kalista. It's his only statistically relevant champion.
Yeah.
Vayne.
No.
What about Jinx?
I'd be excited about it, Rusty. But the coaches are going to shake hands. Our players are ready. Let's hop on Summoner's Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Game 1 between Vici Gaming and Xiaogu. As Doinby and EasyHoon going to face off here in the mid lane. The Creator Victor versus... Oh, is that? Pax Twisted Fate?
No, I think it's just classic Twisted Fate.
Damn, boring. Pax Twisted Fate is
Twisted
so cool.
Fate, Twisted Fate.
Now let's
Twisted Fate, Twisted Fate?
push it back towards the standings and identify that, yes, QG are the #1 team. Vici right now, I believe, are sitting 3rd. Nope, they are actually sitting 4th behind Invictus Gaming. Now, my thing about Vici is I thought that they might be able, like OMG, to rise more, that they just got the tougher group being in Group B, and if they were in Group A, would have done better.
Yeah.
But they've just had a very inconsistent performance, and historically, it's funny, that actually suits this team perfectly. Last year, Vici had the most 1-1 splits of any team in the LPL.
They're consistently inconsistent is the best way to describe Vici. Doesn't matter what the roster is. They've lost Martyr and added Caveman. The same still applies.
It's kind of like if they get to play their League of Legends, it's fantastic, which it's a very macro-oriented style, and if they don't, kind of falls apart at the seams.
Yeah, the good thing about them now, though, is they're like death by 600 paper cuts, not 1,000.
They can team fight now.
Yeah.
Few less cuts, guys. Nice.
But we're going to see a lane swap initiated. So might be trying to predict that the Ezreal would lane swap and trying to match him in that 2v2 simply because Kalista and Alistar is such a strong lane.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say they put it into effect themselves, though, by having Lung go bottom.
Yep.
Really comfortably wanted him there. He got like 3 minions, then has to peace out immediately. So slows themselves down, but not like Lissandra's in a better position by any means.
And could it be for any other reason other than the bottom lane here as well? Do they want to deny maybe Lissandra?
I think that they were just trying to predict that Ezreal would go top to dodge them. Again, QG lane swap a lot.
Well, more just hanging around here, keeping an eye on the top laner and jungler. It's easier here in dealing with Doinby here in the mid lane. Struggling a little bit for now.
As is Twisted Fate's MO in terms of early laning phase.
Yep.
If you've seen someone lose against a Lulu at level 2, generally they're just a Twisted Fate.
And they're not an Ahri. So I've seen that matchup go the other way.
Yeah. Which shouldn't.
Oh
Let's put it
god,
that
Mr.
way.
Cannon Creep. Get away from the mid lane. Get away from the mid lane.
He laughed.
Wait, did Easyhoon laugh?
I don't know the sound packs in this. Yeah, there
Sorry, guys. Oh, God.
But here we go. Top laner now moving up to the top side, so it is going to turn into a traditional lane swap where they've built up the waves to crash into the tower and will attempt to siege here. Likewise, V has ditched the top lane and has now joined his jungler for some double jungling before he heads bottom.
Yep, trying to get to that wave as quickly as possible. Doinby, like you mentioned before, using all of his mana in order to harass out Easyhoon.
It doesn't have teleport to get back, so it kind of has to stay and take it, and Easyhoon has a complete advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Used it
really
all too early.
surprising to see Doinby not take the TP just to follow up on the Destiny.
Needs the cleanse to get out of the Twisted Fate. That was his choosing.
There's a whole lot of uncleansable CC on the side of Vici, though, so just for that gold card in the laning phase. We'll see whether it works out here for QG. As long as he's going to grab Soul Gold from this turret as it falls down. We'll be able to get that one to reset as well as V with a few extra creeps, but that one will push back towards him as well as Prey Seeker from Dandy is going to find Doinby, but nothing much to come from it.
You can just repeat offend. There's no mana. There's not going to be mana for Doinby until he gets some assistance. Like, sure, the Doran's Ring gives you a bit back, but he's trying to bide his time now for the 1,000 gold recall, and it's going to take an awful long time when Easyhoon has complete control.
Well, he decides not to do that. Moore was hanging around here trying to get himself a positive position for a counter gank. With Swift hanging around across the backside. Wildcard's flying through for Easyhoon as well. He locks a gold card, just showing Doinby that, yeah, I can get my mana back pretty easy, man.
Asserting dominance.
Well, he gets to. Mid lane is isolated. Rusty, I'd heard that you had some particular thoughts about how QG lane swap.
They're just weird.
Yeah,
That's my actual thought, is they're just not normal. They never execute in a standard manner, and it makes no sense. And I think it only works because it confuses their opposition. Chaos theory.
chaos style.
I genuinely believe that's the only reason it works.
Unpredictable.
Got cool strategies, though, and it's only really when they have Rek'Sai, I guess, that they do it.
Okay.
It's because they don't need vision. They can actually just stalk their opponents. And on the flip side, Vici are the ones with the Rek'Sai, so less capabilities of it.
That's how I feel. I feel like 9 times out of 10 when they do the lane swap, although we do see that they're sieging structures right now, it's simply to stalk like the man disadvantage and just pile up kills rather than pile up structures.
We'll see whether they can, of course. It is going to be a pretty aggressive start here for Dandy as he's grabbed himself the swiftness boots. He seems to do this on almost every single jungler. Does Dandy just wants to get movement speed as quickly as possible to traverse the map as quickly as he can.
And Dandy historically, he used to always do this with Mobies, but anytime he was really spotted out by a ward or he was found in any sense, he would immediately then back after he finished his camp and then reset his position. So that way that there was never any communication for the enemy team to say that Dandy's on the bottom side of the map. And so he grabs the higher mobility boots to make sure that he can quickly get back out there and start confusing them again.
That's why he was so good with Marta.
Yep.
They both do the same thing.
Yeah.
And then Mana could even set up vision for where Dandy was going to go next.
It's acquiring vision and making sure that you deny
Yeah.
the information as well. Excuse me, acquiring information and denying information.
Well, Gold Card is going to proc the Thunderlords here as EasyHoon starting to have his way here in the mid lane. That Negatron Cloak doing a bunch of work as he's going for an early Abyssal Scepter. EasyHoon sort of foregoing the mana path and the cooldown reduction path that a whole lot of Twisted Fates go for, so it's more about clearing out minion waves, keeping Doinby down.
Or just adapting to the Doinby lane, which is high consistent pressure.
Weather
to
the
keep
storm.
himself, yeah, exactly, weather that storm. He has blue cards, so if he's going to stay in laning phase and acknowledges that he's not going to use his ult elsewhere, may as well.
Yeah, I like it. Very adaptive play and something that EasyHoon's always been sort of known for.
He's lost control of the lane, but he's still keeping up with CS. Meanwhile, the solo lanes for QG, excuse me, the side lanes for QG have actually fallen behind, but hold on.
Yeah, Destiny's going to come out here as well as Moore is in a whole host of trouble. Can't flash over the wall here as he's just going to die. First blood goes down, and it's Endless of all people that grabs it. Vici off to a great start.
And there's no reason for Moore to be walking in that river alone. Look at his jungler across the map. Typically when your support makes his initial back and he needs to place either defensive wards or deep wards, he's doing it in tandem with the jungler.
Was he, like, would anyone really expect the bottom lane just to be chilling in that brush, though?
Well,
You just can't walk in there anyway.
yeah, like
Yeah,
where would you
good
expect them to genuinely be right now? They're not bottom or top. They're not showing themselves. You can assume that they're going near the dragon area, so he wants to place vision, but what he does is get greedy and tries to place it too deep.
Speaking of greedy,
Yeah, Pekko in a bunch of trouble here as well. He's got Flayed. Nice flash. And he does have the opportunity to take a lantern. Decides instead that he doesn't want to as Fate's call. He's going to use the flash forward. Is going to find the knock-up, but more. He's going to be able to get Pekko out of the way. Dandy's in here, but V able to slow him up. Lots of Qs going to be landing here as well. The flash forward. They want to find a kill. As Vici just tanking up so many minions, and QG navigate that one quite nicely.
typically this is where QG start to snowball ahead though. You know, they pick up a kill in these side lane skirmishes because suddenly 5 members are there. Vici did a phenomenal job disengaging from that.
They used a lot to try and start that fight, though. Endless now without a flash. No Fate's call.
Just
See whether QG can capitalize.
But pretty much any other team right there, QG would have picked up either 1 or 2, possibly 3 kills, and then it's done.
It's overcommittal, but Vici uniquely buy all their boots very early as well. So in terms of disengaging, if they use the flash, they space themselves far enough away that there is no way for QG to catch. And V wasn't 6 either.
Well, Endless now might be caught out. Death Sentence not going to find him. The Flay not even going to be thrown out here as Endless is going to get the slow onto Moore. He's dancing past, but Vici not going to overstay their welcome. Death Ray comes in. Chaos Storm's down. Doinby fashion here. As EasyHoon's just going to eat that ultimate and says, why would you even press your R button on me? That is so mean.
Just throwing down damage to make sure that EasyHoon can't join that fight even if he wanted to.
It's just great. He's the only person that does it.
Yeah, it's the Doinby factor. I don't even think it has any like strategic merit. It's just like, Doinby, I'm in range of my ultimate.
I definitely think it has strategic
I'm
merit.
pretty sure there's a strategic focus on that. No one just presses R for the sake of it.
Seems like Doinby does.
Like Doinby's the
really want it
closest
to
you'll
happen. Yeah. Okay, maybe I'm a little bit too excited. Vici, though, are going to be able to hand off their blue buff to EasyHoon now. He makes his way back towards the mid lane. True Shot Barrage tries to steal it, but not going to happen. Vici now nursing themselves about 1,000 gold lead at about 10 minutes into the game. Not meaning too much right now, but this is Ezreal's sort of slow period, sitting on a Sapphire Crystal and a Tear. So, not super strong, but only 10 CS behind the Kalista, who did manage to pick up first blood.
QG have this very interesting statistic where for the first 15 minutes of the game, they actually sit very relatively close in gold with, doesn't matter who their opponent is, but from like that 15-minute window to 20 minutes, they suddenly skyrocket in their lead. So they've been playing a lot of Ezreal, but QG very clearly have an on button for the 5v5, and that's when things typically start to get out of control. So if Vici can just continue to slowly, passively build up their lead, then hopefully by that 20-minute point, they have enough gold to try to circumvent that.
Yeah. It's
kind
not
of
over yet.
Kind of builds into the champions they've got right now as well.
Yep.
The Rod of Ages and Boots 1 will be completed by around that mark.
Oh, Vici's actually looking for Doinby here in the mid lane. Has to use the flash. Gets knocked up by the ultimate, though. Do they have enough damage to finish this one off? Dandy grabs it with a Prey Seeker as Swift makes his way in. More. Does land a death sentence on the Caveman. Only level 5.
What?
He's actually going to go in. What the hell? Gets death sentence. Okay.
There is no excuse for that. He just followed it in.
That brush just makes his head go weird, I think. As soon as he's in that brush, it's like, I don't know what decision to make anymore.
No, and they made the wrong one. He dies for it, and QG, they lose 2 members. Even with the cards not connecting here onto Doinby from EasyHoon. The big delay from Lung secures this at all. They still managed to get him with the Prey Seeker.
I suspect that we'll come back and see that Vici have transitioned to either in... No, never mind. I was going to say they had full control where they could just walk over and take that dragon
Transition
anytime
to
that they want.
base.
Yep, just grabbed himself some money.
Quick rotations.
No money to be made from the old dragon, and he doesn't mean a whole lot this stage of the game. But yep, crisp base rotations. I
You
like
can get
it.
from anywhere on the map to the base in just 7 seconds.
First we
Nothing's
had,
more crisp than that.
yeah, we had Spawn, like the guy that's advertising for Mercurial. Just really loves those items. Now you're just advertising for base. You can go
They
back
should
to
really
base
recall
so
here,
easily.
Atlas.
Whoa, this is the perfect time to recall. Look, Dandy, no one around him. He can get through that 7 seconds very easily. And look at all of the things that he can do back in base. Purchase items, look at the view.
What build is EasyHoon going for here?
Second item, it'll be a death cap, but it looks like a void stuff.
Well, he is competing against a lot of magic damage. I don't entirely agree, but...
I wholeheartedly understand the Abyssal
Oh wait,
Scepter.
no, that could be a Lich Bane.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the blasting wand in the book.
Yeah.
Builds out of a mana crystal, not an amp tome.
Yeah, but
Shame.
Aether Wisp builds out of an Amp Tome.
Oh, God.
And you need one of them.
You know what? Let's just check back in later.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
But it used to always be, like, this is the really frustrating part about this build, is the fact that used to mean void stuff. You know, just the way build paths work, you had those items generally, void stuff. Now it can just mean so many different things. So hard
It's a
to
good
read.
thing.
Yeah, I think it'll be a Lich Bane, though. That's my prediction.
QG, though, certainly hurting around the map as Vici have full control right now. We did see some deep freezes going on in the side lanes for Pekko and V. Of course, the bottom wave has now been pushed out. But Vici now finally pulling the trigger and utilizing their lead to siege some objective. It wasn't the dragon, it is going to be the Rift Herald.
Yeah, grabbing Harold. I believe Lung... No, actually, Dandy going to grab it.
Junglers get first Herald.
Yeah.
Movement speed to help them clear out their camps.
And just to get back to lanes faster, or jungle faster with the recall.
It's perfect for Dandy.
Yeah.
Don't be just killing some popcorn chicken.
Wow, look how fast he is.
Yeah, super fast.
There we go.
Yeah, now the dragon going to be started. QG, by the looks of things, just going to let that one go.
QG need to understand that mid lane, after this dragon goes down, is going to be the target here.
Which means more should be rotating.
Yep.
But what a time to recall if you're Vici.
I'm getting tilted.
Oh, love it. 10 out of 10.
To think like the players, Frostgren.
Yeah. Oh, man,
Guys, I
could
got gold for the items. I haven't
could
got
recall
back
here.
yet.
Oh, really? I'm so excited for you. I can't recall just yet. I
On
don't have enough money.
I need my distortion upgrade on Boots of Swiftness, man. We can't fight without that.
I just totally predict this is a really cool time to recall.
No, it's fine. He's setting up his triangle vision. If he sees that the coast is clear, he could possibly knock Doinby off of that. QG still yet to respond.
Oh, no. In all seriousness, recalled for wards. It's fine. These two are mid lane right now. They're looking to siege the turret, but it's against the Victor, so they're probably wasting their time.
EasyHoon recalled for a $425 spend or something like that by completing his Aether Wisp.
That's a big deal. He gets move speed.
Yeah, he does. But I mean, it's not a big buy. V's going to make his way over, clear out this top lane. QG have at least made sure that this gold lead hasn't shifted too much from the 3,000 mark over the last little while. This is a team that's very good at playing from behind, though. We'll see whether they can against this team comp that Vici have put together that just looks so scary as it moves forward. Yet to find a score on the board, have QG.
And this is really just the primary difference between Dandy and Vici's success when they have it versus someone like Chuen or Amy.
Yeah.
Shadowing underneath your pressure point in the lane, making sure that he's right underneath EasyHoon as he's pushing forward and as he
And
backs
teleports
up.
up.
Yeah, V is actually going to follow his core, uses the ult, flashes immediately, but Destiny's here. He doesn't have a whole lot more tools, but Destiny's not actually going to be used on V. He decides instead to head to the mid lane and get some farm.
He teleported
you could
top.
recall.
No, he teleported top and then used the Destiny to get back mid. So baited a rotation and then tried to secure the objective. But QG didn't rotate quick enough to find that successful in any way. They may with the next wave, though, given where Doinby is positioned and being the primary wave clear. But against an Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal, it's still not easy.
Oh, weird, man. I don't understand what just happened. I
The
thought he was
mind
trying to get
games were
clear so he could
excellent.
recall.
That was a mind game.
Seems like he mind gamed himself more than anyone else.
Well, it worked.
No, he didn't expect QG to still be there. He thought that they would rotate up to assist long.
Okay, well, problem number one, Destiny reveals them.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they're not there, are they?
Hang on a second, we can see everyone. I just don't understand. Okay, well, nothing really happened. That's all I know. Easyhoon's going to continue clearing things out here in the mid lane.
To be fair, let's be proactive. That was very proactive from him. The teleport gank was good. They got the ultimate and the flash from V on Lissandra, so they can go back there. And the cooldown of Destiny is reasonably low, given that he has Lucidity boots.
Yeah.
So he can go back there before the ultimate or the flash is available for V. Look for a kill because Lung can well and truly lock him down.
I like it. It looked quite funny. Does a whole lot of buttons and ends up just farming in the mid lane. He traversed a lot of distance, though. Most certainly did.
I feel like that's kind of been the story of this game.
Well, by not getting kills, QG is still in this game.
Yep.
By not changing the gold difference, they're staying in a comfortable position to where they want to be.
Yeah.
They've got an Ezreal who's just finished 2 items. Once they get Doinby on his 2 items, they can potentially look to teamfight.
We're past that 15-minute mark. Next 5 minutes, supposedly QG spike up when they win.
Oh, well, we've got a perfect hex score here for Doinby as well. He's got a needlessly large rod doing a lot of damage. Is this Victor?
Going for the big initial mid-game power spike.
Yeah. Rod of Ages completed for V. We just had the transformation on the Mirror Mana here for Pekko.
Yeah.
A man who's just been quietly staying even this entire game. And as an Ezreal, it's exactly what you want to do. Swift has been farming like a beast, as per usual. Hex Drinker now picked up from him. QG, we'll see whether they're going to be able to pull the trigger anytime soon.
I thought for a second Swift was just going to bail on
Oh,
that
Maud,
pink
don't go near that brush. Don't
There's
go
no
near that
vision
brush.
of Dandy, who worked topside. Also zoning away V was the poppy. Which means V has to rotate. Not going to get anything from said rotation, to be fair, but Vinci's still in control.
Yeah, grab themselves a Herald. He's going to be spotted out. QG may like this as their opportunity to start a fight, but they can't really because Swift is all the way back in base. Herald, though, is going to reset, and so they're going to have to start this one again. Vici just taking a lot of time to take this one down.
That is a lot of time that QG are actually pushing mid. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
This could be the fight, though, because if they look to flank here.
Yeah, more actually hanging around. They've got some vision down.
Here comes
Easyhoon
Poppy.
flashes
Wow, that
forward.
hook.
Massive hook onto Easyhoon as Doinby's running away. Long, oh, that flash out of Pekko, but Doinby might be in trouble. As Pekko can take a lantern if he wants to. Caveman quite low. He is going to take that lantern. Endless is going to get played back. Long manages to get the kill onto V as Pekko's dancing around this fight like nobody's business. Tanks a turret shot, doesn't really care as Long now underneath. This is what QG do. They just manage to win team fights when they just have no right. There's another massively aggressive arcane shift. But they'll probably take this turret.
And we talked about Moore's decision to go for Thresh versus the Janna, and we said every single player on QG is a playmaker, and with that hook, really spoke for that Thresh pick right there.
Absolutely, as did the mechanical outplay from Doinby. Took about 10 seconds to take him down. The flash from Easyhoon was to engage, tries to walk away, cops the hook in the face. So Doinby cleansed and has to flash now, but watch he dodges the poppy ult. Pretty big deal.
Oh my god.
Believe it or not. So they just try and live for as long as possible, Doinby, and draw attention, whilst Pekko shows off his mechanics. And you're right, individual playmakers absolutely everywhere on this roster. Starts to shine in team fighting, and that's the big deal here for QG, is they all make plays.
And Pekko kited so incredibly amazingly that fight as well. Most of the damage that he took was from turret shots as he was just skirting in and out of turret range. We are going to have a slight pause here, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see Easyhoon on your screen right now.
The Easyhoon face.
Yeah, you can't pick the emotion really, can you?
No,
Looks almost
it's just
bored.
the Easyhoon face.
Is it?
That's an actual...
That's an actual face? What was going to be the
I
end of
just
that?
feel like you can always predict exactly how Easy Human's going to look, no matter if he's winning, if he's losing, if he just got a pentakill. It's always going to come back, and he's just going to have stone cold killer face.
The stone cold killer hoon. I like it. You can see Doinby not looking too phased here either. It seems like it might be a problem over at Endless's PC. Going to see exactly what's going on here, whether they can sort that one out. But you can see everyone doing the very best they can. We'll hopefully be back on Summoner's Rift as quickly as possible. Because this game at the moment looks like QG have found their way to turn this one around. Classic QG style, of course, down a bit of gold, find a team fight, win it, and then move forward.
This is like a roadmap for QG. We knew exactly when this was going to happen. It always comes to these 5v5 scenarios, and they just thrive. And it was beautiful because that fight wasn't even necessarily a 5v5. All 10 people were there, but it split up. It was kind of like a 2v2 on the bottom side, 3v3 on the top side. And like Rusty was saying, it was just the mechanical outplays from Doinby and Pekko in particular.
But isn't that really just interesting overall? The fact that that fight happened off the mistake from Vici of resetting the Rift Herald, where they probably would have rotated quicker if they'd just done it without it resetting. Like, it's such a small detail, right? But the fact that that small detail, how can that be statistically relevant if it happens in every single game? Does every team that they play against make a mistake at 18 to 20 minutes? I don't get it.
Well, I don't know.
Isn't it about like making sure that they have vision as well? I mean, I guess they knew that they were going to be, I guess, rotating around from that Rift Herald to try and defend the turret. So maybe they just thought, well, I don't even really care where they're going to be coming from. We're just going to start a fight.
I think it alludes to what Rusty was also talking about earlier, this idea of the champions that QG have been playing and where the relevant power spikes are. It just makes sense at that time period, that's when they're going to thrive, because they really understand. The one thing that QG have always known how to do is they understand when they're strong and when to fight when they're strong. Yeah. Because they're really good at playing from behind because they just farm up and wait for those power spikes.
Yeah. And it also shows, like, Pekko, this guy sitting on the Ezreal, his team was falling behind. They were getting kills were Vici around the map, but this guy's just found farm almost out of thin air, kept himself entirely the same.
Well, he froze a wave.
Yeah, froze a wave, but like just still, like there's pressure going down everywhere from Vici. They're trying to do whatever they can, and all of a sudden Pekko just comes out of his little laning phase time, and he's a monster, able just to dance around these team fights like he owns it.
It's because they zone V. They just disregard V as a player whatsoever. They let him get all the farm that he wants once the game breaks out. But during laning phase, during lane swap scenarios, V gets nothing unless he actually works for it. That's why he plays champions like Nautilus. And we even saw him getting zoned when he was on Lissandra in this particular game. Whereas they make sure that Pekko gets the farm. They make sure that Uzi gets the farm in the same manner. Doinby is always going to get it because he's a wave clearer in mid lane. And Swift spends most of his time just farming the jungle. I feel like they've worked out this scenario where V understands what it means to play from behind until about 18 minutes and then start to catch up.
And it seems like as well, like when yeah, we are going to be back into the game, but it does seem that V somehow always paints a target on his own head at the same time. Dragon is going to be taken here from Vici. They are going to grab number 2 for themselves.
V is the workhorse of QG. I mean, you think about back to his MO, build 2 resistance items, or just complete 2 forms of resistance and then find the teleport flank. That used to be just how he played every single time. Now he's being utilized to deny picks from the enemy mid laner and just kind of hold this. We'll see in 20 minutes.
Oh, it was a Riley's Crystal Scepter. Turned the book and the stick into another stick. Not bad.
You're so eloquent.
The bookie sticky man.
The bookie stick into a sticky stick.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's a cold stick. Yeah.
Should be noted that even after losing the team fight, Vici did manage to pick up the dragon. So here we go. We're back to our ARAM in the mid lane.
Standard stuff. QG still behind in gold. Of course, 2.2 thousand gold, the lead now for Vici. So they've grabbed themselves 2 dragons to none. And that statistic may actually become relevant as we move through this game. CS still staying in favor of Lung by a large margin in the top lane, but the mid lane owned by Doinby as he's just clearing out wave after wave. You can see Pekko now after that fight, 2-0 and 2.
Going back. Is out of position.
Yeah, it could be troublesome. More looking for
now
a
more is
potential
out
hook.
of position.
Yeah, once again, Dandy
Now
Has to
Dandy.
deal with it. Death Sentence comes in. He's going to get stunned up. A massive ultimate out of E. True Shot Barrage, not quite enough as they've used a lot on the Rek'Sai. Caveman now uses the ultimate. He's soaked a lot of damage, but Doinby is going to get through it and lock down the kill. QG, they grab one. It could have been more, but they may be able to transition to a turret.
And it looks so good for them, or for Vici for a second. There's so many displacements chained up, but not on the necessary targets. Again, Peko dancing off to the side.
It looked like so many cooldowns used on just Dandy as well. But then seemed like not a whole lot was left for Vici either.
Just not enough people there to actually hit the relevant targets of QG. Just able to kite back and disengage the Thresh box as well. It's kind of a big deal. Just being able to dodge out of Twisted Fate's cards, which is non-committal types of damage, made it very difficult for Vici to secure a kill. Made it easy for QG to get their own. The skill shot off.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is with Endless hitting his 2-item power spike as well, and that Renan's Hurricane and the Blade of the Ruined King. This Kalista very strong right now.
Vici still have the gold lead, however. And I definitely think that they have complete control over the top side of the map from the differences between this Poppy and Lissandra right now, but I think that Long gets a little bit too overzealous in his attempted flanks like we saw the last time around.
Yeah. Teleport available for both of these top laners as well, though, as we see V heading towards the bottom side. Destiny has been used. Easyhoon makes his way in. Nice hook from Moore. May it be that they've trapped themselves. The exhaust goes down onto TF. He's out of the fight, but Vici losing health bars left, right, and center. Lung into the backline as Doinby is going to take down Caveman. QG juggling aggro quite nicely as Easyhoon off to the side. Doinby just going to destroy him. Double kill comes in for the mid laner, and Vici forced to scatter. You just can't team fight QG.
And it's always best for QG's composition where they're fighting. It's in these narrow, tiny choke points where you're able to stack things like the Lissandra, the Chaos Storm in the box.
Yeah, kind of helps when a Twisted Fate walks into your hook as well. Like, it's a pretty nice way to set this up. Easyhoon comes in, he's like, hook me! It just gets hooked. The knockup combo is so good from Vici, but honestly, if they had a Victor mid lane instead of the Twisted Fate, all of these people getting knocked up would be popped.
Yeah.
Like, they would actually die. But Doinby manages to do the work himself. All right, there's Crystal Scepter. Just drops it down.
V also single-handedly got Endless out of that fight. Got into a health bar that he just couldn't fight with, and he just didn't do anything.
Just again, V's the workhorse. He's the silent warrior in the background.
Silent warrior.
He's Batman of QG.
Not what they need,
I
is what they
went
deserve.
from Workhorse to Silent Warrior to Batman.
Yeah, he's that.
The escalation there.
At least we saw the workings out on
He's
the way to
actually
Batman.
just Batman.
If you had have just said, nah, V's Batman,
Every workhorse
no one
could
would
be
have got
Batman.
it.
We
But
just
now
don't
we
know.
get it. Yeah, exactly.
9 to 5 job.
He's the everyman. Everyman's Batman. Don't get it. Well, Blue Buff is going to be taken here from Easyhoon. We're expecting some better destinies out of the guy.
Just imagining Batman's actually a pack mule by day.
I'm Batman.
What?
Pack mule. I mean, it's half donkey. Come on.
It's so unfortunate, too, because Easyhoon on this Twisted Fate, even though he's denied the Lissandra, this is pretty much the champion that I want Easyhoon to play. One that can impact those side lanes, but...
What's
again,
a side lane? Like, right now, we're in, like, 5v5 mode.
But we asked ourselves, would the lead that Vici got for pretty much the first 25 minutes of this game, they've actually finally... Nope, they still have it by 300 gold, be enough to overcome QG come late game?
Well, at this point, it doesn't look like it. The gold is entirely even right
That's a good
now.
choke point.
Yeah, Long was actually looking for something there.
Oh my god.
Massive knockup comes in. This is the bouncy castle. V trying to dodge around, uses the ult on himself, but QG, they're turning it. Caveman in a whole host of trouble. Dandy in a whole host of trouble. V is not dead. What the hell are you doing, dude? As QG now just standing as a four-man pack. It is going to be Doinby falling down, but look at the health bars on Vici. They're going to have to juggle so effectively. Double kill for Swift. Dandy's so incredibly low. Peko grabs Easyhoon, and they lock down Long. That was the best possible scenario for Vici, and they couldn't make it work.
Where is Vici's damage? Why aren't these people blowing up in the CC chains?
Easyhoon's missing everything. It's unfortunate. They're all getting zoned by V. This engage, ridiculous, right? The double knock up. They couple it again. Rek'Sai zoning in the back. But look at V. Straight away, ult himself. Easyhoon's their damage source. Look at him. He's like, oh, I'll hit V. Oh, just kidding. I can't hit V. And now he's zoned by a Victor ult with Rylai's. Like, V is doing his job so well in this game to set all of these people mispositioning up to succeed.
During
Endless
that whole
through
replay,
6
6 auto attacks.
attacks.
Yep, I was counting it as well. He did absolutely nothing. And then walked in and died. 6 auto attacks, 1 missed Pierce, a fantastic Fate's Call, which is actually Caveman's doing. He did nothing. Just flat out nothing. Really sad. And that could be the difference here. I mean, that might be why we just saw all of QG just walking away with no health. I mean, if that was like maybe 10 auto attacks and then a rend at the end, those tiny health bars on QG could have just been a massive
Well,
quadra
Kallista's
kill.
their primary sustain damage.
Yeah. Has that not happened the past 3 times as well? Is they're
Yeah.
mispositioned because Endless isn't there?
Yeah. Now that he has a QSS, he might be able to play a little bit further up. More. Oh, he's in the same brush, but on the other side of the map.
What's
Whoop,
he
not going to be out of
QSSing?
position. The slow on the box, V's ultimate.
I guess that's a thresh hook. Like, it's the biggest deal.
Yeah.
Because
Well, it's been the
Lissandra's
most
self-casting.
Yeah, he has been self-casting to zone, right?
I don't disagree with them. Just
Yeah. I would have liked Steric's Gauge, honestly.
yeah.
Here we go, though. QG have now finally taken the lead, setting up and positioning to place vision for Baron.
And they just, QG always look just content to
Totally.
have whatever level of lead that they have. They just play the game out. And they're never trying to desperately push anything. It always looks like they're just patient, cool, calm, and collected
Well,
as they move around the map.
certain teams will play from objective to objective. QG will play from team fight to team fight.
Yeah.
Objectives are the bonus or the cause of team fights.
Yep.
Yeah, they set up around an objective so that they can get a team fight, not set up a team fight so they can get an objective. It's the other way around.
But they're more evolved in OMG in the sense that they're at least fighting for an objective and not necessarily just a fight to fight.
Well, you can see Doinby moving back towards the mid lane, just clearing out minion waves. Easy Hoon here as well to answer. So one thing that Vici have is wave clear in the form of that Twisted Fate. Endless to a point as well, as long as he's going to be able to split push here towards the bottom side. V also answering on the top side of the map. This inner turret could be in trouble relatively soon, though,
It's
as Vici
actually
move towards it.
long, rotating in between these 2 lanes and just continually pushing forward and then moving to the other side of the map. And just kind of dragging V around.
Oh, Doinby actually going very aggressive right now. Finds Dandy. Lots of movement speed here available for the Victor, but they may have zoned away Vici. Moving towards Baron right now. They
Easy
have
Hoon's
Soul
going to
Vision.
go bottom as well, though, to be fair. It's going to be a very real gank on that bottom lane.
Yeah, there's the Destiny. V just ults himself here as they're trying to tank underneath the turret. Zonyas
That
goes
was
down
really
long,
big.
tanking this one up. He uses the claw, it just jukes out of the way.
That was phenomenal. He zoned used the gold card. He didn't do it beforehand. He waited for the spell.
Oh, that was what the QSS was for the hook. As Moore isn't going to be able to find the Callista.
And because he uses the stasis on the gold card, he pretty much wastes so many cooldowns and so much time of Vici.
He is Batman.
He is Batman.
Batman always takes on 2 dudes and wins, you know? Like, always manages to win that. And that's what happened, you know?
V could be like a code name as well.
Oh, God, it's brilliant.
Agent V.
Agent V. Bruce V. It doesn't quite work. V Wayne.
Bruce Vane. Oh my God, there's a summoner name.
Oh, man. Coming up with the gold today, Rusty. Well, V just holding on to this inner turret. It's going down quite low, so Long still being successful in this split push. And QG haven't found the Baron. Some recalls being hit.
But they haven't found
stuff.
Vici either. And that's what
No.
they really wanted.
It's a Hex Drinker, actually.
Does
Completed now
Doinby
for
have
Endless.
right click bound to laugh?
Maybe.
I've heard so many laughs from this mid lane. It's becoming ridiculous.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Well, Caveman, eat himself a death raise. Doinby, he just likes trying to kill people. Fate's Call was actually used here as Endless is going to pull out Caveman, deciding to use that cooldown instead of the Unbreakable Will. Interesting prioritization. We'll see whether they're going to need the Alistair very soon.
That is the right prioritization, 100%.
Here we go, though. round 2 on the top lane. Destiny is back up and available if Vici want to try that again, although I think it needs to be used to safely check the vision on this Baron. Never mind, they've got a beautiful gate ward.
Yeah. Well, Zhonya's and ultimate still are now up again for V, so he can just have a repeat performance.
That single ward is huge, though, because it means that they can retain the cooldown on the Destiny to make sure that they're not doing Baron. And obviously, it's not spotted from a pink placed in the pit.
Yeah, true. Well, multiple backs coming in here as Doinby, he's going to head back, getting guarded by his team to make sure that he can actually complete that one.
It's wasting so much time from QG. They keep trying to bait Vici to walk into them, but that single ward, realizing that they're not doing Baron, knowing that they're standing in a brush.
Yeah. Well, there's a pink ward as well at the red buff of QG, so Vici still with a whole lot of information they're not paying for right now.
A relative assumption, yeah.
Yeah.
At least know that they're not doing it.
V pushed out the top wave.
Still a
Now
chance
heading
to
back
get
to
caught
base
clearing
again as-
vision.
Yeah, Dandy gets tagged by the Mystic Shot, has to tunnel away. He's got a lot of sustain. Spirit Visage there as well, so as he eats through that rage bar,
They just
he's gonna
can't
be feeling
figure
a
out
whole
where
bunch
the
better.
ward is.
Oh, there it
There
is.
we go.
They figured the crap out of that ward now.
So it's like, damn you, damn you. Endless going to shove some sticks into Dragon, pull them out pretty quickly. And that's going to net the third one here for Vici, but QG managed to pick themselves up a cheeky drag in amongst there. So the first one that's the most important in the early stage of the game has been picked up by both teams. True Shot Barrage dodged out of the way by Easyhoon. Nicely done. And that is going to be the Destiny used into the mid lane. As QG now just position around the Baron. There's the flash forward. Pekko actually going aggressive as Easyhoon's going to get slowed down. The teleport coming in. Chaos Storm goes down. Easyhoon's dead. Doesn't even use the Zhonyas. He wasn't expecting that level of aggression. And QG pounce.
Pretty massive because Twisted Fate no longer has his flash. Obviously, you trade 2 flash for 1 in the kill, but the Destiny is now down and they're a member down, so I guess hashtag worth for QG.
Yeah.
But I was totally confident with burning TF's flash for Ezreal, but here we go.
This is
Yeah,
aggressive.
death sentence onto Caveman. Maybe not the ideal target, but that box is in a great position. Dandy slowed down. Lots of damage comes out. QG just stacking up as the Fate's Call comes back. Endless not doing anything in this fight once again as Lung just tanking everyone up on his own. V wants to find something. There's the ultimate for the kill, and Pekko's going to lock it down. They move back to Baron. And Endless, he's going to take the mid outer turret, but they're going to lose Baron for this, and maybe a whole lot more.
And like you said, Endless completely just walked away from that fight. Obviously, it's very threatening to go in there. Dandy looking for a steal.
Yeah, there's the hook. Gravity Field goes down. He's manages to tunnel out of the
Swift is
way.
now on the other side, has to
Yeah,
flash back and
back
smite.
in.
Creative
Oh,
life
dear.
choices.
Here comes
Yep, Easyhoon wants to get something. Empowered Recall's a bit OP.
Or
As
is it?
now Moore is going to get just destroyed. Okay, Easyhoon locks it down with the Lichbane proc. Swift going to get exhausted, but runs away. Endless misses the pierce and gets baited by the red buff. Decides not to pursue any further. As V, he's going to get into this brush, and they finally kill this pink ward. So Baron gained.
all in all, QG did grab the Baron. It was traded for that mid tower. But gold lead has now, actually, it's pretty much stayed the same.
Yeah.
Still a power play. Having that Baron available to them. The gold lead you would expect will grow.
See, I was totally fine in Ezreal trading his flash here. Obviously, it's great that they get the kill from Doinby flashing forward and just dropping all of his burst damage. But
Drop the base.
trading easy flash for TF, totally worth that.
It was, yeah.
Well,
True easy.
yeah, easy flash for Easy.
Just aggressive. That's great. The fact that even Pekko can throw himself selflessly at
Forward.
the enemy. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just goes to show how much trust they all have as a team. Has a QSS, to be fair.
It's also got Arcane Shift.
We used it.
He used it to get
He used
even
both.
further
No, I mean
forward.
by burning flash, it doesn't necessarily mean as much as it would
Oh,
other
yeah,
AD
absolutely.
carries.
For
Yeah.
the next 4 minutes, he does have an E button.
Well, True Shot Barrage just going to say, yeah, I'm still here, guys. I'm just a little bit behind. As the inner turret is going to fall down here. Easyhoon has pushed up the mid lane quite nicely here as well as it's knocking on the front door of QG, but they're focusing mainly on this bottom side of the map.
And it's
Siege minions.
so unfortunate because Vici have actually probably been the closest to QG in terms of just gold, but it still doesn't look quite the same sort of fight that OMG gave QG the other day, simply because Vici cannot 5v5 anywhere near as competently.
Well, it just doesn't. They haven't won a fight at all so far. They've managed to play the map quite nicely, Vici, in the early game.
You can play a game, by the way. Don't look at the score, goal difference, and tell me who's ahead. QG look about 10k ahead.
Yeah, at least 10k. They're playing like that. That's the confidence level that they have.
The gold is 2.
Vici are playing like they've been behind from the very start, even though they've managed to keep up a gold lead for the majority of the game. Chaos Storm goes down, and I mean, what was the strategic merit of that particular Chaos Storm?
Zoning Chaos Storm.
Oh, I like it. Kind of like the Hemo Plague.
Yeah.
I like it. Oh, Dandy wants to get revenge for whoever took his red buff.
Go
Decides not to tunnel underneath as Long just takes half of his health bar. QG are going to back away.
Victor has no ult. We can fight.
It's close to being back up.
That's a quarter of the way.
Yeah, quarter. But by close, I mean, I guess not that close. Actually, no, it's almost halfway again. Dang. He's got a fair bit of cooldown reduction, does the old Doinby. Zonya's being completed as well. Means that he's got a lot of survivability, or at least safety in a lot of these situations. And that blasting one probably going to be the Void Staff.
That was amusing, that interaction just there. Swift was like, oh, juicy minions. V gave him the big no button. It was like, you get away from those. That is at least 300 gold that is mine. That was amazing. You don't even need to hear the comms to know that conversation. Unlucky you just didn't back ping 6 times.
Jesus. Silently, though, Endless has managed to complete another couple of items. Mercurial Scimitar and more of Malmortius is now done for this Kalista. So if she can get some more auto attacks down in some team fights, may see a bit more damage done by Vici's AD carry. Long, waiting off to the side, wants to try and get something going on. Vici understanding that they really need to make a positive play.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, Death Sentence is going to land. Caveman's going to head right in there. Double play back as well, but Long does get in. Doinby now standing with Peko. The damage dealers are in a great position. Not going to find the ultimate on Long as Caveman's just going to die. V is going to lock down that kill as now Peko just kiting back. Long now struggling to hold on as Swift flashes over the wall, survives. Not entirely sure how, but Easyhoon now in an awful position as V going to sacrifice his life. Or is he? Uses the Zonya's Hourglass. The claw is there, and he's somehow not dead. Peko now just going one-on-one with Easyhoon, but Swift is going to grab the kill. And how they navigated that fight so impeccably, I have no idea.
Again, all team members are there, but it splits up into a 2v2 and a 3v3 on different sides, and it just comes out to mechanical outplay. The Zonya's Hourglass, the flash over the wall. That was... What?
On every
How is
front.
he alive?
That was ludicrous.
It's target selection from Vici as well as proper target selection from QG. They use their spells right to get them this game. The Vici hiccup.
Yeah. And that was a great engage by Vici. Their second great engage of this game.
Their third.
Third, yeah.
Look, you'd be pushing 5.
Yeah.
Honestly, they engage great every single time. That's not the problem.
Their carries, the follow-up, it's not
Exactly.
there.
Just unbelievable play out of QG. The way they play out the rest of a team fight from whatever they're given. Doesn't matter what kind of team fight breaks out, whether they're the ones that started off, whether it's their opponents that started off. It's just always QG. When it's a team fight situation, it just seems to always be QG. And let's just watch it unfold.
The thing that you don't see in this highlight, though, it was, again, another beautiful CC chain of just displacement knockups. Vici, every single time, they followed up the Kalista ultimate with the Rek'Sai unburrow. Bam.
Yeah.
And QG will win this.
Like, again, we mentioned it. Look at Endless. Like, where do I find a time to actually hit them? He has to get through a Thresh box. They've got complete zone control of that. He's still just watching. The one time he actually auto-attacks is a Thresh hook. He has to dodge or he would have died.
Just now comes to the question, who's going to step up and be the actual carry for Vici? We wanted it to be Easyhoon. We wanted him to have more impact around the map. Twisted Fate seems to be the perfect pick for that in terms of lane phase, but in team fights, I would have rather had the Azir there. I'm so sorry, Easyhoon. I don't know what the answer is.
That last team fight, there was no ward in the bush they fought in.
Yeah,
They legitimately engaged for 15 seconds. Their support was the one to get thrown in. And the only reason Endless couldn't attack people by the end is because there
vision.
was no vision. He walked into a Thresh Flay.
Yeah, well, they also put down the scrying orb like straight away to start off the fight. They're like, yes, we've got the scrying orb, we've got the vision, everything's going to be fine. But that just got killed. And as the fight got extended, this is what Vici doesn't seem to be thinking about, is the fact that a fight goes beyond the first 3 seconds. You can start a great fight, but you have to be able to finish it. And it seems like they're brilliant at starting the fights off right, but then not being able to get anything done afterwards.
But this is what we should expect from Vici anyway. They've never been able to 5v5. You think about their 2015 performance, it was about them kind of manipulating around the map, very macro-oriented, and even if they had 10k gold advantages from taking so many towers, they would still lose a 5v5. Now, Rusty, we did make that joke or alluded to this idea that Vici have gotten better at 5v5ing, but against the kings of teamfight, they look like same old Vici.
Yeah, it was always going to be a very difficult game here for Vici. We have to sort of preface that whole thing because QG had just looked so incredibly powerful throughout the LPL so far. But Vici, they played so well in the early game. It might just be like a change of heart, a change of thought, and Vici could be able to follow it all the way through for a victory. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether Vici can fight back and find a win versus Xiaogu. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL MVP, going out straight away to Peko. 7-0-11. This guy, pretty good. 100% kill participation. What more can you want, really?
Nothing.
How do you pick?
Yeah, that's a good point. I wanted to give it to V, because, I mean, we established that he was Batman that game. So
Peko played amazing.
he did. He most certainly did.
Super flashy, mechanically amazing. But the thing is like, it's him or it's Uzi. How do you pick?
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Honestly, it's unbelievable that they're winning team fights against the team composition that they were facing. The Wombo, the fact that they're able to utilize their team composition effectively, get like triple knockups and make a bouncing castle, and somehow still come out ahead, even if it's by the smallest amounts. It's team fights that they should be losing.
Yeah, and this is team fights against Callista, Poppy, Rek'Sai, just so many champions that just... Yeah, Alistar. Twisted Fate as well, which was banned away from EasyHoon, a champion that he should be very comfortable on, should be able to make the plays on and allow things to happen in the early game, but just flat out wasn't happening here.
I think the issue is obviously Twisted Fate in kind of a 5v5 scenario is going to be used more for making picks and taking in information. The team fight power was really on Callista to be that follow-up to all that CC and displacement. Unfortunately, Endless is just continuing to underperform, but Callista is actually his best champion.
I will say that the major difference to me, though, between both of these teams, and it's something that's going to be a recurring feature, and what actually makes Xiaogu the best, is selflessness. It's the fact that all 5 of these members trust one another to carry. Duenbi will throw his face at the enemy. There's literally a flashing Ezreal towards putting damage and potentially slowing with the Iceborne Gauntlet on a Twisted Fate, because they trust each other to carry the rest of the team fight. Endless doesn't go near them. He is so scared.
Yep.
Well, we're not going to have Peko flashing anymore, as Uzi's going to be stepping in as AD carry. The standard QG swap after game 1. And we're going to get our taste of the Xiaoguzi in that AD carry position. I'm very excited. And we'll see exactly how he is going to play. And once again, he has to step in after Peko has had an MVP performance. It just seems like the way that he does it.
He's also going to play the exact same champion if the stats hold.
Yeah.
And also get MVP.
Yeah.
It seems like he gets some extra MVP points for just being on Summoner's Rift.
I'd give him extra points just for being Uzi. I don't know if that's the thing.
Well, you know, Uzi not in the top 3 teams for China. China doesn't go to Worlds. Doesn't go to the top few positions in Worlds, you know? That's dangerous.
That's what it was. You figured
No
it out,
Uzi.
Alice.
Uzi wasn't there. He wasn't there.
Da Vinci
And
Code was this all along.
Da Uzi code.
If Uzi
know.
doesn't go to the finals, no Chinese go to the finals.
Yeah, exactly. The man is that selfish. No, it's not how it is at all. Lysandra and Lulu have been banned away from QG, as Rise and LeBlanc are going to hit the bench on the side of Vici Gaming.
There was an opportunity for Leonardo da Vinci. Just saying. There was an opportunity there.
But that has nothing to do
I
with
know.
Uzi. Oh, but it is beautiful.
He's still riding the high of Bruce Vane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Bruce Vane was brilliant. Hopefully V plays top lane Vane next game. As Corky's going to be banned away here on the side of QG, and Nidalee going to be the follow-up from Vici. Pretty standard stuff, as you don't want to see Swift on that champion at all. We did get a preview of it. OMG decided to leave it up, and that was a bad move, as they, I think, got 1 kill that game.
It was pretty one-sided, but that does mean that Alistar will be the priority pick. Much more comfortable on this champion, although he had a good performance on Thresh last game.
Yeah. Apart from that weird brush that seemed to make his head go weird.
You know, sometimes you just gotta face check blind. Rusty said it himself.
Yeah.
One thing about QG is that they're all selfless.
Yeah, well,
he knew
that's
his
true.
team needed vision right then and there.
Well, you know, I don't know. Well, Poppy is going to be hovered here by Vici, so they do have the opportunity to pick that one up one more time. Dandy, though, are going to waste no time grabbing the Graves.
Dandy has played 8 Graves games. That's twice as many Graves games as any other jungler.
Yeah, and I think any other jungler has been like, what, Rek'Sai?
Rek'Sai and Elise, I believe? No, it was Rengar.
There has been Graves banned away from Swift, though, to an extent. So quite a strong Graves jungler, to say the least. We saw it in the last game.
Yeah, true. Well, Swift can go back to a plethora of other champions, of course, plays a heck of a lot of different things, and we'll see exactly what QG do want to do with the rest of their picks that they now have available.
Uzi's also a monstrous Callista.
Oh, yeah, that's true. My God.
But he has to play Ezreal because Pekko played
The
Ezreal.
stats. Beat him in his own game. How else will you start next week?
No, but if you think about it, he can get going so much earlier on Kalista.
I think you're going at about the same time.
Really?
Yeah, 2 items.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
19 minutes
They have a
roughly.
bit more of a dominant laning phase, that's all I'm thinking.
I actually think that Uzi wins lane as Ezreal.
I think he probably
I don't know how he does it, but he
flat
does.
out wins lane in general.
I like how V is actually getting a carry champion.
Yeah, this is exciting. They are considering the Fiora there for the top lane. Rek'Sai or Elise being hovered around here for Swift. Only 7 seconds to go. We'll see what they do decide to lock in. And it is going to be the Elise. So Spider Lady for the jungle and the Duelist for the top lane. It's Endless going back to the Kalista by the looks. And it is going to be Caveman opting towards that Thresh. So the Kalista Thresh bottom lane. Very scary stuff. And QG now to lock in Victor and Ezreal.
I don't agree with the draft. I actually agree with Rusty that Kalista should have been considered in that rotation. But I feel like Uzi is just sitting in comms like, give me Ezreal.
Damn it, I wanted to predict it, but
Let
I
me
only got
ice skate.
half by the sounds of things. I want him to play Lucian. His Lucian is so gross.
His Lucian is how Starhorn Royal Club went to Worlds
Yeah.
in 2014.
Yep.
I think he went 28-3 was his Lucian record because it wasn't banned in China. When Lucian was reworked, he was disabled on every other region but China, and every single game Uzi grabbed it and just smashed people. And Starhorn Royal Club went from a bottom tier team and just rose to the top, and suddenly it's like, hey, we're relevant again.
Well, Uzi is. Oh, I got it right. Oh, no.
Oh,
what are you going to do?
God. Oh, God.
Uzi! Oh, God!
He's like, even I don't know.
Epileptic fit. Ezreal, Victor. So they did end up doing what I was going to say. They could have just, there was a minute
He's just
that we
sitting
could
in
have saved.
comms. I want to play Ezreal.
Well, Vici with a very similar team comp to last time. Now with the Graves instead of the Rek'Sai. Now lock in the Twisted Fate one more time. It's going to be pretty similar across the board. Apart from the top lane changing just a little bit. No Lissandra to speak of, so Fiora into the Poppy this time.
I don't know why EasyHoon's not going back to the Azir. Like, I understand that Azir got hurt with the double teleport meta and the rise there, but Azir does fine into Victor.
It's easy to say. I think it's one thing to say, another to do. I feel like at the moment Azir is in a weak spot unless you're a very proficient Azir player.
And he's a super
He
proficient
is,
Azir
but
player.
that puts him from weak to okay. It doesn't put it from okay to good.
I just think it'd be so much better to have an Azir in those team fights than the Twisted Fate. And unfortunately for EasyHoon, he's not making quite the impact on the TF that Vici need to get over the 5v5 for QG.
One thing I do like, though, is the fact that what they were lacking was a little bit of damage on the side of Vici as far as like their gank attempts, their locking down of the enemy. But now with Dandy on Graves, he can just quick draw into that mid lane. EasyHoon can lay down a gold card, and they might actually be able to get some work done as far as like effective damage onto QG.
We'll see.
That's what I'm grabbing. The coaches are going to shake hands here, and Vici are going to do their very best to find a victory against QG. We'll see whether they can as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, game 2. QG taking on Vici. QG managing to take game number 1, but Vici doing fantastically well in the earlier stages, just unable to quite get a team fight at all working in their favor as the game got past 15 minutes. Slight adaptations to the team comps. And we'll see whether Vici are going to be able to make this one work a little bit better.
Dandy going back to the Graves, trying to be the true carry, like you said, is a pretty big difference for them coming into game 2. It's not only on Endless.
Oh,
Whoa, that end of the line doing
Swift has
so much damage. That takes balls to not use your flash there.
Oh, it is a Graves that was reloading.
True, but I mean, there was an EasyHoon there with a flash. I don't know, man.
I stand by it.
I still would have been really, I would have flashed straight away, probably into a wall.
This is why you're a caster.
Good point. Should never compare people to my play. It's just not really going to work out. It is going to be Swift heading back to base. So he's going to make it towards a camp, but relatively late, as QG are actually going to match the lane swap here of Vici, who are going to be discovered by this very deep ward that I believe V was able to put down earlier on.
So again, calling the lane swap, making sure that they match up across from this Ezreal.
But Ezreal matching the lane swap.
Well, that's Uzi and Pico being entirely different AD carries. Now, if Vici lane swapped in the first game, they could have potentially been okay with it, but Uzi says, give me the 2v2, I'll win.
Yep. Well, misses the first couple of creeps, but he's going to be able to get at least the experience there as Caveman and Endless moving very far forward in this lane.
One's level 2 already.
Well, Uzi looks for the Mystic Shot, lands it there onto Endless. Nicely played. We'll see how this develops. Another one threaded through as Caveman does get the flay. There's the Death Sense onto Uzi. Uses the heal very, very quickly as the Ignite comes down.
Moore didn't block the death sentence.
Yeah, a bunch of pressure now, but this wave is going to crash towards this turret. QG are going to be able to pick up a bunch of minions, but man, it's a very strong lane out of Vici, and they're utilizing it quite effectively right now.
Swift is in the area, however. Pings are going down, so I think Dandy suspects as well.
That's a major difference between these guys, again, when they change AD carries. Swift always focuses the bottom lane. Always. And he's in. 100% in.
Yeah, they're looking for it here. As you can see, the Cocoon does land. Caveman takes a lot of damage, but they're turning it here on the side of Vici.
Oh,
Descent lands onto Swift. There's first blood as the headbutt Pulverize does come in. Teleports down as Uzi has to use the Arcane Shift and the Flash in order to get out. The teleport from the Twisted Fate actually into the top lane is Moore now completely out of position. Vici once again with a great early game. And the stun goes down. Moore realizing that he is going to die. Gets the Pulverize down, and Easyhoon grabs his first kill.
And like Rusty said, the change from these AD carries and how it affects Swift's jungle pathing has made QG predictable, and Dandy has a very beautiful counter gank with Easyhoon using the teleport.
It was honestly just Thresh and Kalista anyway.
Well, also because the Spiderling didn't block the death sentence because it got stuck on the other side.
Uzi is actually still here, waiting for his support to make it back to the lane. Pierce not going to find him, but Endless has double buffs. And he's just happy to tank up Mystic Shots just to deny farm. This is scary.
I think the scary thing is the fact he stayed.
Yeah.
He does want to farm for the tier, get the tier first before he recalls, but the longer he does stay, the higher the risk of him actually dying. So, banking on himself.
In more ways than one. As Dandy is going to be just clearing out his jungle. Heading back through, grabs himself a wolf camp. Pink ward though, he's going to spot him out. Swift is taking a Rift Scuttler, knows exactly where Graves is. As Uzi clearing out some waves there with the Mystic Shot, but you can see the trade's just not going to work out in favor of this Ezreal.
Uzi finally losing a 2v2. See what he's going to continue to do in this lane. Obviously, Swift can no longer gank up there without knowing for sure where Dandy's location is.
Well, he is moving towards the top side. Of course, he does have a few more camps available there on the top side of the jungle.
He's
as
got
Easyhoon.
Kill pressure in the mid lane as well as the bottom lane as soon as Doinby is level 6.
Except the whole mana thing's coming into fruition again.
Yeah, because he didn't take the teleport.
Yeah, commits to the cleanse, which, to be fair, is still good.
He did make it work in the last game, most definitely.
Just after the first buy that he does, though.
Well, you can see Tier has been picked up. Recurve bow, though, for Endless as the double buffs have worn off now. Pierce not going to find the mark. And Swift, once again, focusing in the top side.
He's got deep vision in Dandy's jungle. They see that Graves is on the other side of the map.
The gank should at least exist. It's just that they're freezing, and that's the problem. And he couldn't even get in to break the freeze and help them out here.
Caveman actually taking up a fair bit of damage there as
blocking
V.
him.
You can see he's moving back. Destiny to come down towards the bottom side. He needs the riposte. Does land it, but no, the gold card was held onto. And B is going to fall down. Dandy tanked up the turret. Long's going to take it afterwards, and they lose their top laner. QG just spending a whole lot more focus on the top side of the map.
And this is what you said, Rusty, last game with the pick of Lissandra and the fear that these picks are very easy to dive. Fiore is very easy to dive when this Twisted Fate has the Destiny up and online.
Yeah.
Doinby?
Typical Doinby fashion.
Yeah, there's a teleport in here. Oh, that quick draw was so cute. Dandy.
This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
The Chaos Storm goes down. He flashes forward. No ignite, though. And the stun comes in from Easy Hoon.
What are
Long,
you doing?
is not going to be able to find the stun as he just ults Doinby into the sky. And Doinby is dead.
He literally just walked into the enemy jungle and fed.
Well, he did a lot of damage to Dandy.
Cool.
Uzi might die as well, though, here on the top side of the map. Death Sentence lands. Endless picks up the kill. 0-5 now in favor of Vici.
On the bright side, they've all got an equal share of the feed. There's one death apiece between all of these guys. The bait as well of the riposte.
Yeah, really nice by Easy Hoon.
Super smart play. And then Doinby decided he wanted to join the club. Just went invading into Dandy's jungle. I have no idea. I really have no clue.
Analyze this. Yeah.
Well, last game we had the question of if the lead early game for Vici would be enough to put them over the top when it comes time for the 5v5. It's much higher this time around, 3K at 8 minutes.
Yeah, so
And,
maybe they're just going for hard mode. I don't know.
If we just run into their jungle and die.
Surely this game will be more interesting for
We can
us.
win from 3K down. Let's try 5.
Yeah.
See how it goes, you know? That's what you do in competitive games, isn't it, Atlas?
I don't know, man. All I know is that Endless is 2-0-0, and hopefully he can get more than 6 auto attacks off in the next team fight.
I think a big thing also is Dandy getting in on those assists, although they definitely need to start getting that kill gold on him.
As well, Doinbeat now with a couple of evolutions on that Hex core.
Really nice use of the brush right there. Denying the vision. Making sure that he can get to that tower.
Yeah, Long actually taking up a lot of damage here.
I like this from Vici. And they're breaking open the map now. They've already got a 4K gold lead. So if they start taking turrets and can expand that to upwards of 6 even if they play it well, then they will just break open the map entirely.
You can see Doinby, he's moving towards the top side. Swift did make his presence known as Long is moving well and truly away from this turret. Endless is going to take the outer turret on the bottom side, but Uzi and co are going to be able to save that global gold advantage by taking down this outer on the top side. Easy Hoon just going to use the ultimate for vision. Secures the fact that they do know that they can just grab this outer turret in the mid lane almost for free. Endless might be able to grab the bottom inner turret as well. And Vici say, okay, well, we'll trade your 1 turret for 3.
And QG are completely out of position.
This just isn't normal.
Really
I have no
strange.
idea what's going on with them.
They're not even, like, they're not reacting. They're trying to be proactive in situations where they have no right to be. So they randomly rotate Doinby top lane. It's the second time he's left mid. But a Twisted Fate has the ultimate anyway if it comes down to it. Very unique style and idea not being executed on effectively.
Well, it is going to be the Dragon falling down in favor of Vici. So lock down the whole outer ring of turrets, apart from that top outer, which will probably be next on the list. Uzi going to make his way towards the bottom side as V's going to head back to base. We'll see whether they are just going to go back to standard laning here at this stage.
I think at this point, Vici just roam around as a squad. Destiny isn't up and available. Teleport will be just about up for Long, however. And yeah, it's scary. You see Uzi and Moore having to pull the recalls that they can't extend that far forward on the elongated lane.
Again, that 2v2 is just something that they cannot even look at.
There's just not a lot of gold available on the map for QG in terms of proactive plays and in terms of where the waves have been frozen.
Yeah.
Just outright disaster
Yep.
in the early game.
And Swift hasn't been able to do anything either. I mean, this guy's just been farming the jungle and then heading to wherever Uzi is.
And this is a big concern. You know, QG are about to be on the international stage, play against international teams, and unfortunately they've been unable, the LPL as a whole really has been unable to consistently play the early game. And in a meta where Snowball is so core,
Yeah.
you have to be concerned.
Well, he's definitely concerned as long as looking for a dive. Dandy able to move over the top, but V was well aware of what was going on and is going to save himself. Doinby takes himself a pink ward here towards the brush, and QG are at least slowing the game down. 6,000 gold now the lead, though, for Vici. At 12 minutes into this game, it's a very different story than last time.
Yeah, Vici using their small advantages and snowballing them into larger ones and making sure that they're being proactive with these advantages this time around.
Yeah.
Taking another tower in the top side and slowly bleeding QG out as this gold lead continues to balloon.
Well, Endless just farming things up here towards the bottom side. We'll see whether Vici move more people down here. You can see EasyHoon. He's taking some popcorn chickens for himself. Dandy might be able to just smite this one away, clear out some extra vision. As Swift really wanted to grab it. Death Ray in there too from Doinby, but they can't secure it. And Endless now just putting the pressure on, and this is an obvious place. Oh, the Cocoon lands onto Dandy though, but he has the option to take a Lantern. He'll just click on it all too easily.
Just isn't the way that you expect Shagu to be losing an early game either way. They're undefeated right now in the LPL.
Yeah.
And yet they consistently put themselves in these weird positions. And you can dig yourself out of some holes. This is a very deep one.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one. Like I said, hard mode.
This is not hard mode. This is like expert mode.
I think this is just careless mode.
Yeah, silly mode. Well, he's going to stand on a buckler. And Vici now moving towards the inner turret here in the mid lane, rotating around the map. Just bringing Endless to wherever they want to put pressure on. And it might actually be V's lane. Lots of vision now being swept out here by Vici as well.
It makes sense, gank the teleport. That way you know exactly what type of man advantage or disadvantage you're going to have.
Yeah.
Not to mention the fact that that's a very squishy Fiora, and they can grab themselves a Rift Herald while they're here. QG, though, able to match it. As Moore and Swift do make their way around.
I do like, it feels like Vici certainly learned their lesson from the first game. They're still being relatively proactive, but a bit more cautious.
Yep.
They understand that they're stronger, they want to do something with it, but they're trying to do it the right way. Like you said, dragging Endless around with them, making sure that it's not going to be another scenario where he's out of position, either in the team fights or on the map.
Well, you can see Uzi building up to what looks like his Manamune first. Does have the Sheen as well, as far as that Iceborne Gauntlet is concerned.
Yeah, it's the Uzi special.
Yeah, wants damage on his auto attacks as quickly as he can.
Dragon will be spawning up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. I expect Vici to contest for that. They've been pretty strong on the Dragon in this series so far, but that does mean that they need to take care of their mid and bottom waves as well as start pushing into QG's red buff and setting down some vision.
Somehow, QG have slowed this game down to a reasonable amount. The gold's still way too far apart, though, so there's going to be no fighting scenarios. Just waiting for Vici to try and pull the trigger on something aggressively.
And despite the fact that, like you've mentioned, they are undefeated and they do continue to dig themselves into these holes. I mean, 2015, this was pretty much QG every single time. They would constantly fall behind, upwards of 10k gold and still...
Is this...
Yeah, Lung might actually be able to get the 1v1 here. There's the flash. Flash is underneath the turret, and Lung looks like it just made it too easy.
Yep. Forces
that
more
1v1.
more resources of QG to respond to hold the tower. That means that now Vici get the full clear to walk in and set down the triangle vision that they were talking about, apply pressure on those two waves, and take any objective that they want.
Oh, more. He's going to clear these ones out. You can see there was a pink ward in that Raptor brush. I think Swift was able to clear that. As Endless might get tagged by that True Shot barrage. No, he doesn't. As Uzi...
They're getting
Oh,
dove.
he has to be so careful. Arcane Shift is going to be up there as he dodges out of the way. Caveman with the death sentence. Uzi hasn't actually taken any damage at all, as this might be the fight that QG can actually find. Chaos Storm goes down, Gravity Field there as well as QG. They may have cut Long off. Flash over the top, there's more right in amongst it, but can't quite get it done. Doinby's going to fall down as Uzi is going to be able to get damage down on top of this Poppy. Low health bars on Beachy as Swift is going to dive in, but dies immediately. The difference now is that Endless is getting damage off, and he's got a double kill already. It's a 1 for 3, and Vici move out of the way and say this is enough.
More missing that combo was massive. Flashed over the wall, unfortunately used the Q before he had the W. Oh. If he had hit that, that would have been QG's fight. But still, it's relatively close. You could see where QG could win, and it's from a gold deficit.
There's absolutely zero reasons that they should be even getting that close to winning.
Yep.
And the fact that if Moore hit the combo, there was a chance that Moore or Vici were dead. Like, that's ridiculous to consider. Look at that burst as well. Makes no sense that he's doing that much damage this far behind. Moore goes in. Just so unlucky. I'm pretty sure it's because he flashed as he tried to headbutt. So close, but just not close enough.
It's a really great use of the ultimate passive there as well, with the healing on everyone from QG, really helping them out there. But see whether they can reset this one. 7,000 gold, no real difference has been the gold lead. But Vici most certainly asserting their dominance. I believe that's the first team fight that they've won in this series.
And it was still relatively close, although Doinby is way too far forward. Here comes teleport.
Yeah, Doinby throws down the gravity field, but Dandy just says, okay, I'll just kill you then, mate. As the end of the line comes in, and Dandy makes it look easy for the Graves. Locks down that kill.
Now pressure can be applied to that bottom tower, especially as the primary wave clear is done. Meanwhile, Long can pretty much kill V at any point.
The Titanic Hydra is now completed here for the Fiora. Was at least able to grab a kill in that last fight. Riposte is used. Gets rid of some of the damage. There's the Destiny. We'll see where it's actually going as EasyHoon finds himself in the bottom lane.
It's mid.
Yeah, he's going to be used in the mid lane as Moore might get caught up. Oh man, does still have the ultimate, so Unbreakable Will not yet used. And the cow is going to be okay for now. Scary part is 2-item Power Spike now hit for Endless, who's on the warpath this game. V, everyone underneath this turret right now. 4 people moving forward. He clears out the minions. There's a Scrying Orb from QG. As they're defending Vici. We'll see whether they're going to be able to push their advantage forward as Uzi just clearing minion after minion, trying to get himself back into this game.
Endless does well when his team does well, and right now Dandy and EasyHoon are playing a much more consistent and cohesive game, alongside Long just straight up winning his lane 1v1.
I can tell you right now that if QG somehow come back from this deficit, they are the best team in the LPL.
Yeah.
There is no reason that anyone should get back from a deficit this large. Vici is starting to even cement that lead further. Yet QG always seem to hold on somehow.
They've got really beautiful defensive vision that they've had for pretty much the entire game. And this is, again, QG are very used to being put in this position.
Yeah.
They understand, lay down your defensive vision, have it set up, farm safely, and just stay away from people until we're absolutely ready to fight.
Well, now Endless sort of just hanging here around the river. Vici know that there's no vision available for QG towards this Baron pit. As Doinby is just waiting in this brush, wants to clear. Oh, so many pings. He's definitely dead. Fate's Call comes in, he gets knocked up, span around, and destroyed. Endless is going to lock that one down with a rend. We'll see whether they go straight to the Baron or what they decide to do. But Doinby, once again, out of position.
I think that's easy Baron, obviously the massive AoE. I mean, the scariest part about that is Victor showing up on a Baron pit while you're low health.
God.
Here comes the pick.
Yeah, there's the death sentence. Uses the ultimate immediately. Nice cocoon just to start the disengage. Moore is going to make the flash over the wall. They engage onto the cow. They just want to kill someone. He uses the pulverize, and the ultimate does run out. So Vici, they lock down Moore. We'll see whether they're going to be able to continue through. Clearing out the wards. V just pushing up the mid lane. Uzi here as well. Swift hanging around. They understand that we can't challenge this Baron. So we're going to at least take out a turret in the mid lane.
Clinical, controlled. This is the old school Vici. When they get to play their style of League of Legends, They pretty much do it perfectly.
I hope they're fast runners, QG.
Well, Easyhoon actually might be caught out here as Uzi's going to lock down the kill. Long wants to try and get in there, but it's a nice cocoon from Swift to stop the onslaught. Easyhoon just a little bit overly aggressive. Uzi did end up falling down as Long just smashed him against the wall.
Swift still in trouble.
Absolutely. Doinby has the zone.
Yeah, Chaos Storm's here. It's going to do a lot of damage as Caveman
good.
goes down low. Fantastic headbutt pulverized combo, but do they have enough damage? Endless gets exhausted. Long finds the lockdown, and there's the collateral damage as well, just to soften up the members of QG underneath this turret. Baron buff as well as B makes his way in. Dandy very low. Caveman as well. Death Ray is going to be able to do it here as QG hold on to this turret. Vici now just going to spend their bucket loads of gold as they head back to base with those empowered recalls.
They do manage to save the tower. I
It's
thought
gonna
for
stop
sure.
B, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a greedy recall there as Long is going to
There
be able
we
to
go.
lock this one down.
And now Ping immediately goes down to the mid lane.
Because they can. Because Uzi is top. Because he has to be. Vici running circles around QG right now.
Yeah, Swift is going to discover Dandy. Misses the cocoon, but Uzi's here for the damage. Repels down. Dandy might actually just turn this one. Flashes on top of Swift. Grabs the kill, but Uzi's going to make it a 1-for-1. 1-for-1s are not what they need, though, as Vici cementing their lead even further. 7-1-1 for Poppy. My God.
And this is like, honestly, this is the draft that Vici had last game. It's way too strong. They've been given great champions, but they've actually been able to utilize these champions in this game. Now that they're ahead to this extent, there should be no way that QG come back into this game. It should be QG's first loss. Don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, well, it's only going to be the loss of one game in a best-of-3 series. Of course, this is a best-of-3, so they can possibly come back. No shenanigans like last year's LPL, where it's just a best-of-2. There's a lot of sticks getting shoved into this Dragon. Vici going to grab their third, unopposed. As QG continue to hold on to their base, but at least it hasn't been broken open just yet.
And you can see it on their faces. Uzi in the player cam does not look pleased. It's pretty common knowledge that Uzi doesn't like to lose. Has
Not many
issues
people like to lose.
playing from behind.
True.
He hasn't been put in a situation like this with this team yet. Every time he comes in, he gets, 14 KDA.
It certainly looked like that.
So question will be, if they lose here, do they actually keep Uzi or do they go back to Pekka?
Oof, that is a very good question. Well, we shall see if they lose. Of course, the game's not over yet. 12,000 gold lead says that it might be relatively soon.
I'm of the persuasion that it's win that they lose.
Uh-huh.
I don't think QG can come back from this.
Well, I think that if you're going to count out any team from coming back, it's not going to be QG. They're just flat out never going to do that. That's dangerous money to be putting on the table. Long tanking up the turret here in the mid lane as they're trying to defend.
You hit that ground, Long.
Yeah, take it.
I am mad.
Lollipoppy. Oh, V does not want to fight this Poppy at all. As Riposte comes down, stand on the buckler, do it.
It's level 13 to level 15.
Yeah.
7 to 1.
He's a really, really big Poppy.
He's massive. Look
Yeah.
at those items.
Silly.
I'm
Really
looking.
silly.
There's lots of them.
Yes, yeah, which one do we look at? Easyhoon split pushing here towards the bottom side of the map as well. So it's the 3-1-1.
Still, the amount of respect that Vici are giving QG, and just still so slow, so clinical.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's respect or if it's Vici's inability to play fast.
Well, Endless is actually possibly caught out here as he takes a lot of damage. Nice Mystic shot to thread through there as Long was looking for something. Turret falls down, so the inner does go in the top side of the map. It's QG now just going to clear out the minion wave and move forward.
Flags on bottom. No.
Yeah, Moore was trying to get in there. The Ravenous Hydra is now here for V, so he can clear out the waves quite nicely. Doinby there as well with the Death Ray helping out. But with the waves just getting shoved into QG, the CS margins are actually closing just a little bit. Swift still able to get into his jungle to farm a creep or two. Yeah, that's it,
let him
Rusty.
win. They push into you, you get more farm.
I'm just thinking about it. I mean, if we're going back to Batman and we're thinking about the movies.
Why are we going back to back?
Well, like V, I mean, right now, is this like the Batman, the man that they deserve or the man that they need?
No one deserves a 1 and 2 Fiora.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
No one deserves an 0-4 victor.
No, absolutely.
I don't think Doinby fits into the Batman.
Literally
thing.
the Joker.
Yeah.
He is the Joker. You watch this player cam? He's probably still laughing for no reason just because he's Doinby and his team's losing.
Still having a good time. Deadman's Plate, though, completed for Swift. There is a Riley's Crystal Scepter on Doinby, so he has some utility, and Uzi building towards that Blade of the Ruined King slowly but surely after his first 2 items. So QG do have some ability to do something in this game. There's Uzi just going to dance over the top of Long, but Long just doesn't really take damage.
There's a 15k gold deficit, and Vici are going to wait for the second Baron.
Yep.
QG known to come back from 10. 15 feels far gone.
Yeah, 15, that's like...
That's a big lead, man.
Yeah.
Whew.
If they do it, though, what a story.
Can you believe we're ahead?
We're doing it.
Yep. Well, V has found himself a lane to farm. Good news. As Vici, let's see what they actually decide to do here, as EasyHoon does have the ultimate available. They could grab the Fiora if they want to. Spiderling going to be thrown up this lane. Yeah, V just says, nope, I'm not dealing with you. And there is no way that he's going to 1v1 the Poppy at all. QSS now completed. And just no dice. Caveman actually takes a fair bit of damage here from QG as Dandy was waiting in the wings. Coon not going to find the mark as EasyHoon right there. Destiny comes in. Fantastic playback. Look at all these knockups though as Caveman is going to fall down. Uzi grabs it with a true shot barrage, but it is going to be Uzi falling now. EasyHoon's going to die. V in the back line, but Dandy, look at the end of the line damage as Swift will be the next one to fall. V and Doinby trying to run the flash out of the way for the Fiora, but there's the knock into the wall. Riposte comes in, but Endless is going to be able to lock down that kill. Long still able to tank this one up, and that is going to be the base broken, and QG broken at the same time. Doinby and Moore, the only ones alive, and they still decide not to push any further.
Massive fight for Long as we see the replay here. These engages are so beautiful. You got the double thresh into the Poppy stun on that wall, and then the collateral damage comes across multiple people.
Yeah, EasyHoon as well kind of sacrifices himself to put the slap down onto Uzi. Make sure they get it. And honestly, it's Long. Like, Poppy is so ridiculous when he's ahead.
Yep.
Endless still does barely anything besides pressing R. And they still win fights because this time Long's playing Poppy again and it's just actually ahead.
Yeah.
Ridiculous amounts.
Playing it incredibly well. But Vici, in pure Vici fashion, going to go and find the easiest objective that they can get, which is going to be the Baron this time around. 16,000 gold, the lead now for this team. It feels like only a matter of time. Wait, actually 15,000 gold. Now 16. Nicely done. Now I'm going to lock down the Baron and push through.
Been ahead for a very long time.
I don't think there was a stage of this game where they weren't.
Too cautious to pull the trigger. I'm going to call it respect. Too much respect.
Yeah, you call it that. You call it respect. We'll see what... Surprisingly, though, you do have to admit that fight was closer than it should have been for 15k. They still got picks.
Well, Dandy is going to have to deal with the ultimate here out of V, but EasyHoon makes his way in, picks up the kill. Ultimate has been used. QG were moving down. The rest of Vici are going to find their way in here. Dandy completely out of mana, completely out of health. See whether that is going to be something that they can capitalize on. Of course, Long without a teleport in the mid lane here. But QG, no vision, no ability to really get anything started.
V will still be alive in time by the time they try and push. There's only Dragon 4. We've got 6 minutes, I reckon.
Oh, God. What do they do? Do they sit in base? Do they hit that sweet recall button that you were advertising last time?
Now's a good time for them to.
Oh.
If we want to talk about, like, the mechanics of when they can or can't recall, I feel like they're perfectly safe.
Perfectly safe to recall. Endless, you can recall right now. Did you know?
Going to.
If you press your B button, you can recall.
I mean, if Endless isn't recalling, he's making it. Oh, never mind, he's going to teleport in.
TP.
Yeah, there it is. So, Easy going to make his way towards the bottom side. They open that laneway up. And Swift isn't going to find the cocoon. Dandy over the top.
They can do it. They can close the game.
Oh my god! Baron buff is here. They're going to take the last remaining inhibitor as long. What the hell was that damage as Dandy finds his way in? Endless here as well. Fate's called down onto Doimbi. Gets flayed back. True Shot Barrage all the way through as Uzi's just trying to get out of this fight. But already everyone's falling on the side of QG. Vici take down the last remaining inhibitor, and Endless just dancing around the Nexus turret. So Cocoon goes wide one more time, and we are going to a game number 3 as QG uncharacteristically gets slaughtered in that match.
It is characteristic of QG to fumble their early game, though. Vici, certainly some questions raised on why it took them so long to close out, but a beautifully played early game, and that's how you beat the QG Reapers.
You can certainly understand as to why you'd give respect to a team like QG,
I
but they must have known that they were about 4 billion gold ahead. As you can see, like, QG, like, there's still a smile on the face of Uzi.
I think it's safe to say it wasn't respect that was given by Vici Gaming whatsoever. I think it's just they couldn't close. It took an awful long time to close. But finally they got there.
Well, here are some highlights as well. Moore getting caught out of position.
If we could just take Vici's early game and QG's team fighting and put them together, I'd be so happy.
Hey, yeah, that's true. In fact, most other teams' early game. Really. Even like EPA have a great early game. Just don't really know what to do from then.
This is ridiculous. Poppy is just so strong when ahead.
Yeah.
And the fact that that's like the one team fight that QG had that was the closest possible team fight to winning also. They were still like 8k behind by the time that fight actually happened. Like, QG, they showed resilience. Vici, they were still so far ahead, and they took a very long time to close out, but it was always going to be their game to win. And they do successfully take, I think, the first game in the entire split of the LPL away from QG.
Yeah. I believe there is 1-2-1. Yeah.
I think they've also lost another game. I'd have to double check.